Stomp the flame out. Oh, angel sound echoes in the darkest hour. You can hunt me and you can have me, but you have no power. It's coming over the horizon like the burning sun. Oh, let there be silence for the ones we drew our courage from. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light the darkness can never hide. Holding the line, bound by the rough thread of hope. Yeah, we've got blood in the fight, and we won't stop till you're empty of both.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the America's Regional Finals for Space Gods. It is the final day of our 2-weekend-long competition, and today's the day that we crown our regional final champion. CLE, Hupe-san, are you both ready? Are you ready to crown a champion?
I'm just pumped we get to do it in style, right? We get to checkmate, we get to play and get a good warm-up for Attack Crown. It is a fantastic day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Space Gods will be able to crown a champion today. And I'm willing to say I won a lot of Thresh games. I know people there are like, no, Thresh, yes, Thresh. I'm loving the Thresh. I won Variants today. They're playing for the hype and they're playing for third place. So this is exactly the moment for chaos.
Our production team is about to mute your microphone and like find a way to get you off the rotation for speaking that into existence. Yeah. See, speak and you shall receive. No, I think it's gonna be fun though, and what you're asking for are just great games in general for TFT, because you're talking about the viewing experience, the different offerings from Thresh or Aurelion Soul or something like that just makes the game exciting. And then of course having our checkmate format for today means two things. One, we get a chance to see our competitors race to get those first places in those games once they have hit a particular point threshold. But two, all of our players in this final lobby are going to the Tactician's crown. And I think that is also just as exciting on top of crowning a regional final champion.
It really is a celebration, right? Of all these players that made it to this finals. Also, who made it. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. But it's so fun to know these guys' journeys, especially looking at Upset Max, who started all the way in the beginning, fighting his way here to the regional finals, grand finals.
Also, wanted to highlight here that 64 players were seen in this whole environment. So the chances of being in regional finals are stronger than ever. You have there's a lot of ways to get here via ladder, via planes, via trials, but of course it's difficult. I mean, the path is there, but you need to commit, and it's amazing that we have person, as you mentioned, Jack, directly from planes and through all of the scene and the possibilities of TFT. So if you want to make it, I mean, you have to try hard a lot, but it's possible.
Number one player though from the ranked ladder, Dank Memes, and our top 3 TFT Pro Circuit competitors. I think this is going to be a super exciting final lobby to watch, because you're getting a chance to see the hungry folks alongside those veterans that have already proven themselves in the Space God set. Now, if you missed yesterday's action though, let's get you kept back up to speed, because we do have a highlight package to show you what you missed for day 5. Hello everybody, and welcome to day number 5 of the Americas Regional Finals.
But instead trying to wrap around the far side. The splash damage coming through, trying to take down that Shen in the front line. Onto the Graves now is the Blitzcrank, but does reset before that happens. It is now the Vex versus the Nami. It will take him down.
And get onto the Nami, but one Blitz ult will come through, take out the Nunu, displace him. The Ornn gets displaced from a different Blitzcrank on the other side, though. Now the front line for both are starting to crumble. Can this Ornn hold on? And no, actually, it looks like Marcel is able to get there.
There it is, hitting both carries here. The Nunu, Konda in a difficult position now because the front line is popping in, and now the damage from the sniper is a lot less. Darnu looking strong, but the damage from the Samira comes up is not enough.
Maybe we wrap onto the Graves zone, we'll see. But Fiora looks like she will be targeting him. And then she does explode. So that's going to be it.
Is onto the back line, trying to take down this LeBlanc. Will do so in that cast there. So makes this have a little bit of hope in it. And the Riven's still alive. The rope proc allowing him to walk to the back line. So 9th place does matter a lot. So it may be what he needed in order to go to the Tactician's crown. Maybe not the final lobby, the Tactician's crown, but this final fight could decide and show us a preview of what is to come. It will be the very strong LeBlanc board versus the Medallion reroll on the other side. The stars raining down. Konda winning the final game of day 2.
You see the smiles in that final clip though from Brahu, because he knew that he did enough with that 2nd place to also go to the Tactician's crown, because despite not making it into this final lobby to compete today, he's still going because we've got 2 TPC winners that are also already booked their tickets to the TAC crown. But today is important because we are going to be adding another champion to this Hall of Champions. These are all of the competitors that have won the regional finals since the regions merged together. We did used to have like regional finals with NA, Brazil, LATAM, but this is where history gets made here for these competitors.
And I think one of the cool things about TFT is actually all of these guys who had won previously were playing in the regional finals, whatever stage they were in. And now we get to crown a new champion, and it's going to be very exciting today.
Yeah, but what I want to know, Negra, is who will that be? I have my predictions. I don't know if you have yours. Is there a way to know the chat's prediction? Is there a way to know what the universe is thinking now?
Well, we
Nicole?
want to know. We definitely want to know. So get your predictions in chat for who you think will win the Americas Regional Finals. I'm going to start things off with my own pred here, and then I want you both to share. But I actually think that Soju's going to win. I'm going to give it to Soju.
Whoa.
1-2 TFT Pro Circuit Cups this set. You know he's coming in off of the back of that experience, and I think that maybe underrated coming into this final day. So I think that he might be that dark horse to win it all.
How many games? Soju in how many games?
6.
Well, Jack?
Ooh, okay. Full day for you, Necra. I am very much in the camp of dank memes. Dank memes in 4. I think the 4 in front of his name means how many games it's going to be to win this. So spam that in chat if you want to be correct.
Okay, I'm staying with Darnuf. This is the player that has the most first place win rate, so statistical, and of course the reigning champion right now, the set champion from last set. So I have Darnuf in 6 games.
Easy choice.
Okay. There are a lot of people that are saying dank memes and Darth Noob, but I think that either my propaganda worked or we just have a lot of K3 Soju fans in our chat right now. I want to give a little bit of a shout out though, I think, to both Konda and VCLF, especially after VCLF blew everybody out of the water in week 1 of our competition. I thought that, well, this guy has already got the experience on this patch. He comes in, he makes the final lobby. So I feel like VCLF also, as a previous regional winner, I think that he also has a great head on his shoulders for the competition today.
So many of these players do, and I'm excited that we can continue to keep voting while we talk about so many other players and their stories that are happening. Personally, for me, you can see me in the bottom left there. I'm excited. I'm excited for my guys. The CTG guys, I mean, they're just amazing at TFT, and I'm excited to see them out here. We've had 2 previous CTG regional champions, being Robin Songs and Marcel P, just last set for Marcel, and one of these guys is going to win it today. They've just showed up consistently, and they're absolutely favorites going into this final lobby.
Yeah, and they're looking strong. I mean, for Dang Means being ranked 1 so many times throughout all the sets, he said people say, okay, TPC players are not playing there that much, but this is a huge step out because it's very difficult to maintain yourself at the top, and he's maintaining that, playing a top 4 style. So great to see. And of course, Kaiwen, maybe one of the surprises in terms of huge accomplishment this set also, Necra.
Yeah, this has been a great breakout set for Kai Wang, but I want to talk about dank memes a little bit more because something that really resonated with me yesterday was the interview that we got a chance to do with him, where he said, you know, TFT is my life. Everything I've done for the past year and a half has been working towards getting into tier 1. Not only does he accomplish that, but he goes on to say, everything I did feels worth it to me. And just to be able to hear about him talking about what it means to kind of stand tall against the failures that he felt like he was having to get past, he said, okay, I just gotta like kind of keep a strong mental for this. And he's right. Hard work really does beat talent sometimes. Laughing only because, you know, we had a fun moment with that yesterday.
Humble TFT. That's what
Very
Dank Memes
humble
plays.
TFT.
And I do think like his journey is just kind of like the pinnacle of a lot of these players' journeys of fighting for so long to get to where they feel like their next step is in TFT. For him, he had been to 2 Tacticians crowns before. He knew what that was like, but still had missed that tier 1. And so I'm excited to see him compete to go back, to, not just back to Tacticians crowns, he already did that, but get a regional finals title under his belt today.
We have a bunch of competitors, though, that are going to the Tactician's Crown for their first time. And that is also super, super exciting. Because when you think about just the fact that you get a chance to compete for the regional finals, for championship, but also for your first time at the Crown, I mean, I'm very excited to see them all go and see what they can show us for the Americas.
Yeah, 100%. Bro, going directly, we will not be seeing him today because he was 9th, but already advancing. And Upset Max, he danced when he won. When he achieved TPC, he was dancing breakdance and doing stuff and being so happy about the achievement. I don't know what he will do if he wins directly the regional finals or if he even wins that crown. So this is a player to watch. So let's be very attentive on the camera also to see what he brings to us.
I think if we get him in an interview, we gotta ask him to break dance live, right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that'd be
Next
great.
sure.
He's a content creator. He's a coach. He is well prepared for this, and I'm excited to see him in Checkmate.
Checkmate's going to be exciting because that's where we get a chance to see our competitors just chase those first places after being able to string together some good games to even get to that point threshold. But we got to talk about some of the competitors that are going to have maybe just already a lot of experience with that, and that's our old guard. You know, these are competitors, they've been to the regional finals before in their respective regions. They have been able to make it to final lobbies. K3 Soju's already proven that he can actually win in a checkmate format because of the TFT Pro Circuit Cups. But, you know, they also all went to the same, I think that was to the same tech crown, if I'm not mistaken. They were at Dragonlance together.
Yeah, all the way back in set 7, they were all together. VCLF went in set 6, 7, and 8. He was on path to be one of the Brazilian greats and has now fought his way back. It is so fun to see him after taking some time off, really struggling to compete at this level. And so for VCLF, this means a lot. For Konda to be working his way back, and obviously Soju being the creator he is, we're so excited to see him at the top and continue to show that he might be one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, I mean, and also the demonstration of the resilience, right? We mentioned that BCLF was back in the days before the Magic on the region being God. He maintained playing TFT maybe only in 4v4, trying to get here. And then, similar to Dan Memes, going full into ladder, prepping there, being strong, putting the games in like old school prepping for TFT and getting once again here to regional finals and going to Tactician crown. So great to see him also a flexible AP player together with Konda and Soju. I mean, the miracle, right? For sure. A player that I think the meme of only being a content creator, it totally disappeared now, Necra. I mean, he's just too good, and anyone that actually knows about TFT knows he's total elite player.
I think so too. I think you're right, though, that there's still some sort of jade that goes over because the fact that K3 Soju is such a prominent content creator. But I do like that you can do both. You can be a content creator, but you can also be good at the game. I think that's why people do watch him, is just for that entertainment value and the fact that he does play entertaining TFT. Now, there's another group of players, though, that are going to be competing it out today in the grand finals of the regional championship, and that is going to be our previous champions. These are competitors. They've won a Tactician crown, or in Dishope's case, he's won 2. And Dishope breaks the hiatus. He gets to go back to a tac crown. It's an odd numbered set, CLE. Is this the time? Does he do the unprecedented? Does he win a 3rd one?
I mean, it sure seems like it. He dominated days 1 and 2 of the regional finals and now making it back here. Title also is qualified for the Tactician's crown, the only other 2-time winner. And so I'm curious to see if either one of them can separate from that pack and be the only 3-time winner. That would be absolutely insane. But I do think that Darth Nub has a strong chance to join him in the 2-time club.
Yeah, 100%. Disho being more of a top 4 player that doesn't like to be contested and playing creatively. And Darnuf, this is the first place player. He played amazing in Paris, being just shy from being on the top final table, but he played amazing, always first place, trying to play the Void Baron. I remember always trying to go level 10 and play Baron. And of course, our winner from L'Oreal Legends, holding now the crown, and he doesn't want to take it off. He's like, okay, I'm good with this. I want another one.
I remember talking to Darth Noob after he had won that Tactician's crown for L'Oreal Legends. I was like, okay, well, if you're gonna have an augment, like, you know, what would you kind of want it to be after? You know, what do you think that your mark in L'Oreal Legends is going to be? And he's like, well, I've always been a Void player. And it didn't hit me until you had mentioned this, Hupe, that it's like, okay, like, yeah, he didn't make the final lobby, and so that's why we remember the fact that there was just a Chinese dominance with the Void line. But the fact that you end up having Darth Noob kind of saying, no, I'm going to reclaim this for myself. I think that's really fun. Now, the Tactician's crown competitors, of course, everybody in this regional finals are about qualified, but let's take a look at the full list that America is sending, because this lineup, when you look at it all on the same page, is incredible.
I mean, how selfish can we be, right? Like, we're just gonna win again, and it's just gonna be amazing. And so I feel so bad for the other regions that have to compete against this roster. We're just gonna win it all. It's just in a week's time. Just remember these words.
I'm happy. I'm biased towards America always, but we have to be careful with APAC as Avengers. APAC have YBY, Soil that he's been playing amazing. I mean, so many Ironbog. They look tough, so I don't want to get my hopes up like entirely, we have to fight it. It's one game at a time. It's like, I don't know, football, soccer referentials here. And really, I love the roster Necra, but I really think it will be tough. Takran will be hyped this year.
Oh, especially after the lineup that EMEA is going to be bringing as well. I feel like it's just going to be packed with people that are hungry to actually get that title for themselves. And then, of course, like Dish Soap and Title with the Lions share, they're like, no, I'll take another one. That's fine. But I think it's going to be such a great time, and hopefully we'll get a chance to see you there. So please save the dates for the Tactician's Crown. It's only a couple of days away. We will be streaming it on July 10th to 12th. That is just this upcoming weekend. So don't worry, you don't have to wait that long to get more amazing TFT action. It is going to be a tough watch if you're in the American time zone or the LATAM time zone.
Yeah.
So get up early, and support your players. But it's going to be great, and we'll also be able to get a chance to show off some exclusive things for set 18. So many reasons to come and join the party. But I'm excited to see these poll results. Let's check it out. Let's see. Who do the people think are going to win this tournament?
Ooh.
It's tied. Soju and Dish Soap are tied.
We can't have a tie. Somebody else vote real quick. We can't have a tie, or is this closed? It says open. We can't end on a tie. That's not how this works.
And
you guys are voting for the wrong player.
I think we need our casters to actually break this tie then. So Asa and Gangly are going to have to like chat to us real quick who they think is going to take this. Oh, wait. Okay, I see some movement in the poll. Soju's winning. Wait.
Dish Soap's making a comeback. Whoa.
Okay, there's more.
Wait a
there's more
second.
votes.
It's like again. Okay, up for Dish Soap. I mean,
now Dish
double
Soap's winning.
crown, doing so much in this set. It wasn't on our roster of favors, but when we check additional, I think it was a favorite for Gangly, if I'm not mistaken. We tried to put one each. And I mean, another player that is for sure wanting also the regional championship.
All right, it looks like the poll is going to close with Dish Soap on top. I do not... I don't blame the people for this one. It was very, very close. But I definitely don't blame the people for this one, because it's a smart choice. It's a very smart choice. You know, Dish Soap being early to promote from yesterday, and then of course just the confidence that he also shared with us when we got a chance to talk to him after that first day of competition. I feel like all the stars are aligning with this odd set and everything. So we'll see if he's able to get that second regional.
Also the picture, he has aura. He has like the
aura.
The glasses here. I mean, you get additional points for aura, so I mean, you have to give it to Dish Soap here.
You're so right. Well, the people have spoken. Dish Soap is going to win the regional finals, and we will be revisiting this if that's not true. But make sure that you actually scan the QR code and come compete with us. You go to CompeteTFT.com. You can check out the competitive circuit for set 18 and just all of the different ways that you can actually participate in the circuit. And we're just one stream also that you can watch the action. Make sure you also check out all of our incredible co-streamers that are also covering our grand finals today, and we'll also be covering the Tactician's Crown. You can check them out also in alternative languages. That way you can all hopefully have a great time. We're almost getting ready to get started. So what do you guys think? What are you hoping for today? Final bucket list item.
Well, I love to see our players get off to fast starts in Checkmate. Getting to check in 3 games is an incredible feat, and also opens up the possibility of ending it in 4, which is just like an absolute statement going to the tech round. So that's what I'm looking for.
He just wants a quick day.
No. I love TFT. I want more of it, but I'm just saying for the narrative, it's good for them.
Yeah. I want to see the variance, right? Everyone, obviously, normally you start slow or normal to get points, but then everyone will try to play Anima. But everyone knows he's playing Anima, he's going for the win, so the griefing will start. So I love the level of play that happens when you know you cannot let someone win, or you are trying to win yourself, because it's different. It's another TFT. It's not ladder TFT that you only want your points and play 100, 200, 700 games. So, I mean, I love it today. It's pure magic. It's pure energy, and it's a day to enjoy.
I want someone to hit a 3-star 5 cost. That would be the dream. It hasn't happened yet, I think, between the 2 weekends. So we're going to get a Silver Scrapes lobby. The final 2 are going to make a race to roll down, and we're going to get the 3-star 5 cost.
I like it.
To win it all.
I like it.
That's cinema.
That's a way to go out there. Basically, the Robin walk, but instead you just do it in game. That'd be pretty sick.
I want to see it so badly, but it is going to be such an amazing time. Ace is actually bringing up a point too. I don't think we've seen even a 3-star forecast yet. Okay, so maybe I'm dreaming a little too big. Maybe it needs to just be a 3-star forecast first.
Okay, but they have looked for it. And we saw it yesterday a few times. They were actually
That's
sailing
true.
and going for the front.
Look for like a Nunu forecast.
Okay.
True.
You know, Nunu
Could be.
3-star might be fun, but look at everybody. Soji's hydrated. He's locked in.
He's sitting up. What is wrong?
Kai,
here?
wait. Kai Wing's meeples have kappa juice hats.
Oh,
It's updated. He's scaling. Uh-oh. Okay, I want to change my vote.
Okay. Yeah,
Kai Wing's gonna win now. Kai Wing in 4.
The aura.
Okay.
Yep.
So
Yep.
funny.
Also,
It'll be good.
Darno, we know he normally has the standing desk and he walks, but now he's dancing. He has the headphone there. I truly believe he's hearing music. So looking for a ramp here to start. I love it. It's like good movement there.
Upset Max was eyes closed and meditating to get ready to go for the first game.
Nice.
And before that first game, we are going to be tossing things over to Gangly and Asa to kick things off.
Thank you so much to the Analyst Desk for breaking down that pre-show, bringing us through everything you need to know about the final day. Asa, we should just get this out of the way first. Everyone else kind of got to bring their bias to the field and say who they're rooting for. What's your prediction? What are you seeing today?
I'm gonna say Dish Soap. This guy, he said he's super well prepped. I think he's just had such good dominance for the game for so long. I just think he's the favorite today.
I mean, it's hard to ever doubt Dish Soap, right? If you watched during set 13, his Into the Arcane run was the most dominant run we've ever seen from a player in TFT's history. If you just look at the stats alone, it was like a 3.2 average placement across all of the competitive tournaments into a win at the Tactician's Crown. You know, my head says dank memes. I think this guy is not only an incredible player, but also extremely good at converting high roll into first. But my heart is rooting for Upset Max because I actually can't remember the last time we had a true underdog who did not have strong tournament results leading up to the regional finals go all the way to win regionals. So I would just love to see it. I think his story of going from play-ins to where he is now would make Upset Max a really interesting winner for the history of our game.
Absolutely. I mean, one day, all these players played really well to get here. Anyone can take it, but we have a pretty interesting opener. I believe this is going to be a 1-component opener, which means normally you get 3 components and 6 gold. But the less components you get, the more gold you have, which means everyone will be super rich. Oh, it's 2 components. Even still, extra gold for the entire lobby.
Yeah, lots of people making 10 on 1-4. And you can do that even while holding a bunch of units as well. So there's a world where someone's even making 20.
Solid combo. Let's see it.
Yeah, one time. I don't think we've seen that one yet.
Please, for the fans.
Upset Max taking Expedition is something that does fit into the playstyle we've seen from Upset Max for his entire career, being very willing to play Lost Streak style. Darth Nub takes Caretaker's Ally into Jinx.
Okay, Jinx is really good. Yeah, I mean, this is one of the premier reroll comps because of the power of the 3-star Jinx. So it's a good hit.
Highwing taking slightly magical roll, which has been, I think, fair to say one of the premier silver augments this entire set. There are a bunch of outs that give you just so much power, and was able to get the spatula opener. And I think it's fair to say that this whole weekend emblems have been coming at a premium. So I imagine you have to be pretty happy if you're Kaiwing there.
Absolutely. You roll 1 dice, so there's six possible results. Each result is like a little bit better than if you take exactly like what you're looking for, and then if you roll a 6, you get the spatula and a component, which is what everyone's really hoping for when they get. So Kaiwing's definitely very happy with that.
Dish Soap did have the Samira and Orin off of stage 1. And so you have to imagine that you know, he's kind of hoping that it's a gold augment. He's able to just lock in 2 tanky, but instead does take the, I forget the name of this. Is it Conjuring something? It's the rod augment that when you do AP,
Continuous
you eventually
Conjuration?
Yeah, I think
don't
that's
know.
it. You eventually get more rods. That's what he's aiming for. And so the nice thing is he still gets to play into the Space Groove line, right? But rather than playing around the Samira, he can instead aim to play into the Nami, which has been more traditional for this patch anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. We
Caretaker
saw
plus
that
Jinx.
he already had five Space Groove with the Teemo and the Nasus sitting on the bench. So Dish Soap, a player who does like to select his line early if possible, pretty much already has that laid out for him. So pretty comfortable position.
Upset Max sitting with Expedition, like we called out before. And if you don't know much about this guy, let me just give you a little primer. For context, coming into this weekend of play, Upset Max's career first or eighth rate was roughly 36%. And if you consider that there are 8 placements you can go, every placement should be about 12.5% chance of getting each individual one. That means that number should be about 25%. So a little over 11 percentage points higher than the average player going first or eighth tells you that he's extremely likely to play a volatile style. And I think this game that we're watching right now is a great example of that. Playing Expedition, playing full open, making lots of early econ, and actually was able to find a win there. So it might have ended up just against an even weaker board, but Max has been a player that's been very likely to go first over the last 2 weekends. And I think for that reason, even though he's an underdog, it does give him a leg up in the checkmate format. He's willing to kind of risk it all and flip the game even really early.
Absolutely, yeah. He's been opening a lot. Sacrificing his HP for Econ is a kind of high variance style. I might have gotten a win against Kaiwan, who's playing 0 units on his board to maximize his Econ.
That would do it.
Again, keep in mind there's the Econ opener, which is really good for Expedition, which makes you lose gold, but it's not as impactful when you have extra to begin with. You can still make those Econ breakpoints.
6 experience offered from Ari, and then the Scuttle Party offered from Echo. It does look like it is a unanimous take of Echo. Oh, actually, apart from K3 Soju, who it seems like is the one player willing to take the immediate XP and also sitting on a loss streak. So normally I actually would have expected that to be from someone maybe who wanted to apply a bit more immediate pressure. But Soju sees something in the Ari XP rather than taking the additional econ from Echo later on.
Yeah, that's pretty surprising. The Echo Scuttle Party basically gives you more econ, but it's delayed. So taking the RE could give you that immediate level up power spike. But yeah, I do think it's quite surprising Soji with Anima in on 3 loss taking that.
Let's talk about the Expedition line for a moment. So this is something I've seen a lot of people play Expedition, and the primary line that I've seen has been mech. The reasons that I have understood that to be is that mech is, you don't have to buy as many units, right? Because you can upgrade them, you can go to level 8 and find your Mighty Mech 2, your Aurelian Soul 2, and the rest of the pieces are a little bit more interchangeable. Are there any other lines you really consider to be a reasonable out when you're playing this line?
Yeah, so the Expedition augment was added in this set. It's been really powerful all set. The cash out, it gives you a Radiant Masterwork, so you can choose what Radiant item you give. It's really good on the mech line because you make a unit take up 2 unit slots. So anytime you have these Radiant items, investing them on units where you funnel all your resources into one unit is really good. So it's good with reroll lines as well. But really, any composition can use Radiance. So if you just have the right units, maybe you natural them or get them from the stage 3 Pengu, you can really play any line with it, or really just uncontested as well.
So we'll have to check back in later to see where Upset Max is heading. I think we'll get a better idea of once we start to see him slam some items, but he's got plenty of time before he needs to really lock in anything. As we are on our last fight, Darth Noob, Dish Soap are the 2 players who are contesting a 5 win. We can see it is Konda's camera there, but don't be fooled. This is Darth Noob, his board that we're seeing right here with the Caretaker's Jinx. So Darth Noob able to lock in the 5 win streak, and it looks like Dish Soap might have been able to do it as well. And that does give you a lot of econ going into stage 3. Remember that you do get additional gold per turn on interest, and that threshold changes on your 5 win streak. So now you're getting an extra bit of gold every turn that you're able to maintain that win streak.
Yeah, streaking into neutrals is really important because you also get your streak gold on neutrals. So super important. It may just sound like 1 or 2 gold here or there, but those minor edges make a really, really big difference at this level of play. Soju actually lost his anima streak on 2-5, but then was able to win 2-6, which is actually huge because winning that round would give you 1 for winning the round, 1 for streak, and 1 for streak on neutrals. So immediately a 3 gold swing. So it's really nice when you can like lose streak into win streak or the other way around.
Just so getting so much value off of the early Orns, having 2 of them on your board where they're generating that item early. You mentioned before this is a low component opener. Only 2 components came in stage 1, meaning that when you have effectively 4 components being airdropped onto your board from having an Orn, or having 2 Orns rather on your board, did give Dishope just the little bit of additional board strength that he needed. Now he's able to get 5 Space Groove on as well. So even though you have no other synergies on this board, 5 Space Groove in particular gives you so much scaling damage.
Yeah, it's going up against Darthnub, both 100 streaking, so I'll just put the tier on the Gwen. Able to slam the adaptive in time if he goes up against a strong opponent. But the Jinx 2 with 3 items, is it going to be enough?
Yeah, Darthnub's board just looks really powerful here. The Rek'Sai upgraded, the Jinx just seems, too much. And the items are interesting from Darthnub. The Rageblade Slam, it kind of signals to me that this is not going to be Jinx reroll, even though you do have like the Primordian opener, all the pieces around it. I think we might have seen Konda leaning into Jinx with Carve a Path. So I think Darthnub is likely just going to be tempoing around the Jinx 2 that he gets early game and finding a different line to play later.
The Caretakers gives you a Jinx every time you level up, so a lot of times you're not really trying to reroll with this. And from Darthnub's position, with a strong board right now, full win streak giving him strong econ, I think he's going to want to go into like a fast 9 line to really take advantage of this high roll position to cap out into like a first.
A ton of sense. VCLF on the other side is taking, this is on a roll alongside, wait, what is his Caretakers? Do we actually know?
It's Jax, so he's going to go into a Lulu reroll.
Okay.
You'll go level 7 instead of level 8, so you won't you'll get 1 less Jax, then you go level 8, but still really good going level 7, getting a lot of Jaxes.
Oh, Soju on the other side, level 7. I believe he's one of 2 players. Dank Memes, another one of the players in the lobby. Oh, 3 players have actually gone 7 on 3-2 because of how much econ was introduced in this game in stage 1. And it looks like Soju is going to be able to maintain a win streak over VCLF. As I can imagine, Darthnub and Dank Memes will likely do the same. The question is, at what point in time do they all run into each other?
Yeah, the longer these strong players can avoid each other and keep their streak, it's just going to be really good for both of them and really bad for the rest of the lobby who are going to have to contend with these powerhouses who have the HP to work with and the extra econ from streak.
Oh, also, even though Soju did have his anima streak snapped, it did look like he got the 100 cash out. We did see an anima item on that Aurora, which signals, I think, why he felt very comfortable leveling so aggressively. Even though I'm sure he would have wanted to be able to get a much higher cash out and play for a super high cap. Instead, he's able to use that drip econ and then immediately pivot out of the lost streak anima into saying like, hey, you know what? I can get a little bit more board strength and now contest for a streak all the way through stage 3. And thus far, it's working for him.
Yeah, he went 4 loss into 4 wins, so really kind of like the perfect setup. Oh, but loses to Darthnub.
Wow.
And, I mean, Darthnub has just been destroying everyone's streak with this Jinx 2. Yeah, most likely going into the Rageblade on Vex, and the Hand of Justice is really good on Graves, and that Vex Fast 9 comp, a lot of times you'll play Aatrox and Akali, and Akali's Nova bonus gives everyone crit, so the Hand of Justice is just a really efficient item in that comp.
Sense. We're on board with Konda right now, who is playing into that Jinx reroll. traditionally, when you're trying to play any sort of 2-cost reroll, the most textbook way to play this line is to make sure that you're streaking on stage 3. It's really important to win these fights because as you get into stage 4, you'll start to taper off, and when you get to stage 5, unless you can find something to hit that next cap of your board, you will normally start bleeding out until you'll kind of land in that 3rd or 4th place. That's traditionally where you're landing, and I would say, given the board that we're seeing right now, it feels like Conda probably feels pretty decent about his position. I mean, he has upgraded Jinx, he has the upgraded Maokai, he doesn't have the Akali or the Belveth upgraded, so I think, I wouldn't be surprised if he dug a little bit deeper to get there, but you have the freedom to scout around and see what matchups you're feeling confident about. So I think Conda in a pretty good position to be able to get that top 4 with the Jinx.
Yeah, it's unfortunate he lost 3-2, but there's a lot of really strong boards here. VCLF, of course, also rolling on stage 3. VCLF rolling all the way down to 0 gold. Of course, the stargazer of this game is Medallion, so getting that 2-star Lulu prints more and more gold the higher her star level is with Medallion, so VCLF looking for that as early as possible.
Darth Noob losing that win streak finally, I think kind of a breath of fresh air for the rest of the lobby. They can breathe now that they know there will not be one person who is just steamrolling every single win going into stage 4. Kai Wang has been able to maintain his loss streak all the way through stage 3 though, as Upset Max has been contesting him. They have not fought each other yet, but they could now, as we see Dank Memes, another player who had leveled to 7 early, also had his streak lost, but had a bit of a mixed bag of win-loss through this stage. Going to take another hit, though, against another level 7 player here, as he will be able to pick up the Leona 3 going into stage 4. So that's a win, at least.
Yeah, at least he lost 3 rounds and won 2 rounds, but he was at least able to win the 2 in a row, and then streak into neutrals as well. So a decent bit of extra gold from the ordering of his matchmaking, which is a lot better than going alternate every single round, which is very possible. It's just kind of up to the fates.
Kai Wang doing some of the roll down right now. Curious to see how far he goes. Hasn't actually hit that much, so... Oh, wow. Finds a blitz.
Huge.
That's huge. Do need the Nami, though. We're not going to be quite stable without finding that Nami. Also getting the Samira is nice as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised he rolled this steep. But I mean, there are a lot of actions, and getting these component anvils, I mean, maybe it's a good choice because these component anvils do take up a lot of time. But I think by rolling deeper on neutrals, he sacrifices a little bit of econ compared to doing it on this round, but you trade that econ for valuable time.
Judging on how he's acting right now, it actually still feels like there is quite a bit to do, and only 5 seconds left on the clock. So I think actually probably the correct decision was made to do so much on neutrals. As we can see, he still had a little bit of time to make sure his board was reasonably positioned. He's getting his component anvils popped right before the fight starts. Still losing a little bit of value, but overall, I think he recognized that he believed he needed a little bit of extra time, and it seems to be paying off for him.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that if you ever lose this round because you don't have your items on in time, that's worth way more than the 4 gold you would lose from rolling to 10 instead of making 50 on neutrals, like a lot of players would intuitively do.
Okay, 4-2 Prismatic is going to be
I feel like
quite
Kylie
a
needs some
swing.
econ.
Looks like he agrees.
Yeah, this gives you a little bit of econ and also some nice items.
Yeah, I mean, Golden Gamble, I'm sure you would much rather have the Radiant, but of the options he had, it was the only one that gave him a little bit of money right off the bat. And worst case scenario is that he actually gets 3 items on his Riven.
Yeah, it's actually quite good. I think the red buff would be my choice here, but Kai Wang probably thinking about Shojin as well. Nami, really good with mana items because Space Groove gives her an extra proc every single time she casts, and Shojin is the one that makes her cast the most. But red buff, just securing that anti-heal and not having to worry about it later is really nice.
Thinking very hard about this third option. Okay. Ends up going with the Infinity Edge just to get a little bit more damage. And
Yeah.
he will have a lot of damage coming through on the space board. The space groove board always has a lot of damage. The question is, can your Ornn 2 hold up long enough to let the rest of your team ramp up? And you do see that Ornn's going to fall. A lot of that front line is actually going to fall to the side of Upset Max, the other Lost Streak player who is looking to spike really hard at the beginning of stage 4. And Kaiwei might just die. He goes down to 2 HP.
Yeah, it's really scary. Kaiwei doesn't have a 4-cost tank. Oh, he does now, which is a really big deal. And he also prioritized these Nami items, and being only on the 1-star Nami, honestly, like, he wasn't that rich, so I think it would be a little unreasonable to expect to have 2-star 4-cost frontline and backline. But he definitely needs it, so maybe he'll be able to get that from the Pengu if he wins this round.
On the other side, Disho ends up taking new recruit, an augment that I think it's gone from being considered extremely good to terrible and now somewhere in between. It has like a very reasonable AP flex board, but the Riven's going to make its way into the back line. Kaiwei, I mean, looks very stable into these kinds of boards. I guess Upset Max is, again, one of those boards that is aiming to be a little bit stronger than the average stage 4 board.
Yeah, Distos actually has a Space Groove board, so he was looking to just play Nami, but was not able to find the Nami. So he kind of has a mix where he's carrying an Aurelion Soul 2, but he's playing like a Teemo and a Gwen on his board, and even a Nasus that are not really helping his Aurelion Soul 2. So I expect Distos to kind of transition out of these Space Groove units into more synergistic units for his Aurelion Soul, but we'll have to see what Distos ends up doing. It's a really tough position when you kind of hit like half of each board.
Yeah, has the 2 Vanguard frontline right now, so if you can get the pieces, there's a world where you can get, even a Morgana 2 and feel really nice, but you can go deeper into the Vanguard stuff, you can go into Voyagers, you could even tech in maybe some sort of like 2 Brawler setup as well if you land on the Nami still. But you can see he's really thinking about the way he wants to play out the rest of the stage.
Yeah, he wants to end in Space Groove, which is why he's keeping the Gwen and the Teemo, because it's just a stronger composition, but he will need to hit 2 Namis in order for that to actually be stronger, which will be pretty hard to do, given how much gold he has and how contested it is. Soju also has a Nami too.
It's a 3-way contested Space Groove. It's going to make it very unlikely that all 3 of those players find Nami 2. Dank Memes is playing the LeBlanc. We've seen this competition be very strong and stable throughout the weekend, but Kaiwei's board's able to rip through it.
Yeah, we see Dank Memes also stuck on LeBlanc pair, 1-star LeBlanc. Also playing a contested comp. Upset Max took a Prismatic Commerce Core in order to hit the LeBlanc 2, making it harder for Dank Memes to hit.
Sitting on 14 rerolls, and this is where if you are Upset Max, sitting on all of those rerolls with 14, you have not that much left to upgrade on your board that you can reasonably hit on 8. He already had the Morgana 2, already had Karma 2, LeBlanc 2. You aren't expecting to hit 5 costs, and so for Upset Max, I think you're kind of sitting tight, holding your breath, and saying, please let me win enough fights that I can go to 9, and then I'll get so much value. Or, there's a world where maybe you try to backdoor a 3-star 4 cost, but on a contested composition, it's just so unlikely that you're ever finding a 3-star 4 cost.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Dank Memes. Oh wow. Dank Memes and Kaiwei both on the verge of death. Kaiwei did find that Nami too, just in the nick of time. As this fight looks close enough that I don't know if he would have won without this hit.
And that's beating K3 Soju, who is sitting at 50 gold on a 6-win streak. He's not worried about winning against Kaiwei right there, right? He is sacking his HP. If he gets a win, he'll take it, but he is much more worried about going to 9.
Yeah, it's very, very scary still for Kaiwei, right? Who is barely able to win against Soju sitting on 50 gold. What's going to happen if he goes up against someone like Darthnub, who's making his Fast 9 transition right now? All these players on 1 life have to be very afraid of him.
Oh, it looks like Upset Max did end up using a lot of those rerolls. Now we're seeing Darthnub finds Fiora 2, finds Vex 2 that's on the bench there. Is there any upgraded front line here? Because that tends to be one of the big problems with these Fast 9 boards, that you can find the carries and they are extremely strong, but you still need to be able to buy time. Oh, it is Blitz 2 and Shen 2. Okay, so there's a lot of upgraded front line here.
Yeah, Blitzer and Shen 2 are both fighters, so you would prefer one of these other 4 costs to be upgraded, actually. But he'll probably use... Oh, he's using Rost as a main tank. Very interesting. I would have expected to use Shen. Shen still shields himself with his ability, but yeah, Darth Nub is a math expert in NA, and if he says Rost is the strongest tank, then I believe him.
Ooh. The Titans backline. Had to find a way to use those last components. Opts to not make triple Rage Blade. Instead, get a little bit more upfront damage once you get those 25 stacks. He takes a really bad loss, actually, to Upset Max, who stayed 8, and it looks like used a lot of his rolls to cap out at anything else that was not upgraded. Ended up finding... Actually, I'm not sure if that board wasn't much upgraded at all. Maybe he didn't have the new 2, but either way, Max able to take a really nice win against Darth Noob, who's now sitting at 4 HP and is at death's door.
Yeah, it's really scary for Darth Noob. I feel like... Yeah, he's debating whether he wants to do the Anomaly on the Vex or the Graves, and decides to put on the Vex. Oh, Blitzcrank. Wow, another unexpected. Yeah, I think he thinks the items are more suited to Blitzcrank. Interesting. I'm surprised he split his items like this, but this guy's a king, so...
Okay, it looks like it is not going to be enough, though. Honda's Jinx board is just running over Darth, as Darth will fall here. There's a world where maybe Kai Wang can bail him out. As of right now, though, it looks like Darth Noob might be taking 7th place. Upset Max will fall right behind him in 6th. We're getting really close to our top 4. And keep in mind, this is the checkmate format. So 20 points is the goal. Obviously, even if you go 8th in the first few games, there's plenty of games left to be had, especially given the nature of checkmate, where you can grief the person and stop them from winning the game after they've reached 20 points. But I think if you're any of these players, I mean, obviously, you want to start off with a strong start. Momentum is so real in TFT, and especially in a tournament like this with such high stakes, starting off your day on the right foot means a lot. And Dishop has pivoted this board entirely, like you said, Asa, but did not land on the space groove.
Yeah, I think Dishop played this game extremely well. I'm not just saying that because I picked him to win the tournament, but I think a lot of players here would have just stayed on the space groove, itemized the Nami 1, and then just stayed on that board for the rest of the entire game. But Dishop managed to find a top 4 by abandoning his entire game plan and finding this Aurelion Soul mech line. Although, I'm kind of surprised he's not itemizing the mech 2 over the Morgana. I guess, like, again, like these TPC players, they know best for sure. I might be a bit behind on the meta.
Yeah, maybe. It could be an item thing, perhaps, that he feels it's better suited to have 3-item Morgana there. K3 Soju was going 9, and we saw ended up making it there on that Nami board. And Conda and VCLF, the 2 Brazilians left here in the top 8, both playing reroll. Conda on the Jinx and VCLF on the Lulu reroll, and it's been working out for them.
And just have switched the item, so I think he probably just ran out of time.
Maybe,
I mean,
yeah.
it just goes to show you the value of time in this game. So a lot of players, I think a lot of lower ranked players never roll on neutrals, but just remember, like 30 seconds is worth a lot more than like 4 gold a lot of times.
Everything just explodes on the side of Dishop as he's going to take his 4th and get out. K3 Soju will find another win, and VCLF continuing the streak. We'll have to see. Okay, it looks like VCLF and Conda are going to be fighting each other. Soju will have a ghost fight. And
yeah, we haven't seen
VCLF. We're
VCLF
really seeing this board. It's looking quite strong.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the caretakers into the honor roll. Honor roll is such a good augment for this board in particular, where you're trying to actually 3-star a lot of different units. So every time you get an upgrade, you get a little bit of extra value. 3-2 silver augment usually gives you like 15 gold. He's probably gotten like 30 gold from this.
Be a very important fight in the long term, especially if Soju does end up winning out. Likely whoever wins this fight will be the person who is going to be going second, assuming Soju can win out. So VCLF will take a loss there. He's got a little bit more room to grow, right? Has not hit the Pantheon 3 yet. And
Oh, absolutely.
Konda,
Yeah.
Konda does look like he's reached very close to his cap. He can still find the Kindred too, which is not nothing, but the Pantheon will give that board a lot more time, and that's the nature of these casting compositions of the Lulu and Melio. It's not, damage doesn't just come linearly, right? Oftentimes it's just about getting to the next cast, and if you get one extra cast, that can be thousands of damage added to your board.
Yeah, I think VCL can beat Konda for sure. He has a lot left to still upgrade for his board, right? Like you said, the Pantheon 3, but also able to level up, whereas Konda kind of doesn't have any gold or potential to improve his board. He can go level 8, but he doesn't really have the gold to find 2 more Kindreds that he needs to really make a difference.
This would be quite the statement for VCLF, who really struggled since the merging of the regions in set 11 to maintain that air of dominance he had over the Brazilian scene prior to set 11. And this is the first time we've really seen him back in form, having 2 strong finishes in the trials in the early parts of the set, and then dominating week 1 of the regional finals before making it to the top 8. This is the first time we've really seen him in a form like this since we saw him at the Tacticians Crown stage so long ago. He's going to take a hit here, likely is not going to be winning out this game, and Soju seems to have put his stamp on that already, but a great statement for both Konda and VCLF thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. Both playing reroll lines, so getting this second and third. I think with Medallion Lulu, it caps out a little bit lower than the other Lulus, but it's a little bit more reliable since it prints gold for you. You have a kind of lower floor, so I think VCLF's got to be pretty happy. And just based on the matchmaking, I think VCLF is about to fight Soju's Real and probably die. Konda gets a Ghost fight, which means he most likely will survive, but we'll have to see if VCLF's Ghost can absolutely crush him.
We will have to see for right now. K3 Soju, he found not only his first, but also his second tournament victory in solos this set, and it's been looking really strong up against VCLF, who was able to upgrade so much, but no, is able to take it over him. Konda also going to be dying in the wings. K3 Soju, 2-time TPC champ thus far, is off to a good start to maybe win his first regional finals.
That's true. Soju got a second in regionals way back in set 7 Dragonlands, but hasn't really won that many tournaments for how good he is. So it'd be really exciting to see the fan favorite pick up a win here.
We always say it's good for TFT when Soju does well, because you know there are lots of eyes over on that guy. It was a great game 1 to get us started, but I'm going to send it over to the analyst desk to break down everything that we just saw and give you a little bit more info as well.
That's my streamer. That's my streamer, K3 Soju. My goodness. Fans rise up, though, because that was a masterclass of a game. CLE, Hope-san, and I are back to break down that action. And we were definitely noticing something specifically about Soju's play was, you know, he is been open to playing some more of those creative lines. You know, being able to talk to Dish Soap at the end of that first day of play for week 2. Soju was one of the competitors that Dish Soap shouted out, even though he didn't necessarily call it a study group. They were still prepping together for this event, and both of them playing 2 games of Corki, when that's been an overlooked 4-cost unit.
Yeah, in this game, we see him playing counter lobby once again. The only player to choose Ari twice will be K3 Soju, getting to level 10, using that to the best of his ability, and that is where the cap comes from, being able to win this game.
Yeah, for Konda committing to the reroll line here with the Jinx, and then Darknoob was in a difficult position because he was playing that line, and you see Konda, you see the crazy man on the other side that is always playing reroll, and you know he will defend, so he tries to pivot into a fast knight and it doesn't work at the end. Only 2 players playing AD and 6 players playing AP. The meta is fully developing into that AP flex line that you were saying, Negra.
And you can see how that really took shape in this lobby because 4 of those competitors that were actually playing those AP 4 cost lines went bot 4. I would guess, well, Darth, well, bot 5, I suppose, because of what you said about Darth Noob. But you're right. I think like the fact that you got the Jinx from the Caretaker's ally, I think there was always a very strong choice to be able to try to go for that reroll. But then the fact that Kondo was there, he's like, never mind. I think I will pass on trying to contest the reroll. That really did push him into a spot where it was really hard to get back out of that hole. Took that 7th.
And one of the things that really shaped this lobby was the final ones being prismatic. So if your prismatic augment really fit what you were looking for in the late game, whether that's extra items, either bronze for life or VCLF, you get to see these boards really come to life when you get the extra prismatic power.
Yeah, 100% agree. I mean, BCLF with the using the Lulu, and normally we see Lulu up and down. Sometimes winning, sometimes not. We see him there on 3rd place. We're doing some assumptions here, Neka. We're saying 4 games. We remember Title that did that possibility. I'm saying 6, but of course this is only the start of the game, and Soju on the lead. He wants to close it early.
I said Soju in 6. I'm going to just like put that out there. But you know what? A good 4th place from Dish Soap, especially because he was angling towards playing the 4 cost AP lines, and have noticed very early on when he was looking at the other boards that it was going to be very difficult to actually get the Nami upgraded, which was one of the item holders that he had, and realized, okay, well, I hit an ASOL 2. I may as well try to flex around the rest of the board in order to hit the carry that I actually got. And so that's where another player that I'm looking at alongside Soju, since they did talk about working together, needing to find those creative outs, because we both heard from Dish Soap, he doesn't want to play contested. He needs to find those avenues where he can get all the champions that he wants for his board.
And with the lobby and checkmate being the way that the format works today, every point's going to matter until you get to 20, right? So for Soju, he's in a great spot to get there the fastest. For Dank Memes, my prediction's already ruined. He can't even win in 4 because we can't get to that in 4 games. It's fine. It happens. This is why they call it predictions, not actual reality yet. But I know he'll make a comeback.
Yeah, Offset Max, I wanted to mention, he also took a risk. Even though he played LeBlanc, he played the Anima, the Expeditionist, the Augment, and this enabled him to maybe try a possibility of win out. Of course, it wasn't strong enough. And also, Soju used Anima for a little while, just trying to get the 100, getting the small item that is not amazing, but it helps. It gives you stats, you have additional carries. So always trying to get that small edge, and that's one of the reasons he got the 1st place. A decent board, humble if you will, enough to get a 1st place and get the monsters.
Wow, Konda though picking up 2 of the sword augments, both just to get so many items to be able to itemize all the carries on that reroll. I felt like he was definitely swimming in combat power in that sense. But we are about to get ready to go for the 2nd game. AP, I know AP Flex is going to be very popular for the rest of the day, but do you believe at all in any of these competitors straying away from that? Or is AP Flex really just in a spot where that has to be the comp to beat? You have to opt into playing it.
I do think one of the interesting things that comes with these final lobbies is they all got here by playing the best. And right now, the best lines have been around AP Flex. So if they've all got here by playing the best lines the best way, it's hard to switch off that right now. And so it might be a little bit more contested, but I'm sure a lot of our players have, things up their sleeve when it comes to checkmate. And, they've played TFT a lot, so they'll figure it out.
Yeah, I think it's like a Pareto, right? You have the 80% that are looking for that AP Flex Anima, and then maybe a 20% Necra could play Graves Vex that we know is good, but it's so difficult. You need so many gold. So it's actually, again, risk versus reward. AP Flex is easier to get there, like slowly, but if you risk it and try to play Vex with the Graves fully stacked with Assault and all the improvement, it's also a purely win outcome.
But we did see a couple of competitors in the last couple of days fall into the trap of you see the early Graves, like you really want to make sure that you're getting those upgrades, but then where's the rest of the board? Because it can be very expensive to keep that Graves on it, and especially if you don't have the other priorities right with your composition, then it might spell disaster for you. Next game is upon us. You see the points leader right now, K3 Soju, after taking a 1st place. Can he keep up that momentum? And on the bottom, can Dank Memes get back in this? One way to find out, and that's to throw it back over to our casters, Gangly and Asa, to talk us through the game.
Thank you all so much. Now, Asa, I'm going to tell a story, and I'm going to ask you to help me with this, because we're talking about a couple of things here, okay? K3 Soju winning that last game, something that stood out to me is that in the last 2 tournaments that he won, he only won 1 game, and that was the final game to win the tournament. Soju has historically been this very low win rate player. In fact, if you look at his career stats, he has the lowest win rate in this entire lobby, sitting at only about 12%. Now, what really stood out about the last game that made me think about this is that when we normally think about players who win games, we often think of the player who is opening on stage 2 or is playing really risky. And Soju did not do that last game. Instead, I actually felt like he won that game playing the exact way we normally see Soju, which is play fast tempo, try to build a strong board, and normally that leads to him getting a lot of middle placements. But that game, that's not what happened. He played high tempo. We saw him being the only person taking Ari, getting high XP, leveling early, and then he was able to actually navigate that to a first place finish. What's the difference there? That sometimes that playstyle gives you a first and sometimes it just gives you a 5th.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, Soju makes a lot of decisions that give him that really good AVP that we've seen over several sets. But a lot of those decisions are not going to get you those first place. He's going to invest his gold aggressively to save HP. That'll prevent him from getting the really low placements, but a lot of times that, and also invest his item components really aggressively. Maybe take augments that give you more early power instead of late power. If you make all those decisions and you high roll enough, you can still get it first like we saw. But I do think when Soju makes it to checkmate, I think Soju is very capable of switching up his playstyle and playing a more first or 8th comp, which is really what we saw a lot during the EWC and 4vs4, where he had to get a lot first place in order to win the game for his team. I think he's very capable of playing for that.
We are seeing silver augments coming through, handful of snap picks of the slightly magical roll from VCLF and Upset Max. Konda's thinking a lot about that decision, though. We can still see he hadn't quite decided yet. Slightly magical roll for VCLF's 2-star 2 costs and some gold. Oh, so the Jax 2. That is a great pickup if you're going to take any.
Yeah, maybe VCLF getting a second, I believe, third last game, I believe, with Lulu. Maybe is going to go for Lulu again. Stargazer is the Alter, so actually Alter probably not that good with Lulu, maybe, but we'll have to see what VCLF goes for.
An Upset Max with no units on his board once again. I love it when we get a player who really fits into a stereotype.
Yeah, even got an item from the slightly magic roll. So despite his roll giving him a really good option for tempo and having the Reforger for a potential other item slam, Upset Max says, nah, I'm going to open anyway.
And sometimes it does just come from not having an upgrade, right? What good is an extra item if you are just sitting on a bunch of one-star units and you don't actually feel you can contest a win streak anyway? So I think in that case, like you're saying, Upset Max is just kind of fallen back into his comfort zone and saying, listen, I would rather just make econ here.
Yeah, it kind of shows a playstyle like you mentioned with Soju, right? Like Soju, instead of making 10 on 2-1, chose to hold some units and actually play a board and maybe try to kill some units. Even taking an augment that gives him some early power, even with no upgrade and no item slam.
You see Darth Nub positioning in a way that kind of postures that he's looking to lose. Wasn't really doing anything.
Absolutely,
that really signaled playing for a win streak. So he'll likely be one of the players contesting a loss streak alongside Max. Maybe Dank Memes as well. We haven't quite seen exactly how he's set up, but it does seem like Dank Memes is on a 2-loss as well.
Yeah, it's kind of the difference between Soju versus Darth Nub and Upset Max, where these guys, they don't care that much about saving HP. They want to make sure they maintain that opportunity to 5 loss and have the maximum amount of econ into neutrals.
We have a handful of people taking the 1s, 2s, 3s augment. It does give you a bunch of champions on your board. One of the nice things about that augment is that sometimes it can just give you direction, but it does seem like the players who took it are actually the players who are sitting toward the bottom of the standings anyway, so Dank Meme's not locked into anything. I think we're just going to have to watch to see exactly where he wants to land.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of these players who are choosing to, instead of making econ probably on 2-2, holding a bunch of units on their bench. So Dank Meme's holding 9 gold of units on his bench. Easily could have played a slightly cheaper board and made 30, but valuing having the flexibility to go into those AP units on his bench while holding the AD units on his board.
You get your pick of components. Do you want the belt or you want the tier? And almost everybody's going to be opting for the belt there. I think Dish Soap, maybe Dank Beams. Is that a blue orb in his hand? I can't. No, he's yellow as well. So looks like maybe only Dish Soap taking the tier. Rest of the lobby all opting for Soraka there.
Yeah, absolutely. I also wonder if the God boon that where you need 2 out of 3 of the God is factoring in that decision as well.
As of right now, Conda and VCLF, the 2 Brazilians that were sitting at the top of the standings last game, are the 2 contesting the win streak. Also sitting at 6 Lissandras right now for Conda, despite being level 5, so clearly not playing around the Cho'Gath Lissandra reroll. Just kind of happens to have a bunch of them on the bench.
Yeah, they're both going up against each other right now. They both really want to win this round. Conda has a 2-item backliner, VCLF has a 2-item frontliner, but the rest of their boards are all just like 1-star. So we'll have to see who wins this battle between frontliner and backline. Conda does have the extra item.
Yep, and the Sunfire Slam is really good here because of all that true damage and percent health coming through. Makes it that even though the Jax 2 has so much more health than your board, you're able to whittle it down a little bit faster than if you were just dealing normal damage. So that's enough for Conda, especially with his gold situation. I think he's really happy about that. He was about 10 gold poorer than the rest of the lobby because of all the gold that he was holding, or the things he was holding, and the people who had already taken econ augments while he had taken the rod augment. And so I think finding a 4 win streak is kind of his way to keep up an economy against the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. Whenever you have 2 people in a 3 streak going up against each other, it's very likely that whoever wins that round ends up 5 streaking. So like VCLF, obviously with a really strong board, very likely to win this round. So that 5 streak is just so impactful because that win is not just worth the 1 goal from winning. You get streak, and then you get 2 gold a streak for the 5 streak, and that 2 gold again on neutrals.
You're also denying
so it's worth as much as like a 1, 2,
too.
3.
Yeah, that's true. And denying the streak from another player does mean that their streak will be reset. They will not be gaining that gold, and so the game is not necessarily about how much gold you have relative to your opponents, but in a way it is, because you want your board to be stronger than everybody else, and they do need money to make their board stronger.
Yeah, I mean, you have 7 opponents, so a lot of times I kind of think if you're denying someone else like 7 gold on average, is like equal to you getting 1 gold. So Conda getting like that extra 6 or 7 gold from keeping that streak, but also denying VCLF about the same amount.
Upset Max was full open on the last round in order to secure that loss streak. Dank Memes was able to do the 5 loss as well. So we'll have to check in to see where he's landed. Maybe he has Anima or something sitting on his board.
Yeah, we saw Upset Max actually go level 5, so it looked like he was trying to win some rounds at some point. Kind of surprised. Maybe, actually, I think he just leveled to beat the drugs there. Never mind, yeah.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
5 loss, and then it's like, okay, new challenger has arrived. Wow, Kaiwing has 6 jinxes.
That is a lot of jinxes for not having any augment or god blessing that gives jinxes.
We don't even have Rek'Sai too. Rek'Sai won 6 jinxes on 3-1. That is that's quite something.
Yeah, that's a crazy amount of jinxes to just find.
Components are a little scary though, I will say. Yeah, it might be a little tricky to kill all of the tiers and rods.
Yeah, Kaiway waiting for his augment before making his decision. There are some augments that give Reforgers, so maybe thinking about that. I do think a lot of these tiers in this comp, maybe he'll just make tank items with Spirit Visage. I'm not sure. We'll have to see what Kaiway decides. A lot of options, I suppose. But I would expect Spirit Visage for sure.
Another silver augment coming on. Ooh, Upset Max gets restart mission. No way. The full open into restart mission. This is the classic. The highest value restart mission you can ever find.
Yeah, I mean, I've been on record saying this for, I don't know, like 7 sets now, that restart mission I think is the best augment in the game. And yeah, hitting it when you have very low amount of units, like we talked about last game, a silver augment on 3-2 is supposed to give you about 15 gold, like we saw cognitive tax actually being a little bit worse than 15 gold. Restart mission gives you like 35 or so gold, with the downside that you lose your units, but if you have very few units to begin with, then you just have that upside.
The slams coming through seem to be indicating that we're looking to play LeBlanc again. With the Rage Blade, this has been like the premier Rage Blade holder of the patch. We saw even last game when he was playing the Expedition line, even though a lot of people like to play that in the mech, Upset Max felt very comfortable looking to play it into LeBlanc, so looks like he'll be running it back.
We also saw that LeBlanc was contested last game, right? So this kind of goes to show you the difference between, once again, Upset Max's and Soju's playstyle, where Soju's going to take the higher average placement line, whereas Upset Max is saying, hey, I'm okay playing a contested line. If I hit, I might win the game, and if I miss, then BG, go next.
A couple other augment selections. Dank Memes, who was another one of our 5 streakers, now a 7 loss streak on him. This does not look like a 7 loss streak board. Wait, what happened here? He's so rich as well.
Yeah, he was level 4 throughout stage 2, so I'm guessing he just like 5 lost stage 2, but he held his future on the bench, which is something that I think a lot of players have been doing more recently, instead of full opening it to make econ where you're going 5 loss, because you really don't want to just keep on losing stage 3. So Dank Memes, despite being on 7 loss, his board is pretty decent. I think he should be able to win some rounds in stage 3.
Also able to go 7 while still maintaining 40 gold in interest. So I think, yeah, he's in a position where he, if not streaking this stage, certainly is going to be saving a lot of HP. Soju is once again playing the same exact style that has been his throughout his entire career, of play high tempo, trying to win streak as best he can, playing around this Melio 2, which does so much damage in the mid game, just kind of throwing around a bunch of units around it.
Yeah, just potentially looks like could be going to Corki. Already has a lot of the units for it. Doesn't have the items yet, but even on that Corki board, you can just carry the Melio for a little bit and then get the Corki online by your stage 4, stage 5. We'll have to see what Soju goes for. He obviously has the AP item, so he could just go into AP, but he's not really holding the AP board units.
Upset Max was not able to continue his streak, which a little surprising, but there are a lot of strong boards, and considering there are some reroll players as well, people who are going to be spiking on stage 3. So Max is going to be going level 7. Dank Memes is already there. Darthnub will join him. And Konda, who was holding on to the 6 Lysanders that we saw early, very, very obviously earlier on, was not trying to play into the reroll. Ended up taking Branching Out and hit Anima Spat. Probably not what you want to see on 3-2.
Oh wow, he's actually gonna use it?
Oh.
Very surprising. I would have expected him to just reforges. From this spot, it's very unlikely to get more than like a 100 cash out, which is the gold equivalent value of like 3 gold. So I would have expected him to just reforge it now, but I mean, hey, he figures you're already playing some of these units, you might as well just take what you get and probably reforge it later on in the game.
UCLF, who was on the 2-star Jax, I think there was a Kraken slammed on the Talon. So if that is the case, and playing on Altar, does signal to the rest of the lobby that he'll be trying to play this Xayah composition, which I don't think we actually saw any Xayahs. Yeah, okay, there is the Kraken there. I don't think we saw any Xayahs in the last game. But Xayah, to me, has felt like a composition that can cap really high, but sometimes gets stuck on level 8. And in those positions where you're stuck on level 8 and not able to get to the Jhin, not able to get to level 9, it just feels really hard to top 4 from that position.
Yeah, Xayah is dependent on the Stargazer, so we don't see it that much in Medallion, which gives damage amp based on the number of 3 stars you have. So you're playing Sniper, which already gives way more damage amp, so you're not getting a lot of value from that. And you're going to have 0 3 stars. So it makes sense that no one played Xayah last game, but on Ultra with VCLF with the Jax opener, and VCLF also has Pandora's really, really good augment for Xayah, because her best in slot requires 4 bows.
Dish Soap back on the Aurelion Soul up against Upset Max, who we saw before, but this time is a Morgana as well. Despite Dish Soap having a pretty strong board, it's going to fall to Max, who has been stabilizing his HP, and the HP disparity is not actually that crazy. There are a lot of games you'll see players just full open, 10 loss, and go into stage 4 with 20 HP, right? We have 15.
Yeah, I think last
game. Yeah, literally last game.
With Kaiway and Upset Max.
This time, Darth Nub being at the bottom at 45 HP kind of signals that it's been a kind of a bloody lobby of people really trying to contest stage 3 and not give up a bunch of free wins.
Yeah, Darth Nub also took a recon bob, but it looked like a pretty mild recon bob. He doesn't have any 5 costs and only this Morgana as a 4 cost that he's holding. Maybe he had a bunch of 4 costs and missed what he was looking for, but clearly looking to go into a Space Groove line here with good Nami items, a lot of Space Groove units. Probably going to roll on 4-2 for that. And hopefully it won't be as contested as last game.
I'm very curious to see what he does with his items here. I think a lot of people, when they kind of know that the double Nashers is really strong, and people can be tempted to make that, but recognizing he has 2 tiers on the bench as well and not enough frontline items, I think this is a great example of good item economy, of recognizing that, hey, I need to make shred for my AP users right now anyway, and so don't get baited by whatever you see listed on your favorite TFT stats website. You got to make what makes sense for your board.
Yeah, a lot of times your best in slot, as I mentioned for Xayah earlier, requiring 4 bows. Kraken Slayer versus Deathblade, or like Shojin versus Nashor on Nami. A lot of times your best in slot is only a couple or like 5 percentage points stronger, and it's better to just have all your components being used as opposed to sitting on 2 unused components and making 1 slightly better item.
We see, I believe this, Kai Wang is the player who's sitting on Jinx. Remember, he was 6 Jinxes on 3-1. He has 8 Jinxes right now. So the variance has actually kind of stabilized. Looks like he's at 8 right now. He's 1 off. Only a couple of Belveths off as well. So going to be rolling deep, try and stabilize the board. 2 Rek'Sai's off as well.
He also just got his Carve the Path Silver Augment cash out on this round, which is actually a little bit early. It's not super early, but that will be a nice power spike for Kaiway, hitting 2 3 stars and getting his Silver Augment cash out for an extra item.
Think about the difference between what we saw from Konda playing this Jinx role.
Sorry, I just said, oh no. We just saw they had 0 Namis versus 3 Namis from Darth Nub.
Dank Memes turning this game around after an 8th place in the first one. Looking a lot stronger now. It's literally everything, right? I mean, his board is quite upgraded.
Yeah, I mean, this is the risk of playing a contested line, that sometimes you're Dank Memes and sometimes you're Darth Nub, and it's really hard to imagine Darth Nub getting, honestly, higher than like a 7th, I would say.
Also, it's not even that bad of a fight considering you had 0 Nami. His 3-unit loss could be worse. Upset Max angling towards the LeBlanc from 3-2 when he got the restart mission and finds it this time. Last game we saw him stuck on LeBlanc 1 but with an upgraded front line. Now we're actually seeing the opposite. Stuck on the Morgana 1, the Nunu 1, Alawi 1. So 3 upgrades. And with so much gold on the bench, I have to imagine that he's going to be continuing to roll through stage 4 rather than trying to save econ.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, getting a frontline for cost upgrade is super, super important in this stage, and with a pair, you just gotta go for it. It's too much value compared to trying to make an extra interest breakpoint here or there.
Wait a second. It's a Team 03? Wait, what happened here? It was a Team 03 from Booster Pack.
Yeah, that's yeah, I don't know.
Wait, sorry, I kind of missed the rest of the board though. He has Anima in playing Team 03. Where's Conda trying to?
I'm really surprised he's not reforging this Anima emblem because he's gonna take this 100 cash out coming up. But again, the 100 cash out is only worth like three or four gold. So I'd rather just reforge the emblem and get that immediate power that can maybe help you win a round.
Well, I think he actually took another 100 cash out.
Yeah,
right?
he did.
Okay.
He already took one.
Okay, yeah. So Conda really taking to heart the Anima emblem that he was granted, as he's taken, I believe that's 5 losses over the last 6 rounds.
Yeah, he did reforge the Anima into Vanguard, but he was actually just still playing 3 Anima with a Fiora on the board, which is off the board now that he has found the 5 Shepherd he's looking for. Contesting Upset Max, also playing 5 Shepherd. Upset Max has a LeBlanc too. Conda's LeBlanc paired at least has a Teemo in the meantime, but this really shows the danger of playing these contested lines. Like neither of them have their front line. He's main tanking a Gragas. Should be probably a Lowy, but it's okay.
The Vanguard emblem is really nice though. Does allow you to get that Vanguard online, even while also maintaining the Brawler. So it lets you flex around your front line, which is really nice. But there's so much damage on the other side here. The Bel'Veth 3, Jinx 3, all with 3 items. Now the Bel'Veth gets into the back line too. Let's see though, everything else is
really
falling.
close fight.
The LeBlanc, yeah, the LeBlanc and Karma are able to hold it down even after the Teemo dies.
Yeah, I mean, this goes to show you why Upset Max is willing to say, hey, I just want to maximize my econ, sacrifice HP, and play this line contested, because you can see, even with like some really suboptimal units like the Gragas main tank, he's still able to defeat the Jinx, the Kaiwin, who just got the power spike with Jinx 3, Bel'Veth 3, and the extra part of the pass cash out.
Dish Soap, okay. So yeah, Dish Soap seems like he's had 2 pretty difficult games back to back, right? We've seen twice now him playing around these AP boards that he's needed to kind of play very modularly and switch in and out. Whereas some players, it feels like, have been able to play like a very linear path. He does get the Karma too, so he gets off of the Aurelion Soul, but up again against Upset Max, who's playing this Premier LeBlanc line, he's going to take a pretty heavy hit, go down to, what is that, 28 HP.
Yeah, I think Dish Soap is really good at kind of doing what he can with what he's given, not being offered a 4-cost frontliner. There's just so many people contesting the 4-cost frontliners. That'd be Nunu, even this Mighty Mech that Dish Soap's considering, and the Morgana, the Tahm Kench. They're just so hard to hit, and Dish Soap not really hitting a premier backliner, but he has a 2-star, so just trying to save HP and compete with Darth for as many placements as they can get.
I believe Kaiwang is the only reroller in this lobby, right? And when that does happen and you have everybody else playing 4-cost composition, that it kind of makes the problem you're outlining even more apparent, right? There are only so many 4-cost frontliners in the game, and nobody's playing Lissandra Cho'Gath, nobody's playing Jax 3, nobody's playing any of these other, maybe like a Hero Augment or something. You just don't have enough 4-cost frontliners to go around for everybody, and so the players who are able to hit on stage 4 are going to be at such a huge advantage in this game.
Yeah. Soju able to play around that Rammus. I think he's the only player in the lobby playing around Rammus, so is able to hit that 2-star front line, which is really nice. I would personally like to see the Shojin Red Guardbreaker on the Corki. Instead, he's choosing to go full AP, carrying the Milio instead. Again, like he probably knows best here. But really interesting to see this classically AD comp being played with only AP items.
Yeah, that's true. Also, a very good fight considering you are carrying Milio too. the difference between what we saw last game versus this game is that before, when he was taking these losses, he was trying to go 9, and now feels like he's kind of stuck here. I mean, you're just rolling every turn, praying that you are able to find the Bard 2. But the HP is so close. Dank Memes being in first with 46 HP. When you consider that to Kaiwang at 21, that is what, 2 losses? And Dank Memes can be right there at the bottom. So the next couple fights are going to tell us a lot about how the standings shape up.
Yeah, this is a lobby where kind of everyone hits strong boards, so they're all winning fights here and there as they have like different power spikes. Darthnub, whose spot was looking really doomed with the Gwen 2 and 0 gold, somehow has a Nami 2 now, so Darthnub actually coming back on a 4-win streak.
Yeah, similar to what we saw from Dish Soap last game. Sometimes you got a plan. When you realize that things are not going according to plan, you got to be willing to mix it up. No, and you know what? This is actually Dish Soap's board that we're watching. It is Darthnub on the cam. Okay, I see. So Darthnub is the one on the streak. Dish Soap is not. Dish Soap will take another hit there, going down to just 7 HP.
Yeah, Dish Soap and Kaiwang both on 1 life. Oh, Dish Soap is actually eliminated on this fight. And Kaiwang with this reroll, I was actually kind of surprised how much HP he lost throughout this game. It's just everyone was so strong that the advantages of the reroll composition where you're able to save HP on stage 3 and 4 just didn't actually happen for Kaiwang because people had just strong boards.
I mean, he went into stage 4 as one of the lowest HP totals in the game, and it's kind of followed suit as he wasn't able to full streak, of course, through stage 4 and stage 5. Positioning here is
really interesting positioning. I don't think it's going to work out here. In fact, it's going to be quite bad here as I expect the Bel'Veth to die before the Maokai, but clearly trying to position for maybe only like 1 matchup that he thinks he has a chance of beating. He might be thinking, if I fight this player, I'm going to die no matter what, so I might as well position for someone else.
I really want to know what that fight was, because
yeah, I think he's trying to drag like the enemy main tank to the bottom right corner and then have his Bel'Veth go up at his top left.
I see, and try and force a wrap there. That makes sense. Conda and VCLF, both of which found the top 3 in the last game, are now sitting at death's door, threatening a bottom 4. So much of the AP boards that haven't quite found all of their upgrades. We saw it with Dish Soap, we're seeing with Conda now. Despite having the LeBlanc 2 and the Morgana 2, he's just kind of taking losses here and there. It doesn't seem like his board is weak, he's just not able to beat everybody. And I think this might come back to what we saw at the end of stage 3, where he ends up putting the anima in, starts to lose a lot of those fights and bled a lot of HP that maybe he would not have lost if he had reforged the anima and found the Vanguard emblem early. But of course, you never know what that's going to reforge into. You can't guarantee that you would have been winning those fights.
Yeah, we got the 5 Shepherd mirror match, but Dank Memes level 9 here with the Nami as the extra carry, while Honda has the items on the Karma 1. I think.
Ooh, Nunu goes the wrong way.
I mean, it's looking really close. This Vanguard emblem putting in a lot of work.
Watch the Nami cast. Does it? No, it doesn't actually break through everything. Wow. Yeah, the board from Conda is able to take it against Dank Memes being level 9, and VCLF is going to take a hit, going down to just 1 HP.
Yeah, I thought Conda was going to die there, but that Vanguard emblem with the Morgana really showing how powerful it is.
VCLF able to find the Jin, which is a strong upgrade, of course, but doesn't have the Nunu 2, and also sitting at 41 HP. And this is, I hate being in this spot where you're at 1 HP, you can't afford another loss, but you don't really have a way to upgrade your board enough that you think you'll win. I'm a little surprised at literally 1 HP that he doesn't decide to roll for Nunu 2 to hope that it gives him 1 more fight win and try and go 5th instead of 6th. But
yeah, I mean, there's so many Nunus out of the pool, as we saw. VCLF was playing Nunu. Dank Memes had Nunu 2. Upset Max had Nunu 2. There might not even be any Nunus left, actually.
Doju's board still rocking on that Melio 2, as he's still, believe, trapped on level 8. The Ramus 2 is holding up for so long. Now he has an item on the Corki. It is on the Zaya here. And it is a close fight, but unfortunately VCLF is going to take a hit. Conda goes down with him. And we see two players who had taken top 3s now fall in the bot 4, making space for players like Darth Noob and Dank Memes and Upset Max, who were the bottom 3 of the last game, completely flipped the standings on their head with one exception.
Yeah.
Everybody's favorite streamer, K3 Soju, finding himself back in the top 4.
Yeah, I think, I mean, obviously as a bottom player, you're really happy because you pretty much only have to watch out for Soju getting that early checkmate right now. Everyone else is kind of at the same place, so for all these players at the bottom, that's a nice reset to top 4 the second game, except for, I guess, Kai Wayne would be the one who has kind of the shakiest start so far in these 2 games, but still very, very doable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's a great call out that Soju is the only player that will threaten a 4-game checkmate, because Konda was a player who went second in the last game. Going out in 5th means he'll get 4 points, bringing him to 11. So even a first place finish in the next game will bring him to just 19 points, one shy of that check mark. So if Soju does make it to check in 3 games, he will be the only person that people need to worry about.
Yeah, absolutely. Darth Node Spore is looking ridiculously strong with this space group and found the Blitz too. I told you I didn't think this guy was going to get above 7th. He had 0 Namis, 0 gold on 4-3, and then I don't know what happened.
He is going to actually fall here, Upset Max. Oh, wait, actually.
What a
wow,
close
that
fight.
was so close. Okay, Lysandra had him covered there. And Soju's going to take another hit. I think Soju is probably very fine with taking a 4th, considering how this game went. You talked about how he was playing this traditionally AD board, but instead just having the items on the melee carries. Did he just sell Bard pair?
Yeah, to itemize Riven
Bard,
too.
right?
I actually honestly thought he should have itemized Riven the whole time, but again, like Soju has made some different decisions, and he's the one here playing in the Tat Crown. But I would have itemized the Riven too this entire time.
Okay. And this is a really strong board on the other side. Upset Max on a win streak. He had just taken out, I believe it might have been Dark Noob in the last fight, maybe Soju. Now we have the 3 items on the Riven. The question is, can you break through this Nunu who's extremely tanky? The Riven's going to fall, the Rammus is going to fall. No, it doesn't look like he's going to be enough damage on the side of Soju. He will fall to Upset Max's board, go down in 4th, but a pretty reasonable result, granted how the rest of his game went. Dank Memes, who had taken an 8 last game.
I think when you choose a playstyle like Corky, you're not really expecting to go first.
And it's something he's been doing all weekend, right? One of the players with the most Corky games of the remaining field, him and Dishope, I believe, might be the top 2. And so very comfortable playing the lines that you know you can get your 4th and get out.
Yeah, he can hit that uncontested Rammus 2 early and then save HP while he has Rammus 2 and everyone else is kind of like floundering around with their 1-star 2 costs. But by stage 6, the players who are still alive will have their like high tier boards online.
Right, it's a LeBlanc Fiesta.
Yeah.
Dank Memes up against Upset Max. Everyone's got everything upgraded. Dank Memes does have the Sona 2 now, though, so that will be a lot more damage coming through. And again, a lot of these fights feel like they just come down to which frontline crumbles first.
Yeah, the front line, very important. Both of these players having rage play carries, so wanting to kind of ramp up into the fight. And Upset Max, he lives up to his legacy, going first.
Wow! And again, 2 games in a row, we're seeing Upset Max play this full open, loss streak style, and be willing to flip it. The last game, it didn't quite work out for him. This time it did, though. And I love that. He's one of the newcomers. We saw him have this amazing reaction during the week 1 when he qualified into the TPC, where he started breakdancing on stream. I can only imagine what we get to see if he wins regionals today. So I think we're all rooting for Upset Max, at least in a little bit part of us. Maybe not with our heads, but certainly with our hearts, and he's making it happen. Now, we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have the analyst desk take you through what we saw as we get ready for game number 3 of the finals of the Space Gods Regional Finals.
welcome back, everybody, to the grand finals of the Americas Regional Finals for Space Gods. I am back with CLE and Hupe-san to break down the action that we just saw in that second game and give you an update to our standings once those points have been tallied. First things first, congratulations to Upset Max being able to get that first place in that game after having a pretty disappointing bot 4 in the first one.
Well, I think for actually all of our top 3, this was the bounce back that they needed. Each of those, 1, 2, 3, were in the bot 3 at the previous game. And so the standings after this that we're going to look at are going to be incredible because it's going to be incredibly close, except for one player, Hupe.
Yeah, some people popping off here. So you doing a great performance, 4th place and first place on the first one. And I mean, once again, people trying to play different lines and maybe not working. I was impressed by CLF trying to play Altar with the Saya. Difficult spot for him. Conda being creative. They gave him a Timo 3-star here, Necra. We were talking about it. So difficult to navigate and then trying to pivot out of it into LeBlanc. Obviously a difficult task.
I mean, yeah, shiny nonetheless, but we were all looking at that going, where in the world did that Teemo come from and why is it on the board? You know, but it was a great item holder in order to be able to get to that AP flex line that everybody has been gunning for. This really is the comp that these players have desired to play, but, you know, to varying degrees of success because sometimes your champions are just out of the pool.
And one of the things that was the big standout in this lobby was when it's silver augments, especially the first 2 being that, it's low resource, right? So figuring out how to get the extra resources is the name of the game, and that would be in this lobby full open into restart mission.
Yeah, we see the standings now.
That, yeah.
So you holding strong. I mean, doing it amazing. Maybe 4 games will be difficult, but it's possible still. First place gives you 8 points, so we could have a runner up there. And on the bottom, Kaiwen in a difficult position to wear with Bishop. I mean, it was a tough place for Disho, right? He played with the Victor trying to cook a little. The game didn't help him, but of course he's still open to all possibilities here.
Yeah, it's an interesting flavor. Maybe this is just tech I am not super familiar with, but I've seen this on a couple of different competitors' boards where we've seen the Psionic 2-piece package to be able to give an extra item, and then you kind of start to flex around different units in the AP line with that. And I don't know. I'm skeptical, but I guess we will see if that comes to pass a little bit more. Ahead of this third game, points leader right now is K3 Soju. If he gets a 2nd place or a 1st place, he will hit check, and then it will be about getting that 1st place. Sending it back over to our casters for this game, it's going to be CLE and Asa.
Thank you so much, Necra. Excited for this game. It is a huge setup game for so many of our players, really deciding how they need to play the rest of the day. And joined once again by Asa, who's been following closely along the whole time. We get started here with an upgraded 1-cost champion. If you're Soju, are you playing to get in check this game, or are you kind of just going for another top 4?
I mean, absolutely. I think you gotta play to get in check this game because it's pretty likely, unless you really bomb out, that you'll be in check within 2 games. So you might as well go for it within 1 game. So he'll need a 2nd or a 1st for that.
We already have, one of the harder pieces to find for an Anima start. It will be a big gold start, especially because you're starting with the upgraded 1 cost. You're able to sell that for the extra gold and possibly make 10 here. I would expect somebody like Upset Max to be someone that's doing that. If we look at the right side of our screen, we can see who has what kind of units on their board. It looks like everyone does have at least 2 units, so I'm curious to see what the gold totals will look like, and we'll get more gold this round. So it might be a huge influx, really shaping how this lobby will work out.
Yeah, Soju definitely a player who will prioritize holding a lot of units, gives you a lot more options, and then allows you to kind of, if you feel like you have a skill advantage, it allows you to kind of like make more decisions. Kondo with a Cho'Gath 2 as the opener, potentially could be a reroll line if he gets a little bit more Cho'Gaths.
The gods of this game are important, right? We've talked all weekend about how they shape our game plan, and this time around it is Varus and Thresh. We will see it's a gold opener. It's a full gold opener? Yeah, one component.
Yeah, 1 component and extra gold from the encounter. So we're going to see a lot of econ in this portal. That could enable Fast 9, it can enable 3-cost reroll. Yeah, it looks like Konda's looking at that treasure hunt.
I'm very curious to see this because we have 8 Caitlyn's.
Yeah, I mean,
for just
Caitlyn not traditionally known as a primary reroll candidate, but when you have 8 of them, you might as well go for it. Dissoap also holding 3 Anima on bench, so it'll be interesting if he decides to put that in. I think Dissoap will probably just lean towards playing his real units, but we'll have to see. Maybe not. I mean, 3 Anima is extremely powerful if you're able to 5 loss into neutrals with it.
I mean, the 5 Nova composition is good. Yeah, we're gonna get out of that.
Yeah.
It is really good, right? But in your Dissoap's position, you're playing a little bit from behind, as well as Kai Wang also playing for the lowest points currently in our standings, and so you kind of need a big game to get yourself back into position to possibly get in check within 5 games. And so I like to see it. I like to see Dissoap going for this, especially if no one else is playing Anima in this lobby.
Absolutely. I mean, I think if you 5 loss Anima, we've seen a few 400 Anima cash outs over this weekend and last weekend, and most of the time they go exactly first. So definitely worth taking a shot at it. And he is holding the backup units on the bench, right? Like if you do get your Sneak Shriek snapped, you can just go into that potentially Caitlyn 3 you've got on your bench. Oh, and Dissoap actually has it now.
Dude, what are we gonna do with that? I'm very curious to keep our eye on it. Again, like we're talking about, it could transition straight into that Caitlyn, or into that late game Kindred being the carry there. But for now, it's just gonna sit on bench. We're just gonna hang out with that 9 gold sitting there.
Dissoap showing a lot of respect for his opponents, not trying to bench the Anima as we've seen a lot of competitors do. It's like, everyone knows what I'm trying to do anyway. Not gonna fool anyone.
Makes tons of sense. We do see for Soji we have Heavy's the Crown, which is a great combat augment to start, and we know him to be a tempo Timmy, and so that will be what is happening here. He'll try and continue to stay as healthy as possible and play whatever unique board he can find.
Yeah, Heavy as a Crown is kind of a replacement for like a Deathblade or like an Archangel's. It scales up throughout the fight. It's much stronger than a Craftable because it has a big downside where if your unit dies, you lose the fight. But as long as you have it on your main carry, it generally is not really a downside. So it's a really, really good tempo augment, like you said, to win the early game with, especially when the fights are really long and it's a scaling item.
Speaking of strong boards, VCLF having a frontliner upgraded with Solo Plate, with 3 Space Groove and that Samira already. He's looking to streak as far as possible. He's also got a pair of these Samiras, so looking to very much stake his claim in that line.
Yeah, and since it is a 1-component opener, right? Like having that Solo Plate when no one else, or a lot of players don't have an item. We see some players with item augments. He can still make a lot of econ, but also just anyone else who doesn't have an item is not going to be able to beat that Solo Plate Nasus 2.
Darth Nub has very interesting spreading roots here. We see Meeple, which has been a popular line for specifically Soju and Dissoap throughout the tournament. Primordian being an econ engine is fantastic, but I'm not sure that either of these are necessarily what he's looking for as a possible win condition or solid line. I do think Meeple can be flexible, but I'm not sure. Asa, what would you play with there? Or are we just praying for a Reforger?
I think he's got to be pretty happy getting the Primordian emblem, which is going to be worth like an extra 1 gold per turn for quite a while. And then you're going to want to reforge that one eventually, but you see Darth Nub is holding quite a lot of Meeples on bench. This kind of enables the printer comps where you go for the 3-star Vigar or Gnar. A lot of times you have to be pretty weak, right? Because you're level 8, you have to play 7 Meeples, and you can only play 1 more unit to make your board stronger. But with a Meeple emblem, now you can print with 7 and actually play 2 more instead of 1 more, which is very, very impactful. Because you can play a frontline and a backline trait. Oh my god, Recombot for Dissoap.
He recombobulated into Jinx 3. I think he played for exactly this out here on stage 2 with this Thresh. Oh my gosh, this guy is so good at this video game.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because he got his Anima streak snapped on 2-3. He wanted to lose, but then he kind of got this almost like bailout where he is able to convert his previous loss streak into now winning. It's a really, really, really good spot for Dissoap, and Jinx, of course, being a premier 2-cost 3-star 2-cost.
I mean,
Already has a
just
Deathblade as well.
That's an insane situation. I'm not sure where we'll end up. I'm sure there's other ways to play this Jinx with any board. Obviously, this Primordial line, you want to have it early, but I don't think it's contested in this lobby. And if you were planning on playing that way, well, now there's infinite Jinxes out of the pool. So hitting that will be extremely difficult if you're wanting to play that direction.
I heard Gangly say this too. I gotta say, when you have a 3-star Jinx, you really do not want to reroll anymore. A lot of the value of rerolling these comps is you can go for multiple units at the same time. So they basically cost like half as much if you're going for two at once. But when you already have the Jinx 3, you definitely do not want to be rerolling. You just want to like push levels with that.
Well, he was holding the other Nova units, and we do know that that can be a good line for that as well. So we'll keep an eye on that, and he will definitely start to... Oh, he did lost. He lost his last round. So maybe restarting an Anima streak a little bit here as well. So VCLF on the other side now has a couple more upgrades on this board, where Kondo will continue his loss streak. Kaiwing looking to do so as well, where Upset Max will hopefully be facing an opponent that allows him to go on fire here in stage 2 neutrals.
Yeah, a lot of people getting pretty good matchmaking. Honda and Kaiwayne both avoiding each other, able to maintain their 5 loss. And Upset Max, Upset Max not able to maintain his 5 win, but maybe VCLF, it looks like. A lot of people, 3 players being able to streak into neutrals. So combined with the 1 component opener, there's going to be a ton of gold in this game.
Lots of people with the Space Groove lean here. So I believe VCLF and Dankme, specifically at the top of our tables, are the players that have, kind of leaned that direction earlier, holding the pairs on the bench. This lobby has a lot more resources than the previous ones we've seen, and so I know we'll see some more crazy things, but I do think the 3-2 augment will be a huge one for that specifically. We do know that... Oh wait, what was our encounter this game? Do we know?
It was an upgraded 1 cost, so it was 2 extra gold in addition to the 1 component opener, giving them 12 extra gold.
I was like, do we know it's Golden Gala?
Gold compared to normal.
Right. Wow. So lots of gold in our pockets, lots of combat power to be found, and so that will be a huge thing. Konda has 6 of these Cho'Gaths. We do see him with the Treasure Hunt, which is one of the premier reroll augments here in the set, giving rewards for each of your rerolls. VCLF, though, hoping to continue this streak against Upset Max on the other side, who did level to 6 to match him.
Yeah, VCLF had the Samira pair earlier, but I believe sold it, just make econ, or that might have been Dank memes, potentially, but Upset Max already with the Ornn. The Ornn 2-star. So if anyone is looking to re-roll this Ornn, there could potentially be a lot of contests.
And we saw 2 on Dank Meme's bench as well. So there's just a lot of contention for Ornn in this line. We'll be back to silver augments for our 3-2 choice. Not going to be anything too crazy going on. Don't think we had anyone full open into restart mission this time around.
Again.
Wait, for Dissoap?
3 cost. I don't think he's going to do it.
Please, do it.
You get like an AP one and he already has a Deathblade. I don't think he'll do it, but it would be very funny. I mean, he's thinking about it.
Please do it. Please do it.
It would be very funny.
Do we love content or what, Dissoap? You already made it to the tag crown. Oh, come on. Wait, he's changing units for more. He did it. Ornn!
You got an Ornn! Wait, that's actually huge. And Samira in shop. He is
this
also
guy's
holding
crazy.
He's holding the Teemo and the Teemo and the Nasus also, so he will be able to just go into that. He'll probably level and try to play around Nami, I'm assuming, because once again, when you're re-rolling for Samira, if you're not going for Ornn at the same time, it's not that efficient. And then you could just carry a Deathblade on a Samira too, and that'll still provide a lot of value.
You know, like I've had dreams about this line, being like, you know what? This is so cool. Like, this is possible in a game of TFT. If you get a 1 cost upgraded so early, you can do the upgrade here, and then you get recombobulated. You can do it. And this is exactly what's happening here in the regional finals from the 2-time Tacticians crown champ, and that's how you know it's good.
This is one of the best, if not the best unit you can hit out of this. I can't really think of anything better than Ornn to recompopulate into, because that is, between the Samir and the Ornn is the one that you really want. And he has a Samir pair anyway, so he might just get the 2-star.
Actually insane. We do see Conda hitting 3-star Lissandra, and that will be huge for the damage on his board after he did start win streaking as well. Kaiwing, though, is the player with 7 losses in a row, where Darth is trying to figure out where we're going to end up. We're playing around these rogues here early, trying to kill as many units as possible, and doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, I think he's going to try to play around the Maple emblem and print maybe a Gnar 3 and then hopefully a Poppy 3 as well. You can see he's aggressively holding extra copies of Poppy and 2 Gnars on the bench.
We'll be killing significant units here with the backline access from this Talon. Just an absolute terror in the early game if you can get this upgraded. One of my favorite units to hold this set so far. So looking across the lobby, though, it does look like many of our players are rich. Most of them above 50 gold, besides Darth here, who did roll to stabilize on 7. And so we'll be playing around some of these interesting lines here. A lot of people contesting each other. Many of our players, I don't think anyone really committed to this AD line.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's like 15 out of 18 Ornns out of the pool already. So anyone looking for Ornn is probably not going to find them.
Ephemeral Rolls is one of the newer ones that was added later in the set, and it's just really good for the gold value that's calculated through that. And it doesn't look like only 3 of our players went with the random boon from Thresh, players that aren't rerolling or looking to scale throughout the rest of the game with, stacking rerolls instead. So we'll see what those 3 players got. The other players going to be rolling once each round.
Yeah, Ephemeral Rolls, if you're able to use it efficiently, of course, comes out to 2 gold per round. That's 10 gold per stage. Actually, if it counts neutrals, it's 12. I'm not sure if it does. Either way, a God Blessing on stage 3 is usually about 12 gold total. So if you're able to survive with this for like 3 stages, you can get like triple the value out of that.
For all of our players that were looking to play around Space Groove, what do we do now? Right? Like, if we can't hit 2-star Ornn, it's going to be really hard to stabilize our front line. We do see another one in Upset Max's shop. So there are still some in the pool, obviously, but it's going to be pretty awkward.
Yeah, I think Upset Max is probably going to go into the Vygar printer line, which is probably also why Darthnub was not holding Vygars and holding Gnars instead. Upset Max already with 5 Vygars probably will go into Vygar, but I'm not really sure. He has a lot of options.
We have the Nami already as well, so that obviously allows that line to be open. So I imagine we'll just flex between the 2. We do pass up on a Gwen, so maybe not gonna stay this direction, but we have lots of options here as far between the 2 lines because we have important pieces. Conda, though, does now have both these upgrades online. We have 4 Darkstar in. He should start winning rounds, because if not now, then when are we gonna start?
Yeah, I really like that you called out the Nami on Upset Max. That's a nice find by him to play 4 Replicator on his board. You almost never see 4 Replicator. It's just such a rare trait, so really cool to see Upset Max playing that.
BCLF has lost 3 rounds in a row after having a great start to the game, so we'll be getting some econ the other direction. Soju, though, it is his turn on the LeBlanc line. He already has one. He has the Heavy's the Crown to scale it up. Basically an Archangels for this unit, which is a great item for LeBlanc. Now, we just got to find that Rage Blade.
Yeah, LeBlanc really needs some attack speed. Soju has not gotten a dropped a bow yet, which will make you more likely to get a bow, but it's definitely possible to never get one. I think we saw this happen to Darth now playing Zio yesterday. He had to take his first bow from the Treasure Armory.
Kaiwing got from his random boon, Blessing Prosperity, that RE blessing that permanently grants a HP, which also scales based off your interest. And so great for this Leona 3, able to get some more HP and scale it up continually. And so we'll keep an eye on this to see how huge it can get. We do know that he is aiming for this AP flex line, possibly around Shepherds, possibly just around some Voyager flex as well.
Yeah, probably committed to keeping this Leona the entire game if he's put the Artie thing on it. So yeah, could go into a Shepherd line, could just go into a Vanguard, and Could go into 3 Shepherd, 5 Shepherd, a lot of options. He has a salvage bin, so he can break apart his items and kind of make a lot of different choices. Upset Max looking for that
Blitzcrank.
7 Meeple now, but not finding Rammus or Corki, and doesn't have any gold.
And skipped on Blitzcrank and a couple other Space Grove units, so very, very much committed to this line. Has pretty awkward items now. We will reforge into a glove, so we'll get crit onto this Vigar if we so choose. But man, it's gonna be a little awkward here. We have to keep rolling until we can get 7 Meeple in.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he went for the glove on the Vigar instead of combining it with the Chain Vest. I guess there's a kind of a playstyle difference where the Jewel Gauntlet might be the strongest endgame item quality, but now he's kind of left over with this potentially Giant Slayer on the bench where he could have had a different replacement for Jewel Gauntlet that wouldn't have been as strong, but would have an extra frontline item.
Did get word that Dish Soap did actually lose a round with that Ornn 3 to the reroller in Conda, so will not be a crazy streak throughout the rest of the stage. Our roll downs happening here on 4-2. Many of our players going to level 8. Kai Wang being one of them, trying to play around the Shepherd line, holding some conduits as an out as well. We'll be putting those online. Really big damage dealer here.
Yeah, Kai Wayne having the upgraded front line and the upgraded back line, so really good spot for him. I guess having the Leona 3 as the upgraded front line. No 2-star 4 cost, but has the Leona as a replacement. VCLF finds a Nami. Also, so many people contesting these AP units, right? You see holding LeBlanc pair on bench, Mighty Mech pair, so many frontliners, just everyone looking for this LeBlanc, the Mighty Mech, Nunu, Morgana. It's gonna be a bloodbath out there for those units.
I'm taking a look around our lobby, and I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 AP players. The only one that is not is Dish Soap playing around the Samira, and that's so 6. And then also Darth Noob playing around that Gnar. So lots of this AP contest, very similar to what we saw in the previous games as well. This is how they got there, right? AP Flex has been one of the primary lines, one of the best things to play so far this tournament. That's how these guys got here to the top of this tournament, and so they're not going away from their game plan now.
Absolutely, and Dish Soap, despite carrying the Samira right now, is actually looking for the Nami, right? With that Ornn 3, he is trying to put these items on the Team of 1. He is trying to move that to a Nami if he gets a chance.
Dish
Which
Soap
is
might be
even more contesting, but yeah, off the back of this Recon Boggler, sitting on 50 gold, just gonna go 9 and maybe just skip the Nami and go straight to Blitzcrank 2.
I think that's a winning game plan, if I do say so myself. And that is exactly what he needs in the current position he's in the tournament. Only 6 points to his name. Needs to make up some ground here. The big one to keep our eye on in this lobby specifically will be Soju, seeing if he can set himself up well for game 4 to possibly be in check. Conda, though, taking such a big loss here after hitting his reroll to VCLF, who is hit. What we were just talking about, some of these backline upgrades that are so valuable, where Upset Max is still not at Vigar 3, but that's a way to get it.
That is true. That will get him the Vigar 3. If Upset Max played around this, maybe he held extra poppies as well. If you didn't think about this exact blessing, then you probably wouldn't hold extra poppies based on the HP situation. But if he knew about this and is able to hit both Vigar and Poppy, that could be a huge power spike.
I'm curious if Conda will get Jin from his Pengu God Pengu. We will get the Vigar here and Threshes, because we knew we were going to print it right there. Makes a ton of sense here for this line.
Max doesn't even need the dupes.
Oh man, but now we're going to make this board much stronger here to win fights in late stage 4. We did get a 4 cost and some gold from a random boon from Thresh, but I'm not so sure that this is going to be enough.
I saw Kai Wayne do this earlier. Yeah, it looked like Upside Max forgot about group up for a bit, but he does remember before the fight starts, so good on him here. And you can see Upset Max being greedy with a potential Crown Guard, even on 1 life. Going up against Darthnup's 2-star Gnar, he feels confident he can win this fight. I would be a little bit scared and just make this crown guard, but it's really good fight judging from Upset Max to recognize that he doesn't need it here.
Yeah, and I think that, we know if we can win this round, we might slam it next round, because obviously we have to win every single fight from here on out, but the flexibility that comes from this upcoming round where we get the selection of items at the end of stage 4, having that flexibility is massive, especially when we need some shred for this board.
Yeah, he's really hoping to save this Rod one more round and be able to look for a cloak for Spark. If you do use this Rod, and the shred is so important, you still need another Rammus item. The chance of getting exactly Spark is so low. And Conda does find the Jin, which is actually huge for this comp. The 6 Dark Star is such a big spike, but it relies on finding exactly a Jin, which is pretty hard to do when you spend a lot of your gold rerolling. But he is able to hit it. Is it going to be enough? I'm not sure.
He's got 2 Jins, so we'll see if he can get a random 2-star Jin on level 8. Dank Beam's on the other side playing around the current Bard carry. We don't have 2-star Nami, but we are paired, and he is looking to go level 9 alongside Dissoap, the 2 players in our lobby that are really aiming for that. Kaiwing also looking towards that as well. It will be a big loss for Dank Beams. Conda staying alive. Upset Max, though, is still on danger watch, but a lot of our players going for level 9 means that, oh no, still losing the round here. I think it was to Dissoap.
Yeah, Upset Max goes out here. We'll never know if he made this crown guard. I actually see on the graphic he did slam it, but it wasn't enough to whoever he went up against. Yeah, Conda probably not ever going 9. He does have to use rolls on level 8 in order to cash out his treasure hunt. But I don't think he's going to be able to get it right here. It's very important to cash this out. I feel like on his HP, I might just be willing to sell the bench to cash the treasure hunt.
Darth Nub now does have that in R3 in line, but we importantly don't even have a pair of these Rammuses in the front line. We do have one in shop and also a Bard to go along with it. So we have options here if we do decide to sell some of our units. Yeah, we will grab the Bard and the Rammus, and we'll try to start printing right now.
Yeah, it's looking pretty bad for Darth Nub, not having any upgraded front line. You can see he's on the 5 loss, but hey, if he's able to hit that Rammus, Upset Max just did die with a Rammus too, so that'll put some Rammuses back in the pool for Darth Nub.
Will be an important fight here.
Bench, in order to try to get the cash out, but only makes it to 16 out of 18. 1 roll short is so sad.
Battle of our rerollers with Sandra and Shogath versus this Gnar and Meeples on the other side. Darth trying to do its best to get through the huge front line that comes with 6 Dark Star. The Shogath, though, walking to the back line and absolutely taking a bite and taking Darth down to 1 life here. Our reigning champion from the previous set is now looking to put a regional finals title in his resume.
Yeah, Darth Nub has already won a tournament this set, a Pro Circuit event, as well as, of course, the Tacticians Crown last set. I mean, everyone's spot is still pretty good in this tournament so far. Kaiwin and Jisoo with the least amount of points, but still very, very much in the running.
A little bit awkward items here. Fishbones is possible. I'm going to go with Mittens instead.
Yeah, Fishbones gives a lot of AD. Mittens gives a little bit more attack speed than Fishbones. Fishbones also, of course, has that random targeting, which is generally a downside. Maybe you can go for some front row karma and kind of be cheeky and try to snipe their backline. But the Mittens gives a little bit more attack speed, whereas the Fishbones has a ton of the value in the AD, which, yeah, he just wants a karma item, so goes for the Mittens.
Darth Nub will fall down and out of our game there in 7th place, so he will have some ground to make up as well. Does cross 10 points, but not quite within reach of getting check in the next game. So Soju, though, is the one player that we are majorly keeping our eye on, and it does look like many of our players were aware of the situation. We saw so many people holding LeBlanc on bench. He stuck his claim early in this composition, and so the counterplay coming through means it's been really difficult for this guy to upgrade his primary carry.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't notice it, but yeah, people are holding LeBlanc, so it's really, really good defense. They don't want Soju to get to checkmate in this game. And it's also a little contested because VCLF is playing the LeBlanc 2 on his board. So it kind of goes to show you that, hey, this comp is ridiculously strong if you can get it online, but it is hard to hit these really contested frontline units as well as the LeBlanc 2. And Soju's going to go
Soju will fall down in 6th place, puts him within a top 4's reach, actually top 5's reach of getting into check in the next game. So we will not end this tournament in 4 games. We will be going at least 5. And so, you know, we can enjoy some more TFT action today. Really excited to see who can come out on top.
Yeah, Kai Wayne, who got that Leona 3 and the Aurelian Soul on his roll down, was able to go 9, but hasn't been able to do that much with his level 9. No 2-star legendaries, playing like a Victor on his board probably as the extra unit. So despite making it to level 9, not really much benefit from it.
Upgrading a primary CC tank in the front line. Wang did get an acceleration hex from his random boon, so that's why we see that in the bottom right corner. Yasuo was not an offering for this game. Dank Memes also got the same thing on the other side for his board. So both these Fast 9 AP flex boards going against one another. The big difference is one of our players is playing around these 5 costs. One of these players is playing around upgraded 4 costs. It's going to be a battle of CTG here. The big problem for Dank Memes, though, is none of those 5 costs in the backline are upgraded.
Yeah, he's got the potential with the Bard paired and the Sona paired. Right now, it looks like just a little bit weaker. No, he's not. It's good enough. Dank Means strong enough to take out Kai Wayne there, even with the 1-stars. It bodes well for Dank Means' future. If he's able to get those upgraded, that'll be such a huge power spike for an already strong board.
Looking at our scoreboard, we're once again seeing the bottom players on our scoreboard performing quite well when they need to. Dissoap, Dank Beams, and VCLF all within the bottom section of our leaderboard chasing Soju. And so putting up a really good fight here. But Konda pushing this reroll into a top 4 scenario, hoping he can go for more against VCLF in his LeBlanc board.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting that Jin was absolutely huge for Konda. Humongous power spike that has allowed him to hang on here and make it to stage 5, cashing out that artifact from Treasure Hunt. Such a good scaling augment if you're able to make it here.
Huge damage coming through. The Kaisa will finish off the fight. VCLF will stay alive, so no additional placement grabbed. We see Dissoap being able to take down Dank Memes to nearly, will be 1 life left for him, but we will see stage 6 with all 4 of our participants alive.
Yeah, Dish Soap off the back of that double recombop, Caitlyn into Jinx, Jinx into Ornn has just been so stable the entire game while able to preserve an incredible amount of econ. So because of how much econ he's made throughout the game, his end game board is going to be worth so much more than his opponents.
We did see Bard 2 in shop for Dank Memes. Huge upgrade for the damage on that board. VCLF has 20 gold to work with here. Trying to find any additional upgrade. We will have the ephemeral roll come through as well. Aurora 2 being offered. Konda and VCLF are 2 Brazilian representatives in our final lobby. Doing big roll downs, trying to upgrade our board as much as possible. Both of them at 1 life, 5 and 6 health respectively.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these players, they gotta be very scared of whenever they fight just open Dank Memes, because I don't know if they can hang on. We can see both fights going on. Both of the 1 life players fighting the healthy players. If they do end up both dying, it will come down to who killed more units. So very important to position to kill as many units as possible.
The Cho'Gath trying to stay alive as far as possible will fall down to that bar for the side of Dish Soap, where Dank Meme's now upgraded board does take down VCLF. Both of them fall down and have pretty hefty losses. VCLF will come out on top there, gaining that extra placement, where Conda will take the 4th place.
Yeah, I think VCLF's got to be pretty happy taking the 3rd there with how strong Dish Soap and Dank Meme's boards are relative to VCLF and Conda's. Getting that placement over Conda is really nice in a situation like this. Feels really good.
Ooh, man, another upgrade for Dish Soap to go with this board. This is looking terrifying. Absolutely having one of the craziest games I've ever seen in TFT, recombobulating his 3-star Caitlyn twice into a 3-star Ornn here. Dish Soap, solid front line, solid back line, playing around what he hits, what he can randomly upgrade in this game. And Dank Meme's Bard on the other side is just trying its best to take down that tanky Ornn.
Yeah, I love how Dish Soap didn't panic, maintained a lot of econ, went level 10 even off like Nami 1, and then kind of just he definitely high rolled with that Ornn, but he played it well and leveraged his advantage to a very, very, very comfortable 1st place.
I mean, these are the combos you dream about. Absolutely incredible game from Dish Soap, able to get to level 10 and tempo that as well. So super thankful to even watch that game. It was an incredible moment, but I'm even more thankful for Analyst Desk, who is going to break down all the rest of the action, because obviously we were distracted by the recombobulator. It was fantastic. Thank you, Analyst Desk. Take it away.
Thank you so much. We are back to break down the action of that next game, of that last game, and actually get us prepared for the next one. See, I was just getting so excited because if this is what we got, an 8 copy of Caitlyn, early 3-star into double recombobulator or in 3, then I really cannot wait for this next game.
Yeah, I like that Jack was like, yeah, we're going to send it over to the analyst desk because we were just distracted by the recombob. But guess what? Buckle up because we're going to talk about it even more. That was amazing. We were sitting off in the wings and the 3 of us are like, okay, the first one, that's amazing. You find the jinx, you have direction. And then 3-2 recombob comes and we're all like, wait. Do you take it? Oh, not Necra. Necra's like, take it.
Of course.
The thing is, I swear I take that recombob and I end up with like 3-star Aurora with a Death Blade. So it's a little gutsy from Dish Soap to take, and it worked out in his favor. But I don't know if that's always gonna work.
Yeah, we're seeing it now. Having the Death Blade already. So if he misses, maybe getting a carry of AP, a Lulu, something like that, it could be terrible news for him. And then he stayed cool. He's just maintained tempo, make sure he was healthy to do that fast 10 that finally gave him the game. Conda also being creative, playing the Cho'Gath, Lissandra just trying to get a good 4th place. And everyone was in that spot, Necra. Everyone was just, okay, I know this guy's going to win the lobby. How do I get as much points as possible?
Well,
Yeah, I mean, Conda, our reroller fiend.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
all weekend long, right? He's been playing a lot of the Samira stuff. We're seeing the Cho'Gath Lissandra, even on the day, lots of reroll. The one player that really impressed me was actually Dank Memes in this game. On level 8, when everyone was 4-2, we saw VCLF roll down and immediately hit the Nami 2. Upset Max was also holding Nami, and both Dish Soap and Dank Memes wanted to end up with a Nami on their board. And so while Dish Soap had the privilege of having an Ornn 3 hold down the fort, Dank Memes had a really good decision of saying, hey, I'm going to take explosive growth on 4-2, and I'm going to play it slow. I'm okay losing a lot of HP on stage 4 if it means I can go to level 9, play around Bard instead, and ended up with this really strong meeple board around the Bard, flexing legendaries as well to be able to find a 2nd place there. I thought it was a really well-played game from Dank.
Yeah, it looked great, and I think it's going to be very important to look at this scoreboard because after the placement there for Dank Memes getting a 2nd, these scoreboards are going to be so close because it just got flipped on its head again. You know, Dish Soap kind of trailing behind. That 1st place is going to help catapult him up towards the middle of the pack, but it's only 6 points separating everyone. That is as close as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, and most than half the field from 6-1, 6 players getting the possibility to do check in the next one to put the rest of the lobby in check. Darthnuf and Kaiwern are the ones that are in a difficult position. They need to start ramping up. That was my choice, Darthnuf. So maybe a little Jin score. Kaiwen also doing amazing until now. And Konda, the surprise. First place here, 16 point, maybe forcing reroll, but always in a comfortable spot. And he's playing Jinx, he's playing the Lissandra, he has played the Lulu, and obviously the Samira also, and it's working out for him. Perfect.
Konda has been a huge surprise to me. I mean, his set in the TPC, it's not like he really made anything too flashy on the set as a whole. He did make one top 8, but in that top 8 that he made, he ended up bombing out, having a horrible performance, ending up in 8th place on the day. But this is a completely different Konda than we've seen over the last 2 sets. We know he's good, he's made it to the Tactician's crown, but it's been a minute, so maybe we're getting old Konda back.
I'm getting Quintanilla vibes from Konda. Do you remember our reroller assassin?
Yeah.
And the
that's
lobby
right.
kind of was like a one-trick reroller, but ended up showing up very big on the Tactician's Crown stage as well. But you guys both know what I'm talking about. All right, well, let's get back into this game. And for that, we send it back over to Sia, Lee, and Asa.
Thank you so much, Desk. We do see we get upgraded 1 cost once again here in our game, and we will see our 2 gods. I believe I saw Yasuo and another one that I can't remember right now. Do you remember, Asa?
No, I don't know. I was thinking about what Necker said about the Quintanilla vibes. I think that was dish soap that he took out with the Katarina 3 back in the Academy set, KO Coliseum.
It was a crazy moment for sure. This game will be a huge for so many of our players because now we get into really the checkmate, the lovely part of checkmate, right? We need to get into check. That is the first thing. We need to hit 20 points. So if you're a player at 16 points, we need a top 5. If you're a player at 12 points, we need a first place to get into check. If you're below that, sorry, do your best, and we'll get you next game and see if we can get to that checkmate mark. So for 6 of our players, it's within reach.
Yeah, for Darthnub and Kaiwen, they're just trying to get as many points as possible to make it easy on them next game. For all the other players, they're kind of looking for, like you said, a very specific placement, right? For Konda, he only needs a 5th, so maybe just leaning into that reroll he's been doing all day. Soju, it kind of also matches his playstyle as well, right? He's very good at getting those top 4s, so also only needing a 5th, whereas someone like Upset Max, matching his playstyle as well, needing to go exactly first, and he's good at doing it.
Soju's start right now is an interesting one for him specifically. We don't have a full component start, a 1 component start. We do have 3 of them for this round, but this line specifically around this Vigar is something that he's comfortable with. He's played a good bit. He loves playing around Meeple and just kind of playing for that Tempo Timmy style line. So very curious where he'll end up. I mean, the Big Bang is very fun, and it is within the Meeple line, so I'm down.
I think these item augments are both really good. He's kind of...
Wait.
Oh, is he going to do the Big Bang? I would love to see it on Frontline Foundation.
Oh, man.
Boo.
Hey, we do have Vanguard emblem with the Rage Blade start, so no Big Bang, but clear direction into what is probably going to be a LeBlanc line with this Leona 2 upgraded as well.
Honestly, these hero augments are not very good if you don't already have a very good item for the unit and initial copies to get the 2-star fast. And yeah, Frontline Foundation is just great with the Rage Blade. You can pretty much play anything with that.
Dank Memes taking booster pack while having Primordian in is going to be great for him because now he's got a solid frontline with the 2-star Gragas to go alongside it and a ton of gold on bench. Curious if we do try to make 10 or if we're going to play this line ourselves and go for the 3 stars here. We'll take a loss though to Darth Nub on the other side, who did slam 2 items but has salvage bin, which will allow him to break them apart.
Yeah, we also saw Upset Max playing 0 units with a 2 tanky. That's clearly going to go into the Samira line. I mean, that is a line you could go first if you high roll your units. He is going to need to find some gold at some point during the game, hopefully from another augment, as that is one of the biggest risks of playing that 2-1-2 tanky, is just not having enough gold to hit the Orange 3 and Samira 3.
Honda slamming Jeweled Gauntlet already onto this Vigar, has half of that Gnasher's Tooth that we've seen be a very popular item alongside that, holding these extra copies as well. So I could very much see this being a reroll angle, just even on level 5 for Conda, instead of going for that printer angle because of the amount of copies, and also wanted to go for that Lissandra. So he did it last game, right? With that reroll, I'm curious to see if he'll do it again.
That would be really interesting. Yeah, it's not a line we've seen that often, but it is. It has been played before in Pro Circuit. It would be really cool to see just a humble Vigar 3 the old-fashioned way rather than the 7 Meeple.
Well, we don't have any poppies yet, so that's part of the problem, right? Because you want to reroll that alongside there. Across our lobby, though, we're going to see something interesting come into shape, because Upset Max and Kaiwing are both kind of playing the full open. What are we going to do here? Are we gonna be full open and contest each other in this line and possibly lose both of our streaks, or one of us going to buy a unit and accept the win?
I think it's too late for either of them to buy a unit at this point, because if you can somehow make a board and have a chance of winning, but at this point they haven't been holding any units, including the 2-star 1 cost that everyone starts with. So the chance that either one of them is able to just find a good enough board out of their shop is so low that I think they are just both very, very committed to playing 0 units for the rest of the stage 2. Which will be very bad if they face each other, because 0 units versus 0 units is a tie and they both lose their streaks.
Well, this time around, they won't face each other, so it will be a continuation of the lost streaks. We'll see Yasuo and Aurelion Sol. Trait Quest being a good one if you're wanting to play it around these emblems. And also you get a Forger, which is quite valuable alongside that. But these Yasuo Hexes are fantastic for rerolls, for combat power, but do lock you into some positioning things, so you can't swap very easily.
Yeah, both of these are definitely very premium blessings. The Trait Quest is actually quite easy to cash out on this set. Space Groove being a 1-piece trait, you can just put in any Space Groove unit and you'll get 1 Space Groove. There's also just a lot of 3-trait units, Lissandra and Mordekaiser, that kind of match each other. It's quite easy to cash this out compared to previous sets to activate 6 traits.
Upset Max, proving here that he just wants to open this board. Will try and show Kaiwing that this is not a joke. He will just lose and tie instead.
Yeah, I think some people try to trick their opponents by putting some units on and selling last second. But I mean, I think at this level of play, there's not really any point in doing that. Both players already know they're both going to play 0 units.
Just constantly keep my eye. Oh, they do. They meet each other there. You see the 0 win streaks for both of them in the bottom right. Oh, so both of them will be losing out on that lost streak gold here. 40 gold for each of them, though, as far as interest goes, will be not too shabby, but not having that over the neutral round means that they're both in a significantly worse position, especially when there's going to be players in this lobby who are going to win streak, and this is the battle between them. Soju coming out on top, Darth dropping down, and so once again, Tempo Timmy is back.
Yeah, Soju again only needing a 5th with 16 points, so I mean, getting a 4 win. Still a really strong board, very likely to be a 5 win, taking out the other 100 HP player Darth Nub in our last fight. I mean, this could be just a really good setup to have the econ and the HP to get that 5th and get into checkmate.
As far as I could tell from checking the Arbiter there, it was not printing Leona's, and so that's why we don't put Arbiter onto our board. Now, instead, we'll just be playing around probably a Leona 2. I believe this does give more of a solid direction, maybe even into that vertical Shepherd rather than Vanguard, but we have the spat, so we'll see where that ends up. On the other side is Dank Memes, who's on a 3-win streak versus Soju's 4-win. This is going to be a very hard matchup and will determine both of these players' fates in this game, and it looks like Dank Memes might have enough to take down Soju.
It's really, really close. This Vanguard making the Vanguard
one more
a
cast?
little tankier than it looks.
Oh!
It's a huge win for Dank Memes. And yeah, I think Soju's setup, he has a Rage Blade, he has a Vanguard Emblem. It's a really good setup for the LeBlanc, which we saw him play last game, but was not able to hit the LeBlanc too, and took not a great placement. But yeah, if Soju's able to get that LeBlanc too, and any 2-star frontliner. That could be the Morgana, it could be the Mighty Mech, it could be the Nunu. I think he's really well set up to get into check after this game.
Dissoap looking to probably return to the Corki line that he's played fairly often in this tournament as a solid top 4 line. He's a player that needs to go top 3 in order to get to the check mark in this game. I do think that this is a solid line to get there. We have double Death Blade slammed already, and now solid tank items go alongside there. So if you're Dissoap, you're probably pretty happy with the situation we're in with the items we do have. Looks like Conda did roll a little bit here. We have fantastic items.
Yeah, interesting. A lot of the problems, like you mentioned, with no poppies is if you roll for the Vigar, you need a frontline still, right? So normally that can be the Poppy 3 if you're rolling for both. Otherwise, if you're going for the 7 maple, it's the Rammus 2. But Conda hits the Ornn 2 early. Somehow, someone just always has the Ornn 2 on 3-1. I don't get it.
Oh man, I'm curious if we're just going to abandon this altogether and just go for that Nami instead. That solid frontliner, it does mean solid direction. We're holding the Teamos as well, so maybe just remaining flexible. We call it AP Flex for a reason. Just depending on what we hit, we can play around any of these strong ability damage dealing backliners. Silver augments coming through on 3-2.
Yeah. Couple combat augments. Goes with a second wind. Pretty generic, just good for every board. Gives your board a little bit extra tankiness. A little bit better when you have ramping things like the Rage Blade, but it's never really bad in any line.
Dank Memes playing around these upgrades is level 6. Will hit the 3-star Rek'Sai. Very unique version of this board.
Yeah, this augment is really good if you're able to proc it. The big grab bag, which is a gold augment, gets 3 components. This silver augment gets 3 components, but it has a difficult condition. But in this line, it's very, very easy. Dank Memes will already satisfy the condition, so he'll be able to get 3 components for this pretty much immediately, which is really nice. And it looks like he's just going to go for the Misfortune and Urgot rather than the Jinx that you would normally go for here. We'll see.
Dissoap on the other side did slam his IE to try and continue to win. It will be a struggle against Dank Memes here. Dank will continue his streak at the top of this lobby. And both these players are aiming for the same placement in this game at 14 points, wanting to get into check so game 5 can be the decider if we get there.
Yeah, absolute huge win for Dank Memes, maintaining that 6th streak against Dissoap, who had a pretty strong board. The streak bolt is just so impactful. Just being that 6th streak gets 4 extra gold, 1 from winning, 3 from the streak, compared to 0 for losing. And you keep that streak for later. That could easily be like 10 gold, which you can use to level or roll ahead of tempo and then maintain that streak and snowball. It's just so impactful.
Did see VCLF cash out his Aurelian Soul quest and get that Timebreaker emblem online. Kai Wang having this Ornn 2 will be fantastic. Solidify his front line. Fizz, though, with the Rage Blade going crazy, looks like he might be playing into more of this little Blanc line as well. So many of our players are kind of angling this way. The restart mission was his choice on 3-2, and so that's where all his upgrades came from.
Yeah, restart mission. It's funny, Ornn 2. We've been seeing a lot of upgraded Ornns on stage 3 today.
Okay, more hexes or more Aurelian Soul quests to go. Game will be paused real quick as we look at our god choices here. The unique mechanic of this set. And Asa, I need to ask you, do you miss Carousel?
I actually don't have that strong of a preference. I think a lot of people mentally treat it really different, but it's actually quite similar, right? The lower HP you have, the higher chance you have of getting a high cost unit and a better component. So this is actually quite similar to Carousel in that way. I personally think Carousel is kind of fun. I'm old school, so I actually miss when the game opens with Carousel and you have to spam click your mouse to get the component you want. I mean, I'm also biased because I was pretty good at it, but
were you a guy to put a key to your move button? So
absolutely, you have to.
Was it?
Anyone
Do
who
you use
did that is
two
actually
keys?
trolling. Yeah.
Use two keys and spin? Oh my
click,
gosh.
Left mouse click, right mouse click, and then 2 keys on your keyboard also. Because
Dude,
you want to input that command the moment the barriers drop.
If anyone's curious, Asa was really good back in the day when that still existed. I mean, you're still good at the game, but like you were really good back then, and so that makes sense. You were just using every advantage you could.
It's just kind of funny because I think it's good that they got rid of it because like certain players, if they're playing with high ping, probably just could not contest bow, which was usually the premium component. They would have to learn to play the game completely differently because they could never contest the best line. But yeah, Upset Max with a 2 tanking committing to the Samira, I think that makes sense. This is pretty much the only like known line you can play with this 2 tanking, but it's really scary with 2 people who already have Ornn 2, and you can see the impact of all those Ornns being out of the pool, right? Like Upset Max not really hitting that many units he wants, only 1 copy of Ornn still.
This might be doomed.
Yeah, I mean, this it's such a tough decision for Upset Max, and I think it does really, it really
Looks
highlights.
like we lost our feed here on our
right?
side, and so we're not able to quite see exactly how that ended up. So we'll keep you updated as soon as we are able to see exactly what's going on. It does look like Upset Max did slam all of his items and start working that way. On the other side, Dish Soap playing on a Twin Guardian now, one of these silver augments that is quite good.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I wouldn't know what else to do if I was Upset Max except commit to this line. But yeah, with 2 people who already have Ornn 2, it just makes it so unlikely for Upset Max to get a good placement here. But he does need to go exactly first, so I guess it does make sense to commit to the S tier line and just hope you get really, really lucky. You have to recognize your spot is kind of bad no matter what you do. Soju does have the LeBlanc, which is really nice. That is the carry he wants with that Vanguard emblem and the Rage Blade. So Soju's spot looking quite solid, but again, it will have to depend on that level 8 roll down. He's going to be contesting this LeBlanc as well as a lot of the frontliner units that could be Morgana, Nunu, or Mighty Man with other players in the lobby. And 4th streak for Soju into neutrals, really, really nice. 2nd in HP, quite rich as well with that streak, and then Dank Memes dominating with the 9 streak, losing only the very first round of the game. And Dank Memes actually made a really interesting play because he is rolling on 6 for Jinx, but then found Misfortune first, so using Misfortune as a fill-in for Jinx. But I'm kind of curious if he will still commit to Jinx, or if he'll just go to level 7 and look for 3-star Misfortune instead of 3-star Jinx. He is holding the Jinx pair on the bench.
Excellent question, Asa. And Jack is going to be back in just a minute. You got the other half of the roll down for right now. My guess would be in this spot, considering you're at 30 gold, with just 2 Jinxes, it kind of feels almost impossible to ever see Jinx in a reasonable amount of time here. Yeah, and he is just going to sell him off. I think you made a great call out. You can just use this as tempo, try to push levels, and recognize that, hey, you know what? I'm probably not winning this game, but I don't think you're trying to win the game anyway. So try and save some HP, get placements where you can. And with players like Upset Max, not really looking like you're in a great spot. I think Dank is expecting a handful of players to die off relatively soon.
Yeah, I think what you said about pushing levels makes sense in an Upset Max spot, right? Like, he could stay on 7 and commit to try and find more Samiras and Ornns, but from this spot, with the amount of gold and the 1 copy of Ornn, there's pretty much a 0% chance of actually 3-starring these units. So maybe he might just try to go level 8 to get that temporary power spike of having the extra unit in, if he's not going to hit the 3 stars anyway. I think that would be a really good decision from his spot, and try to salvage whatever placements he can from a really bad spot.
We will have prismatics to close out our game. So for many of our players hoping to get exactly what they're looking for, VCLF, it will be a lot of rods to go with this composition. Many of our players on the right side, we see Call to Chaos for Dish Soap. We see Baron's Lair for a couple of our players as well.
Yeah, we see VCLF going 8 and looking for some of these contested units, but he is so poor, like ridiculously poor. I mean, he doesn't have much of a choice on 31 HP. He can't really just sacrifice rounds until 4-5. I think similar to some of these other players, right? He just has to hope that he gets really lucky and somehow hits something, but it's just so unlikely.
And this Radiant item, I'm wondering what we're going to do with it. We haven't quite used it yet. Probably will be a frontline item, I would imagine, with the completed backline items we do already have. Kaiwing on the other side.
Backline item, but we'll see.
You think so? Yeah. I know those are a little bit more powerful when it comes to the value of the prismatic, but Kaiwing here will have lots of tankiness. The front line is upgraded, the back line is not, but when you have Baron's Lair, your whole team will scale as long as you're alive.
Yeah, has a LeBlanc pair, so Kaiwing just needs one more LeBlanc to really pop off here. And yeah, it's nice that he has a frontline. When you have the Baron's Lair, as you mentioned, and the Rage Blade, you actually prefer the frontline upgrade to the backline upgrade. And wow, has Morgana also.
Goodness gracious, that front line is terrifying. Conda did end up going with the Meeple Printer. We also got Rogue Emblem, which is pretty good for this composition from our 8-soul cash out. And so he will be chilling now, but really needs to start winning rounds here on stage 4. We're fairly healthy going into the rest of this game. And so good spot other than not having this upgraded Rammus.
That's brutal for Dish Soap. Conda holding 2 Corkis, whereas Dish Soap was talking about playing Corki in his interview 2 days ago, which is generally an uncontested line. It's not as strong if you hit your 2-star Rammus and 2-star Corki as someone with like a 2-star LeBlanc and a 2-star Nunu, but like normally it makes it easier to hit, but Conda also looking for that Rammus and Corki.
Soju having Ascension and Giant Mighty alongside these Vanguards, and 6 Vanguard being in, having that Blitzcrank already is a great spot. The only problem is our damage is a little lacking here. No items on our Blitzcrank, not an upgraded backliner for the LeBlanc. Will be a very close fight here versus Dank Memes, who did go with that reroll you were calling out earlier.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Dank Memes was looking for Jinx, but found more Misfortunes. The odds of finding Misfortune on 7 and Jinx on 6 are actually the exact same. So at the point when he doesn't need any other units and he has more Misfortunes than Jinxes, it's actually, of course, it's a little bit more expensive to buy, but it's actually, in terms of shop odds, easier to find the Misfortunes because he already has more copies. And of course,
you see it
should, in theory, be a stronger unit since she's a 3 cost compared to a 2 cost.
We do see at least one of our players going with the reroll quest there, giving you some resources back. We do have a pair of Blitzcrank now for Upset Max on level 7. Rolling down here to see if we can upgrade things. We're not going to be going for that level 8. Instead, we're going to try and still see if we can hit this. We're 2 off each, 1 off the Ornn now.
I'm really nervous about Upset Max's speed here. He is able to hit the Ornn in time. He's got to get the Radiant item on before the fight starts, and he does it. Okay, nice play from Upset Max. He does commit on level 7, which I think if you're playing for checkmate is a correct play. Earlier I mentioned you could go level 8 and try to just like salvage some placements with a temporarily stronger board, but if he wants to get exactly a first and get a check, which you need this 3-star Ornn, so the Upset Max showing that first or 8th playstyle once again.
And I think we talk about these 4-2 prismatic augments, and we're talking about how if you can get exactly what you need, that will be a huge difference maker. And what Upset Max needed? He needed gold. He needed to roll and buy these units, and he got invested, which was able to pay off for him. VCLF, though, is also joining Upset Max out down at 1 life, trying to play around this very contested Shepherd line.
Yeah, VCLF spot was looking really bad. He level to 8 was almost no gold, but he didn't really have much of a choice. It even did win him 1 round, so if he didn't do that, he would actually probably be dead right now. But yeah, it's looking really bad for VCL. He does have the Morgana too, which is nice.
BT Morgana too. So, you know, we'll take what we can get here, I guess. Dank Memes, though, was on a win streak. We did see it snapped by Upset Max, who was at the bottom of our table. So Dank Memes in a fantastic spot. We're kind of a little bit far away from upgrading to 3 stars for the rest of our board, but we have so much power from the other units we were able to find early that we've been able to streak the early stage 4. This Misfortune trying to do its best to take down VCLF, but it won't be enough this time around. So we will see a stage 5. Same thing for Upset Max.
Yeah, VCLF, I feel like he's gonna need a lot. Upset Max is a lot closer. He only needs 2 Samiras, but even if Upset Max does hit, I'm a little concerned because he did have to take the Prismatic Econ in order to get here. Whereas it's gonna make him really strong if he does hit immediately, but then when other players are able to hit their boards as the game progresses into stage 5 and stage 6, and then have prismatic combat like Baron's Lair, as you mentioned, on top of that, I'm not sure if Upset Max is going to be able to hang.
Darthnub playing the uncontested line. We know this is the altar for Stargazer, and it looks like we did hit our Stargazer upgrade there, and so the extra damage will come through from the units. The salvage bin being, I mean, honestly, like a little confusing here at this point in the game because there's so many different things that we need to do. Not having Nunu 2 is going to be the big difference. We did find Jin on level 8, and so that will be huge, but with all the extra resources we've got from, again, the Prismatic Econ, Darthnub not having the upgrades needed to push himself to the top of the table.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Cryohex swap for Darthnub onto the Tomkins 2 with 3 ounce, but it doesn't really matter that much going up against Dank Memes, who did hit that Misfortune 3 and is 1 off Maokai now.
Yeah, this guy's spot is now looking very, very difficult. The tankiness, the amount of damage from the reroll, the Misfortune 3 tearing through Darthnub's board. He will fall down, will not really have a great chance to even enter check next game. And so really a disastrous placement from Darthnub, who just needed to get a middling placement to set himself up to get there. Now he has to go first next game in order to get in a spot where we can contest for a regional finals title soon.
Yeah, Conda and Disho both. It's actually so sad. They're looking for this Rammus unit. Conda finds it. That is normally uncontested, but both of them sitting on Rammus pair. And Conda finds it here on 5-2. I believe Disho's still on Rammus 1.
And Upset Max did hit his now upgraded 2 tanky board, and we know this to be one of the conditions for this board to win lobbies is to get 2 tanky, to upgrade them both to 3-star, and then play it all on board, and that's where we are headed. We are online, and Upset Max, if he's able to go first place, will be in check alongside many of our other players in this lobby.
Yeah, he has good items, and he was able to beat Dishsoap last round with just Samira too. So did have to sell off a Blitzcrank pair just to get that extra 5 gold, which is a little sad. But it's not super likely you're gonna hit Blitzcrank 2 at this point anyway.
Conda does fall out though, so he will not be entering check in this lobby. So another player that will miss it. So we won't have all of our players in check that were within reach, but we will have at least a few with the way this is shaping up.
That's a brutal loss for Conda. If he had just like 1 extra life, he probably would have entered check here. But that's the way the cards fall sometimes. And VCLF, I thought, was going to die for sure, but he actually is hanging on. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive against Dank Means, who did hit the Maokai 3 now.
Goodness gracious, that is a health bar for this Maokai, and with the items that are alongside that, the resistances, the durability, and also the healing, will be able to take down the front line for VCLF quite quickly. Dank Memes in a position to put himself in check, has a very strong board here in stage 5. VCLF will not enter check as well, so it is very possible that none of our Brazilians will be in check for this next game. And we see Kaiwing falling down also, which I believe will lock in Dank Memes, Soju, and Dissoap. No, not quite yet. Those are 14 points, need a top 3, but we're real close to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if Upset Max goes down here, that'll be 3 players in check. Or if Upset Max goes first, that'll also potentially be 3 players in check. Dissoap is able to find that Rammus 2 after Conda dies with his Rammus 2. And you were right, he did go with the frontline Radiant item here on the Rammus.
I mean, it is going to be a very tanky Rammus in this front line, hoping to do this. We could see 4 of our players in check if Soju does go 4th in this game. Upset Max will face off against Dissoap. We've seen this matchup once before, but the Bramble Vest versus composition is going to be very hard for the Samira to deal with. But the problem is, This Ornn does not fall down easily. That health bar is not going anywhere. The Corki trying to do its best, but the raw AD won't be able to get through that amount of HP early on. So Upset Max setting himself up well to possibly win this game.
Yeah, Upset Max, even coming back to the top 4 was more than I expected, honestly. I feel like every time I've said, like, I don't think a player's going to top 4, they've always proved me wrong. So it's really a really nice play from Upset Max, even though it was kind of a long shot with the amount of gold he had to actually hit the Ornn and Samira. He waited until everyone else sold their Ornns, pivoted into Vanguards, and then rolled down for the Ornn that was uncontested at that point and managed to hit.
Dank Memes on this Misfortune reroll board against the reroll from Upset Max. Who will come out on top here? It looks like... Yeah, it's not going to be ideal for that. The Kindred falls down as well. Misfortune and this Maokai versus the world. Upset Max and his Ornn staying alive for an incredibly long time while his Samira snipes down the backline. Upset Max really looking like he might take this game. Dish Soap, though, falling down to 1 life. If Dish Soap doesn't go third here, he will not enter check.
Oh, I actually think Dank Memes probably sacrificed his Bel'Veth on purpose in order to keep Upset Max alive, in order to try to prevent Dish Soap from being in check. So actually really good heads-up play from Dank Memes.
Very, very possible. And that's one of the interesting things about Checkmate is that is completely legal, right? In normal circumstances, you'd be like, what is happening? But this will be a situation where we don't want our fellow competitors to be in check and only want us to have that opportunity.
Because you have to be like aware of how many points everyone has.
Dish Soap looking to complete a second, third item tank in the front line. We'll be facing off against Dank Memes.
Yeah, he just wants to tank it as straight as possible. I don't think he can beat Dank Memes. Dank Memes looked really strong, but we'll see if Dish Soap holding the stone plate, gonna use it on whichever side that Dank Memes has the carry on probably. So it's gonna go on the Rammus here, but nice play waiting until the fight starts to position that stone plate.
And we'll see if we can take down this Maokai. We don't have any giant slayers on this board, so the HP is hard to get through. It will fall down here, and Dish Soap looking like this positioning might matter a lot. The Bramble Vest being a huge value for this board does win this round, and so that allows him to have the opportunity. If Soju can go down, it will be a heads-up fight, I believe, between Upset Max and Dish Soap to see who will enter checkmate.
It's true, absolutely huge win for Dish Soap. I was not believing in his board, but he was able to pull it out with a Corki against the Misfortune 3 and Maokai 3 of Dank Memes. Now we have all 3 players except Dank Memes on 1 life. Soju will be going against Dank Memes, and then Dish Soap and Upset Max. One of them is guaranteed dead. Last time they fought, Upset Max won pretty convincingly, so we'll have to see what happens this time.
Some crazy positioning from Dish Soap here. Trying to pull the Ornn to the other side so the Corking can get to the back line. It will split the Ornns instead, so not exactly what we were hoping for. The Ornn now does walk over to the Rammus on the far side, but not being able to get the backline access that he was hoping for in this fight. The Ornn still standing strong. Dish Soap now getting his backline taken down by the Samiras, will be up 4th place, not entering check unless Soju gets absolutely rolled by this board. Soju will fall out, but not in 4th.
It's brutal for a lot of our players. Dish Soap coming here with 19 points, and then like Honda with 18 points. VCLF also 19 points. So very, very brutal for so many of these players missing check.
Upset Max, though, does need to get the job done. He needs to go 1st place in order to get to check, where Dank Memes already has secured that alongside Soju in this lobby. So both of them putting themselves in a fantastic position, while Upset Max is fighting to see if he can do the unthinkable, exactly what he needed in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's got great items. He's found the Jin, which is a huge hit as well. He has the 2 Tanky, which is just a premier augment with the Samira and the Ornn. He does not have the prismatic power that Dank Memes has, though. It's looking quite close. Man. He is going to have to win a few more fights, probably. But it is looking like he is winning pretty convincingly. A Bramble Vest would be huge against Dank Memes' full AD board. incredible hit for this item anvil.
And they'll give us another Radiant item as well if we put it back on the other orange. So it is a very, very big upgrade for his board. Upset Max really being the comeback player in this lobby, playing right on the knife's edge, having to sell a Blitzcrank pair in order to buy that Samira 3 upgrade when he was at 1 life. Now has won 10 rounds in a row. Dank Memes on the other side, hoping that he can put a stop so he and Soju are the only ones in check.
This Bramble is such a big hit. I have a hard time believing that
Radiant Bramble.
Dank Memes can win this after Upset Max hit the Bramble.
Oh, but it does fall down here quite quickly. The Misfortune ramping up and now onto the back line. There was a big difference in this fight, and I'm not exactly sure what it was. The Samir's still alive. Will get one more cast off. No, it does not. And so Dank Memes wins the fight. Upset Max does not enter check.
There's so many players that were denied. Upset Max, just so, and VC off, all at 19 points, and then Conda at 18 points. That means it might be a long day for us.
Hey, I'm excited. I love watching high-level TFT, so it's going to be a fun day. And you know what? We're going to need to see these standings and really check in on what everybody else needs, because this next game will be huge. Deny the players from winning the regional finals and get yourself in check. That is what this next game is for. And our analyst desk will be on the other side of this break to break it all down and show you all the things that all these players need to do.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the grand finals of the Americas Regional Finals. We just finished up our 4th game of the day, and now we get to look forward to potentially crowning a regional champion because we're getting into Czech.
Dank Memes taking that game was an astounding game. I mean, when we saw his spot at the end of stage 3, he had 2 jinxes and he had 3 misfortunes, and instead he just opts to get out of jinx entirely and play around the MF reroll in a line that otherwise would be just a jinx 3. This is, as Hupeson would say, this is a misfortune in jinx cosplay, and I thought it was a really well piloted game from Dank Memes.
100%. I mean, he was the leader here. We didn't expect that result. On the other hand, who was playing very good was Upset Max, having a plan, playing that Samira that we know to tank is so strong, and then finding that possibility. Soyu, also the winner from the LeBlanc battle, the LeBlancers, if you will, the one that are playing that line, trying to force it, or trying to find the spot, because you're not forcing it. You find the green so early, Necra, you know you have AP, and then you try to go into that line. It's the preferred line, it's just so good.
Oh my gosh, we have a bunch of competitors though that really have found their calling. You know, like you talk about Upset Max playing the 2 tanky, but there was a lot of that game at the start. He had no units on his board. So I feel like that's kind of like the calling card of Upset Max, but we do have a lot of our competitors that just love that LeBlanc for whatever reason. She is that good. But Dank Memes, Kate through Soju, they are the players now that have passed the 20-point check mark. They need a first place and they will be the regional final winner. It is crazy though that Dish Soap, Upset Max, and VCLF are all 1 point off of that.
It is so brutal to be in that spot where just no matter what happens in the next game, you can't actually do anything to advance your tournament because you're guaranteed into check. Apart from Konda, who is at 18, needs to make sure he doesn't go 8th. But at the start of the day, I said that I really believed in Dank Memes to win this tournament. And with him sitting in check, let me just unveil one of the reasons I really wanted to believe in this guy. It's that of the career first place rates, Dank Memes is the player with the highest at 20.7% first place rate. There is this one player in all of the Americas with a higher first place rate than Dank Memes, and that's Wajan Iverson. If you are in the same league as another player and being compared to someone and it's Wajan Iverson, you're in good hands. He did everything he can to get here, and now he's in check. This is where his playstyle can thrive. Take your high roll when it presents itself to you and go first.
And also, this is a meta where high rolls are, there's a lot of possibilities. You get the artifacts, you know you can get emblems, and it's difficult when you get emblems to actually get grief because you're so strong that no one wants to go into your line. Anima may be the more griefable. If you play Anima, someone just spooky, does to you the engaña pichanga, take in and out, and just try to put the units in, and in the last moment just take it out. It's easier to grief, but they know that. And we already know, Necra, that Anima, even if you cash 100, 200, you get a little something, and then you can try to play mech. So the situation, the psychological warfare will be so interesting from now on.
But if you get the 400 cash out, then you're probably winning the game. So do you still try to risk it all if you know that regional final title may be within your grasp? I think you have to. And so we look at Dank Memes and K3 Soju as the 2 competitors that could win the regional finals right here and now. And it is going to be on the rest of them to play spoiler to that and hopefully get themselves into that checkpoint. Dartha would need a first place, Kai Wing a second, and it should be pretty easy going here for Upset Max, VCLF, Konda, and Dish Soap to be able to join them there. But let's find out. Hope-san, let's cast this game together, and let's see what's in store for us.
Yeah, starting off here and just looking for what's going to happen to Ronaldo. Darnuf, looking good. I mean, he was laughing with a good attitude. He knows his last on points here, Negra, so just trying to maybe try to go for a first and avoid the checkmate, and he himself puts in check his 12 points, so actually in a very difficult position right now, and just trying to have a good time here.
Because there, you have to think about it though. The long game is that if there's still prize money on the line for our competitors depending on their finish in this lobby. And the more that you can try to be creative, if you know that you're kind of on the outside looking in, maybe you're afforded extra games because our players in check don't actually win. And you can still use this as valuable time, knowing with the Tactician's crown is also next weekend.
Totally. Makes total sense. Upset Max, our loose trigger, normally a player that is very comfortable using HP as a resource, love to play the Anima early, loves to go for that economy augments just to get a situation. A few players here with the Leona, obviously trying to go for the Arbiter check, trying to find that Leona 3-star as a good angle just to play the Flex LeBlanc that we know is so good with the Vanguard in the front.
I wonder what we're going to see come out from our augment choice, because that's where things start to get really interesting. We've seen a lot of these games end up being prismatic augment starts, which just add in a ton of power, but we know that it's Golden Gala, so we are going to see all gold augments, but you can still find a lot of econ or combat power from that first augment choice.
Yeah. Also, we have an influx of gold that is normally higher than usual with Thresh God as a possibility. We know many of these players love Thresh. Our admins don't. Our observers doesn't like Thresh.
Hope-san, what have you done? At the beginning of the game, you asked for it.
I asked for it. I love it. I mean, you get the fact that you get the possibility of getting so much gold, or even just the fact that you're getting a random move plus gold it's like prismatic destiny. You know, the Almen or any of their. It's so good. You get additional gold and you get something that is always decent at least. So of course, everyone going for that angle if they don't have something more direct to try to go for.
Well, we see a Spreading Roots getting taken from Dink Meme, so some emblems now on the board. Darth Nub did take Worth the Wait, so there is going to be a potential of an early 3-star unit. And Dish Soap took an Anima Augment.
Yeah, getting that possibility, always going directly. Here it is. Trying to propose. We're seeing it
this
here.
is BCLF with Gilded
BCLF.
Steel. Yeah.
Perfect. This is the anima, okay. Bishop anima in, not slamming anima score and just trying to pop off. Trying to be the win out player is exactly the way that you can avoid other people. It's not only griefing everyone. The best way to grief Necra is to win yourself. And of course, you get in better spot, you take points out of the rest, and you were mentioning it. They're not only playing for the title that is of course the most important, they want to play also for placement, be on the top, and go for the prize money that is also relevant.
Yeah, and just getting those games in before the TAC crown, it feels like it can give you some confidence if your line selection is right, or even just gives you more material to VOD review before we get to that important tournament next weekend. Worth the Wait, Nasus. What are your thoughts on this one, Hupe? I'm not sure I'm happy for Darth Nub.
Yeah, I'm not happy at all. We saw that it wasn't working out well. We saw it in MEA. We saw it here. This is one of the miss, if you will. Of course, you can tempo out of it. You can try to play a space group, but you don't really want to go to this angle. There's a lot of more premium units. Here, premium emblem here with the space group. Also having the possibility of playing Arbiter, at least in the early start, maybe trying to get some econ. This is very good for Danmi. Is it enough for him to win it all? Maybe. And Bishop doesn't believe it.
Yeah, he can't believe that there's a Space Groove emblem on Dink Meme's board. You saw that reaction, just absolute hands to the temple. Dink Meme's one of our competitors in Czech, and if you can actually get even just, I don't even think you need an extra emblem on top of this. This might be good enough to go vertical.
Yeah, you go vertical in the ribbon, and it's very difficult to grief. The only way to grief is to actually just try to play also Space Roof, if you have the option, and then someone will have to sacrifice and roll early. Roll on 4-1, try to take at least 2 Nami outs of the pool, the Ramus that is so important. But this is the spot we're talking about. Getting emblems, and then the rest, they don't have a chance to grief you, or maybe one have some spot. Kaiwen, on the other hand, just trying to play around the trade treasure, for now having a good front line with the Cho'Gath and thinking about Jinx probably.
Did you hear the pings? I think Kaiwing left his board to go see what everybody was fussing about over there. Space Group emblem is definitely going to be at the forefront of everyone's mind, navigating the rest of this game. Or maybe they're happy for Dank Memes and it's his time to win the regional finals, but let's find out.
Yeah. Upset Max still just holding strong, has the Clutter Mine, so very similar to what he's been proposing so far. Takes the win here. Normally, this is like an economy out when you prefer to lose, but his win-loss, just trying to preserve IP and thinking about doing a fast 8 or fast 9. Obviously, this is interesting because everyone normally wants to go for Thresh, but Yasuo is so strong, Necra, especially if you're re-rolling. If you want a great tank, if you want someone to actually funnel a lot of power into it, and we see it's actually split. Most of the players here going for the Yasuo, just trying to get full power out of the Hex.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about Upset Max having 6 copies of the Leona, maybe you're trying to get that 3-star. That would be a really powerful combat to have when you think about what Yasuo Hexes may be offered also later on in the game. But we... Oh, early Rammus. Early Rammus for Konda.
Nice.
Wow.
Okay. This is huge. I mean, he can already commit to the comp. He has 1 sword, so a little difficult for him just to commit directly, but he already has the Emilio. He can try to play around Fate Weaver early if he can. Has a Samira, has a Misfortune. So he really has some options. Ramus, as you mentioned, normally is in the Corki line, but it's a great tank 1-star. So I think that's the most high roll, right? Just having a tank that you know works out, having a great item for him, and you're already stable in the mid stages of the game.
You could also, yeah, you could use it for now and then try to transition to something else. But I feel like just like the Bastion synergy may be very helpful for later, depending on what you want to play.
Yep.
You're holding the Samira, so maybe you're thinking about wanting to try to re-roll a 3-cost or something like that. So Ornn.
Okay, sells the Misfortune, only holding the Samira, as you mentioned, that is the premium option. And of course, I mean, this Cosmic Hex from Yasuo makes it that you want to leave a unit there for as long as possible. So I truly believe that he will never sell this Ramus, and he will just be stacking. Normally, you don't have that much value with the Hex unless you're re-rolling. For example, here the Leone will be a Leona 3-star, gaining HP every time. And of course, the same for the Ramus. So great spot for both of them.
It's so funny to see Upset Max actually trying to play around a strong board instead of just completely open boarding with no units on bench or board. But when you're this close to being able to print that 3-star Leona, I feel like you kind of do need to roll with the dice that you're given, and this seems like a great spot to try to preserve that HP. BCLF, though, I feel like this might just end up being Jinx reroll. What do you think?
I think Master G because of the emblem. The items are telling us
the
G,
Brawler
as you
emblem.
mentioned, but the Brawler emblem is just too good on Master G. Normally open up that possibility. So he should probably play Jinx for now. That's the angle that you want to go, and then try to go for the full cap with Master G.
Okay, that makes sense. I was wondering only because we did see like the 4 Brawler online. I guess the Primordian though would be nice just to try to get some econ in if you're able to fit the 3 package. But
Yep.
checking back in on Upset Max's board, you did get the Leona all printed, 3-starred. And now it's time to figure out what is going to be coming next in the game. We've got to prepare ourselves for a second gold augment, and then we can really start to see these boards take shape.
Yeah, I mean, the Vanguard that we've seen so far is so prevalent in the Fast 8 comp. Is good to stable with the LeBlanc, also Fast 9, and you get that bar in together with the Zone, and that's exactly what Upset Max is thinking. He's 19. I mean, no matter what happens, next round he will be on check, but everyone is thinking about winning, and I love it because the game will be so chaotic from now on.
Well, because if you win, if you're Upset Max, like any of these competitors that aren't in check, then you're extending the tournament and giving yourself that chance to win later. And so all eyes on Dank Memes and K3 Soju. What are they going to do with the game that they're offered? And can Dank Memes actually convert the Space Groove emblem into a first place? Has the Ornn, has the Samira. I wonder if this is going to end up being a reroll angle, or if this is going to be something where I guess the next augment will help you determine what kind of direction you want to take that.
Yeah, makes sense. Be open to possibilities. I think that's exactly what Dan Mix is thinking. Also, getting the Ornn early is so important, so that the Hex gives him additional XP scaling too. We see on the other hand, BCLF holding strong, not having 2-star still, but normally you try to roll a little just to be stable on 3-2, but you're already thinking about that level 8. So there's a sensitivity here. He's already level 6. He went to level 6 quickly here, Necra. So losing in economy just to make sure he's strong enough to maintain a little tempo for BCLF.
Yeah, I mean, preserving that win streak is going to be so important because that's where you're also going to get that additional value. As we see this second gold augment come through, we can see Spreading Roots picked up by Upset Max and maybe hoping to high roll a couple of those emblems. Konda as well, looking for some extra +1s. And then Darthnub with a magic roll. So what did we get from these augments?
Yeah, it will be interesting to see the items for everyone at the same time. That will give us a glimpse of, especially the augments and the emblems and the possibilities. So you also with the spat. So everyone indexing into the emblems as a possibility. Konda getting Primordial and Timebreaker. Normally good in the Corki comp, but the Primordial will be a miss for him.
Yeah, I mean, the Primordian, like, do you ever... I guess, yeah, you hope to use the Reforger later, maybe, because you don't have that package available, and you wouldn't want to keep continuing to carry those lower-cost units. But who knows?
Okay, for Konda here, the bad thing about Konda here, not having a good unit in the back, only Ezreal 1, no pair. So for him, a difficult spot, and he's winning because of the Ramos. I mean, just holding the line there, so strong, and the little guys are just strong enough to take the win here.
Oh my goodness. That was after so much damage was getting dealt from that backline too. That's so funny. All right, well, yeah, VCLF still on the win streak. He's able to extend that after spending the gold to go to level 6 early. I started to get a couple of these upgrades as well and found a pike. So very nice to get that psionic online.
Yeah, additional items. These are items that were refurbished or modified. So now they're very good in any comp. And Soju, we saw him commit directly to this comp. Rolling here, this is weird, Necra. Committing to the comp, has the emblem for the Dark Star emblem, couldn't find the Cho'Gath and couldn't find the Lysandra. So losing a little in tempo here for Soju. He decides to go to level 6. So he just recognized, okay, I will get the Lysandra in a moment, maybe later, but I prefer to play tempo. If not, I will be very behind and I don't want to lose economy. Obviously, a sense of the game is not the normal decision, but Soju has shown us that he's special. He thinks of the game in a different way, and he thinks that this path is better for the plans that he has.
Well, I think if you're able to get the Lysandra 3, then that's something that can carry you very far. But you're right, like HP is going to be an incredibly valuable resource in this lobby when you look at the fact that we've got Dish Soap on a loss streak, getting econ that way, VCLF on an 8-win streak, and also trying to snowball with that tempo. So I think you really have to make sure that you're not going to be taking too big of hits from people. You got to keep up with the lobby tempo.
Yeah, it's tough. For Soju, yeah, he needs everything, right? He needs the tempo to maintain himself alive, but at the same time, he needs to win the game. He's already at 22, so he has to think about these high roll possibilities. Already at 54 in his augment to get the cash out, and of course, thinking about good possibilities and having a chance to pop off maybe later into the game.
Wow, let's see what VCLF is cooking over here. It's going to be the Primordium package still to keep getting some of that econ, the 4 brawlers. But as you were saying, like it is starting to take shape that you've got the Marauders in there. It's just going to be about finding that early Master Yi, right?
Yeah, VCLF got the Veigar from the trash. So 9 gold, free 9 gold for him. Of course, trying to high roll maybe some other things, especially with the comp. He's going for that Master Yi for now. 40 gold if he wins here. And we see the shop. A little information already at 400 Necra. Healthy. He can make the cash out now, and he can even maybe risk it for a little more, knowing that he's 19 and he wants to win.
Yeah, I mean, how lucky is that? That Dish Soap gets to have his last streak, get him to that 400 cash out. He still has 30 HP to work with, and VCLF gets to keep his win streak. We see the Battle Bunny crossbow, 3 lesser champion duplicators, and
going for more.
He's sending it. Lupe, he wants another stack.
I like it. 500 is normally very hard to miss, and he already is going for AP. So the Battle Bunny is beast. I mean, there's a lot of units that can use it, but he's already committing to AP. So actually going for an additional cash out, I love it, Necra.
Hey, why not? I mean, you already have 1 copy of the Aurelian Seal. You're holding a Karma on bench. The best thing that you can do is make sure that you're going to get the right item. And so when you're thinking about the animate cash outs, I know everybody likes the Annihilator on something like the Acel, but is there anything else that you're kind of hoping to get that will work with that comp?
Yeah, I think any of the defensive one for the mech and any of the AP ones for Aurelion Sol. So Battle Bunny was actually the miss, right? That was the physical line, if you will. So I think there's a lot of possibilities that he could get either to improve his tank or to give more damage to Aurelion Sol in the future.
Okay, well, let's see. He's going to go ahead and start transitioning some of the board because he knows that there's going to be a lot to do when he actually gets this 500 cash out. And it's also so late in the game, I kind of wonder if there's anybody that's even going to attempt to grief him after he kind of starts some of this role.
Wow, he got so many legendaries, but he's just looking for Acel and the mech. Okay, there's 1 mech at least to give a form to the line here, but the economy has been hurt. Of course, he should be getting something about the 500 cash out. But yeah, he's holding time. Asa was talking about this. The time as a resource, Necra. Just making sure he has the time to do the roll down and then try to win this round also. Or try to get close to the 500 killing units. walking.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's ASL 2, that's Karma 2 already, a pair of Nunus on the bench, and even finding a pair of the Mighty Mech. Gets the upgrade for the Mordekaiser as the final piece before we're going to see this cash out. And is anybody going to even attempt to stop this?
Yeah, finding the pair of Nunu also helps. It gives you some leeway, right, to get a possibility. One Morgana, being open to possibilities. As we were saying, Konda with the Corki line finds one Corki, still level 7, so we'll do a deep roll down on 4-2. And for now, this is a good position for Bishop. I don't know if it's enough because, I mean, it's just so strong the Ramos here, but at least he should be killing units and stay himself healthy to have an additional chance there on the next round. Okay.
Oh my goodness, big cash out coming. Let's see what you got, Dish Soap. What's in the care package? Oh, he also has to pick his augment too, though. Oh my goodness, there's a lot. Okay. Okay, wow, that's gonna be an easy take. Holy. Okay, so big duplicator as well, so we can actually get this board probably upgraded as you have a lot of gold to work with too.
Yeah, he wants to get one front line upgraded naturally, and now he can use the duplicator for directly for the other one. But he's not. He's holding the duplicator, Nekra. He's making.
Oh, there he goes.
Think...
Use it on the Morgana.
Okay. I thought he was doing the Disho special, just trying to go for the 3-star and maybe hold the duplicator. No. Yeah.
I will always remember that 3-star Annie being a win for Dish Soap at the Tactician's crown, but no, it is just a completely upgraded board. Are we happy with these items? We got a nice tank item there for the mech.
Yeah, totally. I mean, he needs to get what he gets. He doesn't have a Reforger, so any tank items, any AP items in the back is strong enough. And now going up against Dan Mims, who finds the Nami 2-star that we know is priority in this hump, and just trying to hold up with good possibilities. Let's see if he's strong enough here for Bishop. He needs to start winning from now on. Only 12 HP, 1 life and a dream, and try to avoid Dan Mims and Soju from getting the win and finishing the tournament now.
Yeah, well, also, let's talk about the booster pack that VCLF got. There's a 2-star Vex swimming on another board. 2-star Vex. Where did that must have come from the booster pack, right? Surely.
A little information about the items that Disho has. The Uwu Blaster is actually an attack speed and AD item, so it's not ideal. He should try to reforge. He's very good on Jinx. He's very good for attack speed units, so that would be a difficult spot there for him.
Yeah, and maybe a Reforger will get dropped from the God offering if you're so lucky. But let's check in on how Soju is doing as well. Another one of our competitors that is in check. He did end up finding the Lissandra 3 and made the Darkstar emblem, so that's going to be Darkstar 6 unlocked. But Soju's going to need a lot more than this. He's going to end up needing Jin even to make this board stronger.
Yeah, so crazy for VCLF, right? You roll level 8, you get it for free this Vex, and now just trying to get an additional angle for it. Many of them trying to commit for the Yasuo because they want the Empower Hex, and of course some of them just going for the Gamba with Thresh, that is so important, and just trying to get something huge to maybe flip the game in their favor.
It's mystery loot, so there's a number of different things that could be. I feel like when we've seen so many players taking the dummy, maybe you have to think about the risk that comes along with the potential reward, but there are definitely options.
I like to think about it as a small call to chaos. So
yeah,
we'll
true.
Start receiving the information now. Darnoob here, Nekra, I mean, making it work. He had where the way Nasus here, no chance to pivot out of it. Just decide, as you mentioned, to play the vertical space group. Doesn't find the Nami. We know he's contested, so in a difficult spot for him to get that first place that he needs to be in check.
You do have the pair of Nami and the pair of the Tom Kench. So there are still some significant upgrades that can come through. But so I'm hopeful, but you're right that it's looking a little bleak.
Yeah, losing the last 3 rounds. Yeah, he's close, but he's on jail, through 0 here on gold, going up against Danmi, and this is the mirror. This is exactly the guy that's getting your units away, and good for Danmi because he's on check already, 22 points, in good position with the emblem, finds the Shen, finds a decent front line, has the Radiant there, has the Ornn with additional possibilities here with the Augment, and of course, in a great position here, Danmi. Normally, this is not a win-out comp, but it will depend on the rest, Necra. Is someone strong enough to beat that memes, or the comp itself and the tempo that he has finding the Blitzcrank will be strong enough for him to win the game?
Yeah, it's so tough because I'm with you. Like, you know, what do you actually do to take it over? At least, like, Dink Memes is also still missing a couple of upgrades here. Great for Darth Nub, maybe to give us some hope, having hit the Nami 2, but Dink Memes has hit everything else as well. You want the Shen and the Blitzcrank. It's going to be a pair for the Riven, but the fact that you end up having a useful upgraded frontline, I'm nervous if there's anybody that can actually take him down.
Yeah, totally. Soju, as you mentioned, he find the Lissandra Tristar, couldn't find the Cho'Gath, so this should be strong enough for him to maintain a little of the tempo, but I don't see him winning. I mean, he's going up against Dan Memes that is strong, going to level 9, 40 gold, and if someone in check can close the game right now, it should be Dan Memes. Meanwhile, we see Darknum taking an L, and I mean, it hasn't been the day for him.
Yeah, it's been a really tough day. That's only going to be 13 points. Dartham is still at the bottom of our standings, but it looks like this game might extend itself. We're getting word from our expert Asa on the sidelines. This game looks very, very high roll, and we might be able to get a chance to see a 6th game.
Yeah. Do you like someone to beat Dan Memes here? Someone with the information that we have so far?
Asa says it's dish soap right now that's going to end up being the heavy favorite, which is true because, and I know I should have known this because Asa loves the anima cash outs. He's such a big fan of them. And the fact that dish soap ended up getting a 500 cash out, not even just the 400, I feel like that does put him in a firm driver's seat. But we're seeing a lot of big upgrades come through here. Soju starting to kind of put things together. We need to find the karma, and Jin would still be quite optimal. I don't know. How do you think about this, like missing out on the Cho'Gath? Would have liked to see a 3-star Cho'Gath here, but I know it's tough for him to find.
Yeah, it's like you want everything in this comp, right? You need the Aurelion Sol doing damage, now you have it, but it's lacking frontline, right? The Dark Horse helped you a lot, but now a Cho'Gath 2-star is the only one holding your line, and that's the difference normally in this composition. So it's burst damage, so it's looking amazing for him, at least against Konda, who's still trying to hold on with the Corki. Corki access to backline, and now a node from Lissandra should be enough to clean it up.
Oh, Konda, I feel like was also kind of one of the I don't want to say like a loser in the sense, but because that's not what I mean. But like he got some, I think, bad. I would say a little bit of bad luck. Maybe the timebreaker thing is better than I think it is, but those emblems, I would have preferred for him to see something else, I guess, to push him in a stronger direction.
Yeah. Now that means he lost the last one, so not in a great spot. You were mentioning D-Shop being a great position to beat him. Maybe someone else also taking the win from him. The problem is he's stacking the Ornn. That is not the main tank of the comp, unless his 3-star normally is the Tamkench. So the comp is good, has the emblem, but it's lacking that additional hump that actually would give him an X factor to maybe win the game.
Wow, a Sona 2 on the other side for Upset Max, already finding that pretty big legendary unit, and this Leona just continues to get bigger and bigger after the Hexes continued to feed her.
Yeah, holding strong.
Another loss.
Yeah. Access to the backline also for Upset Max, taking out the Nami before the Ornn was actually taken out. That's something interesting to be taken into account. Maybe my movement position here will be interesting for Dang Memes. Meanwhile, Konda holding the Blitzcrank, playing defense here, Necra, just to make sure Dang Memes doesn't get the flip Blitzcrank, and of course the out that he needs, the bailout to try to win with the Space Group.
Well, I think Dink Memes is probably going to go. Oh
Finds
well,
it.
he found it by himself. So maybe now Konda is just saving the Blitzcrank for another game. But this is going to be a ghost that Dink Memes is going up against. There is a Jinx reroll that got hit in this lobby by Kaiwing, and so Kaiwing has been actually on a win streak up until this point.
Yeah,
This
looking
should be
good
a
there with
win
the
though
Jinx.
for Dink Memes.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, good win here for Dan Memes. Low in HP. Same for Konda. Both of them 1 life. Konda is out.
Oh. Yeah, Konda just got eliminated off screen, but he did enough. That is 2 points. He got the 7th that he needed in order to get into check for the next game. So at least he also still has a shot to win it all in the next one. But all eyes on Soju, Dink Memes, both of them are on 1 life left. If both of them get eliminated, then we are absolutely finishing this out in a 6th game or more. And I think for Soju, this could be it. It's looking tough right now trying to find these final units.
Yeah, also not having a chance to go level 9 to try to find
Yeah.
Jin. Maybe Jin 2-star, maybe find items for him. So, I mean, yeah, just living out of gas, probably the composition. Well played because of what the game gave him, but it's not enough for him to get a first place. That is exactly what he needs.
Well, one of them are going to get eliminated here, as it is Dink Memes versus Soju for the knockout. One of these players in check is going out here, and it is Soju. This fight is not close. Dink Memes has found all of the power that he has needed, especially with that Blitz 2 upgrade with items, to knock out this counterpart in Soju, and he gives himself more life. Very close fight, though, for Dish Soap, who is also on 1 life, and the biggest player to actually play spoiler in this lobby.
Yeah, Dan Memes will have to win against Bishop, that has a very decent Exodia composition, and also against Offset Max, who's also with fast 9 AP, has already the Leona 3-star, has the Bar 2-star. So there are a few boogeymans here, and that means doesn't have a free trial here to get to the final round.
Oh, I was thinking that maybe we could see a Morgana 3, but I am seeing a copy of Morgana on VCLF's board, and
Okay.
it would take quite a bit of gold for Dishop to get to a point where he can actually upgrade that. Next fight on the menu for Dank Memes is going to be against Kaiwing's upgraded Jinx reroll board. He is missing out on that 2-star in the back, but I feel like,
Okay.
I don't know, it's kind of tough. This Cho'Gath is destroying.
Yeah, good damage here. Yeah, Kaiwen missing the possibility there with the Kindred, just having the additional 3-star. And Bishop takes a hit here, goes out
He's
against CLE. Eyebrows up for Bishop, doesn't believe it. BCLF so strong with the Vex 2-star, Fiora 2-star, decent frontline, and just takes out Bishop.
Wow, how did that happen? Did the Fiora just like get some executions and backline access?
Yeah, I mean,
'Cause
maybe
I'm truly
yeah.
shocked.
Yeah, full damage here. Probably the Fiora. Yeah, she's very bursty. She has the Death Blade. So maybe some angle she found the space. Bishop was as shocked as we are. And now that means the one trying to hold, the only one in check, already trying to take the win. Soju already out. And it's a difficult chance here. The Boogeymans on the top are so strong. It's like 3 raid bosses up against you, and you have to defeat every one of them to take the win.
Yeah, I mean, Dank Memes is going to have to be the Grim Reaper, knocking out Kaiwing, Upset Max, and VCLF if he wants to take home this regional finals trophy. VCLF, though, if that was like a clean and quick victory, may be the person to actually get the upset. Let's find out. We're seeing that matchup right now, Hupe.
Yeah, Morgana in the front, holding out, sucking all the damage from the players. Important to see the Vex. She's trying to ramp and getting the additional angle. Blitzcrank on the right, Akrati trying to access the backline. This could be the differential here, Necra, if he managed to go. No, Blitzcrank pop-ups and go to the front line once again. Oh, but that means taking the win up against BCLF. BCLF won against Bishop, and this was an easy win for him.
Wow, it was not even close. Even though the Blitzcrank decided to change course and stray away from that Vex, everything else in the front line crumbled, and it looked like Dank Memes is about to take this victory lap. I think it might happen for him. A player who has, against so many odds, found himself into the TFT Pro circuit for this set. Someone who has been hoping to get a win like this for several sets now. Hope-san, it might happen. We might be on the precipice of watching Dank Memes rise into the Hall of Champions.
Yeah, this is the second raid boss for him. Obsec Max, almost fully capped, AP Fast 9 line, 30 gold for him, so both of them still having a chance to up levels for BCLF and Obsec Max, but Dank Memes just looks stronger. Access to backline, the Blitzcrank doing so much, and the Shen also. That additional possibility, Shen being quick, being able to cast 3 times and getting the additional damage that Asa was telling us about, this is making the difference, Necra. There's a lot of or more damage in this composition that the eye shows us.
And it still gets better. Let's see if Upset Max and VCLF can do anything here to actually stop the boogeyman. Dank Memes, winning this would also just be absolutely insane. A player that we have watched be very emotional, sometimes maybe even get tilted. If you have a bad game, it is so hard to be able to bring yourself back from that. And he went 8th in the first game of the day. The comeback is real. It might be happening.
It's happening. He gets a goal, so that's an additional bailout here, at least for one round. Ops and Matt will have to face BCLF, both of them very clear in HP as a priority, but now one of them will be in a difficult position. Meanwhile, Dank Memes here fighting the goals, just making sure he's in a good spot. It should be enough. No access to backline from the Vex. That would be the difficult position for him. Another win for Dank Memes. And BCLF takes the loss. Obsec Max is stronger.
Okay, but let's look at this now. The economy in this game. You're going to get an extra item here. There's also a lot of gold on the table for Upset Max and VCLF. VCLF just sent it to 10. Is there any upgrade that VCLF can put in his board right now that is going to be able to win versus Dank Memes? And can he actually upgrade it? That's the big question. Dank Memes finally gets all of these units 2-star upgraded, but VCLF hit 10. What did he put in?
That's so important. Raz was already the Morgana that is normally the flexible units, so just needs to find something. Could be the Jhin just to get the execution and additional possibilities. And now the fight. Dank Memes up against VCLF.
If this level 10 cannot take down Dank Memes, then he is going to win the regional finals in this 5th game. It is a good effort as the Fiora starts to wrap through this front line, but what she really wants is to access this Nami that is casting like crazy. The Shen has also been so beautifully defended by the rest of these pieces, but it's enough! The Nami is down and Dank Memes is sent out in 3rd place for this game. Hope-san, we are going to a 6th game bare minimum to finish this regional finals.
Yes, ma'am. We have another game, and Obsec Max doing amazing here with CLF. Dank Memes had the chance here, Necra. A little positioning without, not in his favor. The crowd control from the Shen was just missed, or was just finished when the CC come through. So the damage was just not enough for him. We saw the expression. He was like, I had it, man. This was my spot to win. And now we'll have a lot more players in check.
Yeah, 6 total as we think about game 6, but we still have to finish this one. Upset Max goes level 10 to try to match the beast. That's VCLF's board. It's going to be the Vex 2 versus the Sona and the Bard. Who is going to actually win out this brawl? The front lines are starting to get very scary as they are teetering on the edge of disaster. But this Fiora cannot get through this Blitzcrank, and the Vex is still alive. A huge hit though, as it's going to be the Bard that survives it to the end, and Upset Max takes the first win in this final 1v1.
So close. Both of them so strong here. Necra fully capping the board. Fast 9 AD versus Fast 9 AP. Level 10 for both of them. Getting everything out of what TFT gives in this set, and obviously finding the cap out possibilities. We were asking what is going BCLF put in. He puts in the Jhin just to get the additional execution and get a chance, the additional support here with the Jhin, and now having a chance to take it all. And of course, both of them, I mean, just stopping the ones in check. This is so good. 19 points, playing for pleasure, and now Jhin 2 for BCLF will be also an important point to consider.
Yeah, it's house money now. You've stopped this regional finals from ending on the 5th game. So now it's just about having some fun putting these boards together. It is legendary soup for VCLF, and Upset Max is also starting to put some great things together. Still sticking to this 4 Vanguard front line. Wants to buy enough time for the Sona and this Bard to actually do something. But do we like the positioning in these corners for these carries? The Gen 2 upgrade is going to be a lot of crossfire for the front. And can this Leona actually hang on with all of the stacking HP that she's been getting throughout this game?
Soaking all the damage. Leona's holding strong. Blitzcrank trying to access the backline, but goes again into the front. Upset Max thinking about thinking the game, and the collapse. That means Upset Max takes the win, gets additional points, gets himself in check, and we have an additional game, Necra.
I love that. The smile was immediate. And these players, they are excited. One more game, one more chance. 6 players could take the title. And I just cannot wait to hand it back over to the desk. I need a minute after that one, Hupe-san. My heart rate is very high after seeing the explosiveness of those final couple rounds. So, desk, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Necra. Listen, I think we all went through a little bit of a roller coaster of emotions there. We saw Dish Soap with his Anima spot, and we're like, okay, everyone calm down. We got game 6. And then Dish Soap dies, Dank Beam starts streaking. We're like, all right, we're wrapping it up, pack it up, the game's over. And then out of nowhere, Jack, I mean, Upset Max and VCLF came out of left field to really go the distance, take out Dank Beam's board, and continue on to game 6.
This just feels like classic checkmate. Right? Like, you're like, oh, okay, we're safe. Oh, we're not. And just like this whole roller coaster of emotions, and these players are feeling it mostly, right? They're like, I can get in check. Last game, there's so many players that ended up on 19 points, but now almost all of them are in check for this next game. It is absolute checkmate cinema.
Yeah, this lobby was ridiculously strong. VCLF taking out Dank Means, and then Upset Max taking out VCLF. I think it's kind of a symptom of so many players being at 19 points, right? It's like they're not really trying to play for a top 4. They might as well play to deny the first place. And we just saw so many boards capped out so high.
Now, with 6 players entering check, I would like to hear from you two. How did the dynamic of the lobby change? Because surely you can't grief 6 players all at once.
It's just every man for themselves at this point. Obviously, the 2 players that are in 7th and 8th, Kai Wang and Darth Nub, everyone's rooting for, right? Like, if you're not in the spot to win, you want them to win, but you can't grief them, right? Like, if they win the game, that means you can't win the game. And there's so many people that can just win the tournament this game that the griefing kind of just is like, well, whoever has the spot, like, obviously we don't want to give somebody a 400, 500 Anima cash out.
Yeah, pretty much every single player has to play for first. The 2 players not in check, like Darth Nub needs a second to get into check. And the tournament would only actually continue in that case if Kai Wayne was the other player who went first. So pretty much every player, except for Kai Wayne, could help out Darth Nub, but for the most part, everyone's just playing for exactly a first here. So I expect to see a lot more of those really high cap boards, people kind of taking risky lines, low tempo, and it affects the rest of the lobby, right? When everyone's playing greedy, that means you can play greedy and not lose that much HP.
If we look to the past, we'll learn that Dank Memes, Dish Soap, and Conda, surprisingly, are actually the 3 players with the highest first place rate of this field. I think most people would not be surprised to hear those first 2 names. But listen, at the end of the day, one game, anything can happen. It doesn't matter if your first place rate is 30, if it's 10, if it's 1. In one game, Jack, literally anything can happen.
And this is checkmate, right? Like, this is just the formula we see happen all the time. This is exactly how Darth Nub won his championship last set. Wasn't necessarily the highest point earner in the day, wasn't necessarily the most consistent player, but when it mattered most, he was able to show up and win the game. And so all of our players are just hoping for that opportunity.
Yeah, I think
What
they
are you
can
expecting?
have the opportunity to like kind of adapt their playstyles, right? Like earlier we talked about Soju being kind of a top 4 type of player, but I think when he is in checkmate, I think he can mix up his playstyle. I think he's very capable of playing for that first place.
Are there any augments that either of you are expecting to see people take 2-1 that might give them more of that flipping your game, play for a top 1 right off the bat?
I mean, it depends on the tier of augment, right? But anything that enables Fast 9 will be a good recipe. I'm thinking Birthday Reunion, I'm thinking late game scaling. Any of those would be great options on the silver tier.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of augments that come with a lot of risk, but if you can survive that risk, are really good. I'm thinking like Expedition, maybe Comeback Story. We saw Upset Max go for the 2 tanky to get into check and barely missing it with 1 point. 2 tanky being really risky, going for a really expensive 3-cost reroll, but then not having the goal to support it potentially.
Lots of different lines that people can take. We can see them all locking in. Darthnub, I love it. This guy's always moving. Is he walking on a treadmill, by the way? Does anyone know?
Oh, I think we asked him, and he's just listening to music, having a great time, standing, and just enjoying his time. But we will jump in to maybe our final game of the regional finals, and it will be Gangly and Hupe-san taking you through.
Thank you, Desk. That's it. And we're starting normal here with a breather, Gangly, Victor, 2-star champion, just keeping it small, giving possibilities, giving an amplitude of universes to all of the players to receive the blessing from Space Gods and try to win this game and be crowned as regional champions.
I can immediately see the angle for the dish soap recombab into recombab once again. Don't know if we saw the gods yet, but if Thresh is available, it's just something to keep in mind. We might get there.
Yeah.
6 players in check though, Hupe. This is where everything does change. That's the nature of checkmate, right? Is that the game it becomes very dynamic. In the beginning, you're kind of just playing normal. When one person gets in check, you kind of have to shift to playing more defensively. But now everybody is playing offensively, right? 8 players sprinting to the finish line to pray that they can make it first.
Okay. We have confirmation. Stargazer is Medallion. BCLF loves to play that line. Would be interesting to see also Konda. So you already played the Lysandra Cho'Gath. He didn't receive good augments, so he wasn't able to pop off only the Lysandra 3, not the Cho'Gath 3, and now we see Dangmims also with 5 Lysandra. So it's a comp that can be a first place comp, but a lot of things have to go in your favor. So let's see if they play it for tempo or they try to commit.
In general, I think the meta will shift as people will probably go away from some of the reroll compositions that generally just give them tempo. Things like Jinx will probably not be played here. Silver Augment, though, we know that there are a handful of Silver Augment that do warp the game quite a bit. Actually, Denk has 3 options that I would consider to be pretty high variance in terms of their outcomes. Does get away with the first one, not playing Stellar Combo certainly, ends with Patience is a Virtue, so he will be playing in a way that allows him to not reroll. So whether that means he's going to full open or look for Primordian and just kind of use it as an engine, we'll have to exactly see.
Yeah, no Survivor now. Upset Max getting the slight magic roll, trying to get the spat as a possibility. So you're already committing to the AP line, or at least with the Shojin going for casting, could also be the Samira. But has AP, has a rod and a tier. So obviously going for this angle that is Soju special. I mean, he's played any version of AP Flex that we can imagine, playing Nami, playing LeBlanc, playing Karma Flex, playing Aurelion Sol. So he's well and prepared to play anything that the game gives him.
That's true, and the one game that we did see him win, it didn't come off the back of some sort of crazy Fast 9 or legendary board. It came off of what you're describing right here, right? The AP Flex, playing around level 8, stabilizing there, and utilizing that tempo to eventually get to 9. So it seems like Soju will fall back to his standard ways, playing tempo, trying to contest some wins on stage 2.
Dangmims rolled here. That's so interesting. Obviously looking for a chance to improve his board. Very, very unusual given the augment that he already has. And Upset Max just trying to get additional possibilities, just getting additional units here. Finds the early Gnar, has the IE, has the half component for the Winsu, so this could be a Gnar print game in a decent position.
Okay, but how many times do you think you're going first with Printer Gnar? That is the question. Do you think Upset Max thinks he can go first with Upset Gnar?
I think it's possible. I do.
Okay.
It's a comp that if you get to the bar, if you get in good tempo, you pressure the lobby, you get an early bar. Of course, it's not like the one that we think should be. But I think the strength of Nar is actually in the beginning phase when you have Nar 2-star, and then in the late game when you have Nar 3 together with the bar. So I truly believe, depending on the structure of the lobby, that is an angle that you can take.
Okay. Yeah, I think we'll have to see whether or not Upset Max does decide to slam something like the Infinity Edge on that Gnar. For now, we are seeing Conda who takes team building. Whoa, I was not expecting to see someone lean into something like this. Generally speaking, the reroll compositions that we've seen this set are not great at going first. The exceptions to that are things like the Samira, which with your item setup right now, you do kind of have a lot of those pieces, but you generally need 2 tanky in order to actually turn that from a top 4 composition into a top 1. But Conda really leveraging, saying, listen, you know what got me here is playing reroll, right? So continuing to stay in that lane.
Yeah. Holding also
it's also
Twisted
Medallion,
Fate there.
right? Yeah, so
it's Medallion,
yeah. Lulu, yeah. So Lulu would make the most
right.
sense here, and that is something to consider. That it's Varus, the Varus god, being here does give you the opportunity to get 2/3 costs right off the bat, and he finds Lulu. Wait, does he actually take it? It does have the sword, which is not a great component, but if you get 2 Lulus and then also get and use your duplicator, that right off the bat would give you a Lulu too.
Yeah, that could be the angle here for Conda. Let's see what was the decision in the end. Almost everyone going for Cal, getting that additional item. It was a glove, so very versatile now in this meta. Trying to get that, especially the Jewel Gauntlet is a premium item that we see time and time being taken, given the base stats of the units.
Soap and Upset Max alongside K3 Soju are the 3 players right now who are playing tempo, right? Dishop's got the Primordian on board. And actually, I remember, where did I hear this? I don't know if it was on our stream or in an interview. Someone had asked Dish Soap if you could have, oh, you know what? It was his podcast, Study Hall. And he was asked if you could have any opener in the game to make you feel like you could win, what would it be? And he actually said, I would take Primordian opener every single game if I could. And so here we are in the final, sitting on check for the opportunity to not only make it back to the Tactician's crown, because he's done that again, but win his second regional finals with the opener that he asked for himself, as unfortunately he's going to lose his streak, and now it is Max and Soju as the 2 players contesting the 5 streak.
Conda, you were mentioning it already with the Lulu, so everything in his favor. The gods, the space gods helping him and doing that combo that you mentioned. Gangly already has the Shojin, has the mana generation for the Conda, and now he could make a snowball with this.
ECLF playing on Misconnection is going to be playing around 80 Bruiser composition. Could end up actually just being Master Yi based on the items. It seems the most likely 2 really strong items when you're playing Yi. And he's going to be playing from ahead. With this win against Darthnub does ensure he'll hit 30 gold. So he'll be sitting pretty rich relative to the lobby. Him, Dish Soap, and Honda, I believe, are the 3 players that will be hitting 40 on 2-6.
Yeah, Master Yi is a comp that will never go first without something special. So BCLF noticed, so maybe trying to go for an emblem now, trying to get the Brawler, trying to get the Titanic Hydra somewhere. So obviously trying to be open to possibilities here. But for now, yeah, as you mentioned, it's just playing tempo and doing what the game is asking you to do.
You know, the one augment we didn't really talk about that I think is worth mentioning is Dish Soap taking Survivor. I think back to the set 15 Tactician's Crown when it was YBY1, who sitting in a similar position at the opportunity to win the entire Tactician's Crown, ended up taking Silver Destiny into Survivor. But this is Dish Soap taking it by choice.
Yeah, proposing that tempo that you mentioned, and then if he managed to get there, that's 100 gold that in Dish Soap hands could be a 4-star, 3-star, could be something very, very interesting, and do the Dish Soap special to try to not steal, but wraps the game in a way no one was expecting it, and of course have a chance to be regional champion.
Has the QSS slammed, which again is one of the premier items when you're playing something like Master Yi. Also could be played into something like the Riven as well if you're playing Corki Riven. So what I would expect to see
could be Fast 9 into
I
Fiora.
see.
Also,
Yeah, you're
Fiora
right.
Vex.
This could
There's
be
the
a
Winsus.
Fast 9 Survivor where you're just kind of saying, I'll play the entire game without the silver augment, but if I make it there, then I'll just win the game. I think you're right. I think that's a great angle to approach it from if you're Dish Soap.
So you being comfortable with the Veigar. He has won first place with Veigar in the past. I think one PPC, one cup, he won with the Veigar. Everyone was like, what? What's this guy doing? So once again, it's like what you say with the NAR. Normally a comp that is not a win-now comp, but if things work out, he could win with this composition. Of course, everything has to be in his favor, and he will have to find early Veigar and early Bar 2-star.
Wow, on a roll found for Conda. We saw him, I believe, was it Conda? It might have been VCLF that played this actually in game 1 with a very similar setup, playing around the Lulu into Honor Roll. And Asa was mentioning the power of Honor Roll in the Lulu composition, a composition that you are trying to 3-star pretty much everything on your board, including multiple 3-star 3 costs. So it's a very expensive board that is enabled by having the free rerolls when you're on level 6 and 7.
Yeah. Yeah, Conda had the possibility of doing Recombobulator. Of course, he didn't want to leave the Lulu out, but he could have gotten a 4 cost here just to start. On the other hand, Anima being placed by Darknoof a little late, only 52, but also getting that possibility to find an out here, Nick, and maybe win the game with this.
Yeah, he did have the Tiny Titans, I believe it's called the first augment that did give him the additional HP. So even though we're a little bit late to get our Anima, I believe he's actually on a full loss streak. So he did just take 50, he got 50 of the Anima cash from that loss. So the way Anima works is that it scales multiplicatively with how many losses you're on. So even though he is late, it doesn't mean that he won't be able to get a strong cash. And let's see, we can confirm now, yeah, he is on a 7 loss streak, and he's contesting Kaiwang on that loss streak, so we'll need to make sure that we are still weak enough to lose to Conda, rather.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, the proxies that we have, it was an encounter that only gave a 2 cost. We have had 2 silver augments, so this is what I call a low interest or low inflation or dry statement, if you will. So resources are low for everyone. So a non-cap board, like we saw in last round, everyone level 10, is not what is going to win. It will be the one that pressures the lobby. It will be the one that finds the 4-2 angle in a good spot and starts to win out and maybe finds resources other way. So it will be very interesting to see. Darknoot is the only one that's getting additional resources in a great way with that Anima, and that could be the differential.
That's a great point. He will be stronger than the lobby on average because of how few resources they have, and for players like Dishova, it means you won't have the additional resources to help get you to 9. Gonna look at the gods offering Kale and Varus. There's a world where people are just taking the Varus simply because you want the money, right? Having an additional component is nice, but with double silver augments coming through, we haven't really seen a lot of strong econ options come through on 2-1 or 3-2, which means for players like Dishdope, having that additional 7 gold, even if it doesn't fit onto your board, gets you that much closer to making it to level 9. Because think about this. Generally speaking, when you're playing this fast 9 composition, your board will get significantly weaker than people very, very quickly. But because people don't have an absurd number of rerolls or free gold coming through, even the boards on level 8 will be weaker than normal, which means Dishdope might actually get away playing the Primordians on his board and going fast 9 without losing too much health, even if it means he himself has less gold from not getting some crazy econ augment.
Yeah, makes sense. Exactly what you said. I mean, Conda gets the Corki from the gods and sells it immediately. And similar for Disho. He got the Nunu, doesn't goes in the board, so that's 4 gold immediately going for the bank. Meanwhile, Darknoot still holding strong, and he's killing units. This is a good spot. I mean, good items on the Aurora, not killing many. We have to say it, but of course, trying to hold up. BCLF, good in HP, he will be able to pressure the lobby, and in the bottom is Konda together with Darknook just trying to hold up and playing more reroll or the cash out angle.
Yeah, I think Konda happy to snap his loss streak there. Pretty standard when you're playing 3-cost reroll. You want to be able to lose through stage 2 and half stage 3. 3-5 comes though, we're rolling to make sure that we are starting to win. And he's rolling quite a bit on level 6. This is one of the things to keep in mind about the Lulu reroll composition. You have to be able to roll both on 6 to make sure you're getting your Jaxes, your Pantheons, and then find the proper time to go level 7. So you actually do have a little bit more agency in that reroll line compared to a handful of others. As we hop on board real quick with Dank Memes, who had just lost his win streak, is now VCLF, who's on the 6th streak and is trying to streak all the way through stage 3.
Yeah, something similar, right? BCLF going for a fast 9 AD angle. That's what we think about. But obviously, in this dry lobby, he will have to pass throughout Master G. Has the Winsus for the Kindred and has a chance to obviously try to influx into that line. And he has played. He's a Master G player and has played throughout the set. Is not in the perfect position now. So it will be interesting to see if maybe he plays uncontested, he finds it early. Will he pressure the lobby enough?
Dishnote taking a hit there does put him at 54 HP, which I will say, if you're trying to skip stage 4, is a little low. That is not an ideal position for Dish, and he might have to find some other way to get there, because I don't know if you can afford to just give up the entire stage.
300 now, 29. He's healthy enough to get the 400.
Yep. He will not be very healthy after, though. That's for sure. 2 losses go to probably 2 HP.
Okay, Konda here holding strong. Not any additional economy. He's not rolling on 7, so the Jax will not come through early. He's trying to go for the full cap out. Roll on 6, sorry. Roll on 7, find the Lulu that is actually the cap out of the board. Finds the Twisted Fate 3 just because it's Medallion and he's trying to get additional value. And finds 2 Lulu immediately.
Curious how deep he wants to roll here. This is one of the problems that you face with a board like this, is it actually takes a lot of gold from where he is right now to make any meaningful upgrade, right? He's 3 Lulus away. He's, 5 Maokais away, 3 TFs away. It's really hard to do anything to your board that's going to make a meaningful difference, but thankfully for him, this board is going to be strong for at least the first half of stage 4.
Yeah, I mean, totally agree. This should be strong enough. Not running on 4-5 is what you want to have the full comp online, especially the 3-star, the 3-cost 3-star. And this should be strong enough. On the other hand, Obsec Max, IE, Winsus, having additional nards, holding also the Samira just to have an auction there to air with the Ornn. It would be interesting to see what is the spot, but probably will go into the nard printer as an angle. We already talked about it. The chances are low. And finally, this is what everyone was expecting. Additional power, resources, gold, or items to try to pop off and find the win more in the composition.
Okay, Konda getting a lot of different options here. Ends up looking for Golden Gamble. See, comes up, does not get the Radiant items, gonna get 2 component or 2 full item anvils instead. But this is really not even that bad when you consider the fact that he's trying to 3-star all of these units. Just having 1 extra full item is probably pretty good. He's starting to bench blocks, though. Fate. Oh no! VCLF took Call to Chaos and got the egg. This is so bad if you are VCLF. If you're in solo queue, sometimes you can get away with taking a random egg and rolling down and winning, but in a lobby like this, you just have to imagine that he's like, without that combat power, doesn't he just lose out?
Yeah, I mean, he needs to hit everything. He needs to get if he managed to get the Master G 2-star, the front line, and he pressures stage 4, he could have a chance here, but it's exactly what you're saying, Gangly. He's not strong enough to actually ramp up on the egg. So it's difficult. It's a difficult angle.
Let me just say, we've got the other casters waiting in the wings saying that they really like the egg here and think it's the best result. I'm telling you, I've been in this exact spot multiple times before. It's not a good outcome. It's possible that if he wins a handful of fights here, it goes well, but I'm not a believer. The 400 cash out comes out and you're gonna get the Lioness's Lament, so some strong front line on the Ornn, and you still have a lot of gold here to roll down, and we found the Nami too already.
It's a good one. It's the triple duplicator, so this will be probably on the Ornn because he doesn't have items for the Samira. So he should get the free Ornn 3-star and then try to find the additional carry with the Blitzcrank just to get additional possibilities here for Darnu.
20 HP is really good here too, right? Just guaranteeing that you're 2 lives, so many items. And suddenly, Darknoob does look in a spot where he could actually contest going first, even despite the fact that it was the pretty late anima in, right? I think when you consider that the 20 HP he got from his augment was the exact amount of HP he needed to cash out this anima, I think he's feeling pretty good about his first augment choice.
100%. Also, Darnuf holding additional Namis here. He has 5. So for a while, just trying to hold it so no one is going for the Nami line, flexing AP, and of course having the angle to find that 3-star 4-cost that for now, throughout the tournament, no one has 3-starred a 4-cost.
Important to note which players end up taking the Varus here, because when you do take the Varus God as 2 of the 3, you'll be getting the Varus Blessing, which one of the benefits of that is that it increases your 5-cost odds. So for players that were trying to go Fast 9, players like Dish Soap, it does make that a lot easier.
Yeah, have that chance is so important here. And this is for 5. So for Konda, this is the moment he needs to pressure the lobby. And he needs to try to win these additional runs. If not, he will be so low. Right now, 21.
Dish is going 9. There's a big roll down from Dish Soap off in the wings. If we were able to catch that. He's rolling all the way down to 0.
There it is.
Does find Fiora 2. Nunu 2 is a big hit. He still has a lot of rerolls. He just doesn't have any gold. He has 5 seconds. So much to do. Order of operations. Make sure you get your board online. He just doesn't have the damage. Finds 1 Graves at the very last second. Is it enough damage? 16 health does mean that he'll be guaranteed at least another round, though.
Yeah. I mean, very important to find the Graves here because he needs 3 rounds to actually be a unit. So finding it now is a little late, but it's good. I mean, great spot. This could be a win out for him. And finding the Fiora 2-star is so important because you already have the Nunu. You can kill units, but it's just not enough. Going up against Darnuf, and this is last life for this show.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a high roll or a low roll, because you definitely don't want to be running into Darth Noob later, but you're going to have to fight him eventually. So for right now, I imagine he's got to be able to... There have to be fights that he can win right now. It looks like he has Upset Max, VCLF, and Kaiwing in his rotation. VCLF has been free-falling since finding the golden eggs, but Upset Max and Kaiwing are both on a win streak.
Yeah, someone's pinging there. Everyone very attentive not to give any chances of bailout to any of the players.
Wow.
Going up against Kaiwen with a strong board right now, maybe not additional tanks, only the Mordekaiser. That could be the difference here, Gangly.
Also, the Blitzcrank with the Thieves Gloves can do some wacky stuff, but thankfully has QSS on the Fiora, so maybe should be safe for now. Depends how long this Mordekaiser's kind of holding up for a while. Fiora is going to fall to another Aurelian Soulcast if it doesn't get there soon. But now the rest of the back line is getting to ramp up for free. Nunu still alive. Dish Soap, he gets to live another day.
Yeah, 6 out of 9 steal for the Nami in Darknoof. Trying to go for that angle. Konda finds the Lulu 3-star, still trying to find the Jax. That is so important as the tank of the comp. Upset Max still with 6 Nars. So maintaining tempo, but in stage 5, this will not be strong enough for him. And what do we get here? What does he need? He needs something for the Graves, ideally.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, I think whatever you do take,
tank.
Wow, that's great. You really want to be able to take like the perfect item interval. So he didn't have any floating components. So if he could get 2 usable components and gold, I think he's really happy there. So he ends up getting offered the Crown Guard plus 10 gold. So he gets to not only make the Crown Guard for the Nunu, get 3 items on his tank, he also gets 10 gold that he can now use on his free rerolls.
Okay. Yeah, totally. Now they show in
on the 1 off of the Pantheon, the Jax. Oh, does find the Pantheon, also 3 off the TF. But starting to potentially fall off if you compare it to someone like Dish Soap, who just upgraded a ton of things.
Yeah, finds the TF, rolls to true 0, didn't find the Jax. And this is tough because he has the damage, but lacking a little frontline there. Pantheon normally not a pure tank, more of a fighter. So it will be difficult for him to maintain the win streak or maintain the spot from now on. That means there with the Lissandra just trying to hold. Interesting composition there for him. Just holding the Lissandra together with the Aurelion Sol, but it's not mech. It's just the standards Aurelion Sol, and the damage just doesn't come through. And Bishop keeps winning, and his board can only get stronger, Gangly.
I am very afraid of this Fiora being our main carry, because anytime you have a melee carry that doesn't have something like the Edge of Night, it's just one bad position and then it can just die so fast and all of your damage can be gone. Thankfully we have the Vex 3 in the back, but it's something to keep in mind as Conda does find the Pantheon 3, and that'll do a lot. I mean, look at this board. It is golden.
Yeah, has everything on place. Probably maintaining on the is interesting. Normally the Jax is a little better, but of course the Maokai has good items also. Just trying to maintain it could be a good option. Also, okay, Soju on the other hand has the Veigar, has only Corki 1, and just trying to find out what else is strong enough here.
Yeah, this front line does not look like it's going to be able to hold up against the Lulu, so this should be a pretty big hit, unfortunately, for Soju on the other side. Also, keep in mind, Conda is holding one of the Namis, so just Darth Nub is trying his best to get there, but Conda playing some defense for the lobby.
Yeah, level 9 for Soju, level 9 for Bishop and BCLF. So this play is just trying to pop off and find an out. BCLF finds the Graves 2-star, so contesting directly Bishop and using the Nova angle. So Nova vertical together with Graves, trying to puff the egg. This could be a win-out possibility for BCLF, but only 1 HP, only 1 life for him, Gangly. Can he maintain it?
I mean, look at the front line. That's the
no
big problem,
front line,
right?
yeah.
It's no front line, and we'll see what's going to be on the other side there. The Patience player is Dank Memes. We'll see. I mean, Dank Memes has a lot of damage there with 3 items on both Aurelion Sol and the Karma, and this feels just like a paper front line to the side of ECLF. But who knows? Maybe this Graves can break through and provide enough defense for the Kindred to do something here. He's staying alive. I mean, the Nunu's about to fall. Aurelion Sol takes out the Kindred. It's going to be Graves versus the world here. One more Aurelion Sol cast is going to come out. Wait a second. Oh, no. VCLF is going to fall alongside Dishsoap. Dishsoap goes out in 7th, which means we still do have 2 players in this game that if they win, the tournament will not end. Darth Nub and Kaiwing sitting at 18 points and 13 points respectively.
Yeah, and looking strong with good possibilities here. Conda, the next one to be eliminated together with Upset Max. Also Soju, 3 players with 1 life. And of course the importance. Lulu, the difficult thing here, he cannot move the Lulu. He wants to keep it in the corner. Upset Max finally finds Denar, finds the bar 2-star, but is it too late? Now, just for fun, just trying to find the Poppy. We use it as an additional funnel here. And goes against Darth Noob here.
Darth Noob's board is just so disgusting. Having 2 different itemized Nami 2s in the back line and that Ornn 3. Everything just lives forever, and you get the ramping damage of Space Groove as well. Frontline will fall on both sides. 1 more cast will do it. And Upset Max will fall in 6th place here, and Darth Noob tries to keep the tournament alive. His streak has been hot 7 straight in a row. Honda's still holding that Nami in the back, so still trying to deny him the 3-star Nami.
Yeah, I mean, so important to get that possibility. Conda has 45 increase in power here, in damage amp, because of the 3-star that he has since the comp. So, I mean, this is the dream where you're playing the Medallion Stargazer, and this could be the difference for him. That's why normally Twisted Fate is not important in the composition. That's why he's looking for so many 3-star. And this is the cap out. This is exactly what he needed. Dank means, on the other hand, flexible AP flex, and just trying to hold up and look for the weak side of the opponent. Going up against Conda, and the position is not good here for Dan Means.
No, look for the weak side. Where's the weak side? Everything's golden on the other side of the board. Is up against the Maokai there. We've seen the Lulu just bypasses the front line altogether. Everything will explode. Dank Means is going to go out in 5th here. Honda and K3 Soju K3 Soju is eliminated by Konda's Ghost, and now Konda, the only player left in this game who can end the tournament. Konda came into regionals as what I would consider a relative underdog, had a middle of the pack TPC performance, had a really poor showing the last time that he made a top 8. But here he is, showcasing that it was not a fluke for him to make it to TPC. It was not a fluke when he made top 8. This time around, I'm just saying, Hoope, the Brazilians might be surprising us again.
Yeah, and I mean, if you see the composition of both of them, this is AP for both. Konda has 3-star and has double Dragon Claw. So his tanks are not dying. He's total favor right now. So they need to find a way to access him. They need to move. They need to be full one-sided. Try to find the Samira 3-star is so important here for Darnuf. Get something of an AD angle. And now no item. He was really looking for a Death Blade, looking for physical damage to try to take a chunk out of the damage of Konda.
Okay, actually ends up moving the blue buff off of one of the Namis. Really heads up play by Darth. And this is it. We're going to see it right now. At 20 HP, Darth might be able to survive one of these fights. This will tell us a lot about how the rest of our lobby is going to go. The Orin is holding up for a while. We're just seeing 2 brick walls. Orin versus the Maokai. Nothing wants to die. The Nami casts are coming through. One more should blow up this front line. The front line's dead for everybody. One more cast from the Lulu, though. Darth Nub takes a hit, but he's not eliminated yet.
Wow. It was closer than I thought. Lulu accessing the backline, moving, and of course having the possibility, the double Nami having a chance there. So he knows he has to risk it. Darth needs to try to find the Nami 3-star to get the additional damage to pop off against Konda, and Kaiwen also with 11. This could be a double kill.
You're absolutely right. Could be a ghost fight for one of them, and they could both lose to Konda. We know for certain that Kaiwen is going to be fighting Konda here. Doesn't have to do all that much. He set the groundwork, make sure there's no funky positioning going on, moving his strong side over to the right. That's exactly where you want it to be, as now Kaiwen's AP units are all going to be pushing everything straight into that Maokai with a Dragon's Claw.
Konda switch sides, Pundi the Lulu on the right, trying to snipe the Aurelion Sol on the backline. Holding strong, double Dragon Claw for Konda against a full AP composition. Access to the backline, and looking good here for Konda against Kaiwen, Gangly.
Kaiwen is definitely going to fall there. He will die. The question is, does Darth Noob stay alive, or is this a double kill? Looks like Darth Noob will get another chance, but Hoope, this is going to decide it all. Konda gets to level up to 9 right now. He's going to be able to get the Rost, or has a Rost in already. We'll get maybe one more unit. No, doesn't find anything. Will likely just be a second Rost there. But look at Darth Noob. He's at it.
Has the Nami. Yeah.
So close to being able to level up, but has no way to meaningfully upgrade his board right now.
Yeah. I mean, everything in favor of Konda. The only thing Darnuf can do is put everything on one side.
That's right, and this is the change he made. This time around, the Samira is on the same side as the Maokais, alongside that Shen, who has some pretty reasonable items. They need to be able to break through the Maokai as soon as possible.
Konda popping off here with the Lulu, accessing the backline, double Dragon Claw. He's just too strong.
Wait a second.
But no!
Wait
the
a second!
damage from Darnuf!
Darth Noob is going to be able to kill him. The tournament goes on. It does not end. Konda will not be your champion right now, at least. Oh my goodness. When his back is up against the wall, Darth Noob at just 13 points, Hoope, is going to find a first place finish.
So great. I mean, normally you have to split your backline because there is so much CC, but there was no Nunu. There was just the typical units there, only the Maokai doing damage. So makes the perfect decision. Darnuf puts everything on the side like you mentioned, focus damage, bursts out of the composition, and finds a win to take us to another game.
That third item from Samira, too, just doing so much work. We love Checkmate. It's moments like this that make it worth watching. But listen, that was amazing to watch. We've got at least one more game ahead of us, so let's hand it over to the analyst desk to break it down and lead us into our next one.
Well, I do love Checkmate, and it is for this reason. I think there was a moment where all of us were backstage going, Konda's taking it. This is it. This is going to be it. How is it that 2 games in a row we have been bamboozled? We have thought someone is going to win, and we get another game.
Yeah, a lot. Everyone's playing for first, so the lobby is so high cap. Everyone's playing greedy, which enables everyone else to play greedy. We see even like VCLF almost cashing out the golden egg, going 8th though, unfortunately for him. And then yeah, Konda 1 fight away from getting the win, but Darthnub made some changes with his items, reforged the Edge Knight on the Gwen 2, ended up getting that 3rd Samira item, and that was a difference maker.
It's just a knife's edge, right? And now everyone is in checkmate, which means it's winner take all in this next game. Absolute checkmate cinema.
I did think we were going to get a Nami 3. I thought that maybe Darthnub was going to get another copy somewhere, be able to actually get that online, but he didn't even need it to actually win this game, which I think is the most unusual part. But Asa, I'm going to put you on the spot here. What about this golden egg? Because this was a hotly contested point between the casters. You were thinking maybe this golden egg could have gotten VCLF the victory. So why did you think that, and where do you feel like things might have gone wrong?
Yeah, the call to chaos that he took, it has, I believe, 10 possible outcomes. One of them gives you an item and a golden egg, which is by far the strongest one if you can cash the egg. But unfortunately for VCLF, he went on an 8-loss streak after getting this result. And he never got the 3rd tank item for his board. Ending the game on the 2-item Maokai 2 as his main tank wasn't enough, and was unable to cash the egg.
This Medallion Lulu, though, was absolutely terrifying because there's 45% damage amp across this whole board. It was insane to watch. As we look at our scoreboard here, the big thing is none of it really matters to decide who our regional champion will be, because you just got to win this next game.
Darthnub can win 21 points and a potential to upset the entire lobby. Everybody is still playing for prize money in terms of placement for regional finals, but Dank Memes could get 2nd place. Like that is what's at stake here with checkmate on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Every single placement is worth like about $1,000, so very impactful. Maybe some of the players in stage 4 recognizing their spot is not that good, they might just go for some placements.
It's going to be a fantastic last game. I just personally, I can't wait.
I can't either. I think what's really exciting is when we get a chance to look at the history of the regional finals and, of course, the competitors that play them in this lobby. Just to take stock really quickly before we get into this guaranteed final game. VCLF and Dish Soap have both won regional finals before the regions merged. VCLF for Brazil and Dish Soap for the NA Remix Rumble Championship. When you think about now when those regions have merged together, there's kind of a more power that kind of comes with that, right? You're not just saying that you're the best in North America or you're the best in Brazil. You're saying you're the best of the Americas, this larger shard as these regions have come together. And so for everybody here, this would be a first regional final win on the line for all 8 of our competitors. And I cannot wait to hand things back over to our casters to get this game underway. And so for that, I send it back over to CLE, Hupe-san, and Asa. Please enjoy it.
Thank you so much. So excited for what this is going to be. It will be +1 augment reroll that all gold augments, I'm sorry, from this Twisted Fate. And so we'll have a little bit of predictability going on, which could lead to some players really playing their hand correctly.
Yeah, Golden Gala to get some good possibilities here. And I mean, everyone on checkmate. So this is a game for risky for everyone trying to get the additional line. And you were mentioning the augments that are so important for this Asa. You need to be lucky on getting those options and then obviously execute.
Absolutely. Gold augments, some of the ones to look out for is spreading roots, kind of the premium option. Everyone's kind of looking for space crew from that. 2 tanky, potentially a good option, although could have some overlap if everyone's kind of going for that, hits that space group emblem. But yeah, definitely we'll be curious to see if anyone kind of like adapts their gameplay and looking for any specific gold augments here to try to high roll their way to the first, because at this level of play, everyone's really good. You gotta get lucky to go first in this lobby.
Well, speaking of getting lucky, we have some of the most high-risk gods in the game. Thresh giving a bunch of randomness, and Aurelion Sol giving some quests that are incredibly difficult to achieve sometimes, but can give really powerful rewards. So all of our players will be super laser focused on min-maxing every bit of this game.
Yeah, and you really have to play to your routes, right? If you know Aurelion Sol is there, you know there's a possibility of an emblem, not in the augments, even in the gods. You need to try to play into the star groove line, space groove line. You know it's so huge. Try to find an angle just to get there. First, emblems here, augments, no scout, no too tanky. You were one of the mentions. Doesn't have a sword. Has Winsu, so not ideal for the early start, but of course he can play it as a Lustrik.
Yeah, Upset Max getting the Spraying Roost into Stargazer, and Psionic Stargazer is the Fountain. So not much overlap with Psionic, but maybe you can get a Reforger for one of those and play into the other one. Will be interesting to see what Upset Max decides with his direction here.
Dank Memes having the clear Fast 9 option in this lobby, taking Birthday Reunion, the Dish Soap signature augment here in this game. Caitlyn being the worth the wait for VCLF, not what he was hoping for. Unless you can pull off something like Dish Soap did in the other game where you can recombobulate it into something crazy, it won't be something that is, very impactful on our final board.
Double recombobble, first with the Thresh and then obviously with the augment. So difficult spot here. Disho finding the rogue emblem, normally using Corki. It's not a comp that is winning games, but he has won a game yesterday with Corki, obviously with additional emblems helping him, and that could be a spot. Obviously the items are saying otherwise. There we see a glove and a rod, so still open here for possibilities for Disho.
Yeah, could potentially be played in Space Groove with that Gwen as well, but definitely most frequently used on Corki. But as you mentioned, when you have to play for first place, Corki is usually not the comp you're looking for, so it'll be interesting to see what Dish Soap decides to do with that Rogue Emblem.
Dank Memes having good AP flex items, which we know to be the name of the game here in our regional finals as far as winning formulas. We'll be leveling up.
As we continue here, we lose Jack for a moment. Jack, whenever you're there, let us know. Dank Memes, as he was saying, just looking for an angle here. Finds the early Nasus. It's not the ideal. It's not the unit that you want to get. And we're back here just trying to fight it out here against Darknoob.
Yeah, Darthnoob here goes with a bodyguard train, so doesn't really enable the Fast 9, not those emblems that's gonna give you that great direction. But bodyguard training is one of the strongest combat augments as a gold, but the drawback is you have to take it on stage 2, where it's not giving you that much value, and it scales with your levels. So if Darthnoob is able to get to that board that he wants, that bodyguard training is going to give him a huge edge on anyone else who has the same board.
Dank Meme's spot is looking very, very good because of the win streak possibility that he does have. That keeping that HP high, being able to get to that level 9 will be the winning recipe. For some of our other players, though, the winning recipe might just be sell your board and figure it out from there, because that is exactly what Upset Max is doing. Once again, he is full open.
Okay, going for the angle. On the other side, we've seen Kaiwen up against Soyu. Kaiwen getting a Ginso early. I mean, we already know the spot for this. But Winsus holding Jax, thinking about the Fountain as Stargazer. Normally, this should be more of a fast 8 that you mentioned. Yeah. I mean, for the Almond that you were mentioning, Asa, this should be just LeBlanc Flex and just try to get level 9 for getting the full power.
Yeah, Kaiwen and Darthnoob both with bodyguard training. Ginsu, a great synergy. Bodyguard training give you the front line, and then Ginsu scaling for long fights, giving you the damage. Most likely going into the LeBlanc. That's going to be the primary user. But yeah, wow, trade quest. A lot of players opting into this high variance line, right? It's kind of high variance because you might get an emblem you can't use, but you gotta get lucky to go first amongst 8 other players. So we see all of our players opting for it, except for Dank Memes with a Birthday Reunion. It doesn't do much on that level 9 Nova Vex Graves board that he's probably gonna look to play.
Soju and Kaiwing also deciding to go for Thresh. Also, for Dank Memes makes a lot of sense because we want the power right now. We can't wait for this emblem to come through to give us direction. He wants to win streak this stage, and so that is what he's going for. Very curious what our 3 players that did take Thresh did get from their mystery loot, because we know it is random.
Yeah, Dank Memes was one of them. Can check directly, and we have 2+ duplicators. So 2 duplicators there for him just to have a chance. Also, Offset Max already had 2 emblems and will now, after completing the quest, will have a Reforge. So great options for him to get something juicy and try to take a win out from there.
Absolutely, getting that Reforger is so good, especially for Offset Max. There's 2 emblems that don't interact with each other, so that's an extra chance to reroll one of those emblems, which is kind of inevitably going to be useless, into something that can help.
On playing around
Just
Space
with
Crew.
AP items. Very interesting.
Yeah, especially with Rogue, it makes it a little bit of an interesting position. But we know that Nami is a favorite, and there is another Rogue within the Space Group line that he probably could play along with. Soju, one of our players that did take Thresh, got 7 gold and a Reforger, and is looking to go on a 3 streak here late in the stage, checking his Arbiter to see if we can print some Leonas, but it looks like it's just gold here we see as the 3rd effect on the bottom right, so we will not be hitting Leona 3 easily.
Yeah, only an influx of economy here for him. No Leona means that he will have maybe to prefer the Shepherd line to have good possibilities. And of course, a master of AP Flex, Mr. Soju, keeping calm and just trying to find the out.
Yeah, Soju going up against Konda, 2 streaking. Soju getting some pretty good matchmaking with a 2 loss into 2 win, holding his streak despite going 50-50. Getting this win into neutrals would be great. I don't know if it's going to be enough against this Ornn, but it's looking really close.
Teemo doing quite a bit of damage, able to take it down now. The 1-star team on the other side is just not enough damage to get through the rest of the board. Upset Max will continue his loss streak, and it looks like Dank Memes will continue his, slamming all of his items with the Rage Blade and the adaptive there for his extra mana regen. We also have a 2-star Kane, so for Dank Memes, we are quite strong. I imagine we use our duplicator on that because we no longer have that on bench.
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting for that means finding an early RAS 2-star that is a great unit for base stats and giving, I don't know, interesting items here for the Pike and finds the win streak. So this is exactly the X factor that you need. Already committing to a composition that you want to play around the Winsu, but of course getting the additional economy that no one is getting gives you a differential that start to snowball later.
Yeah, having the Ross this early is really nice. That's going to be a premium tank throughout the next entire stage. Normally, with this setup, you're going to probably lose rounds in stage 4, where you're going to be saving up over 100 gold in order to go level 9. So Dank Memes is really looking to save HP in stage 3 instead.
Also to level 6 here, aggressively putting in that Tom Kench we did just find in our shop. Upset Max looking to try and figure out the puzzle pieces to get that trait quest online as soon as possible. We do have 4 online, and as soon as we could get in a few more units, we will get that online. We'll keep an eye on that. VCLF, though, our Worth the Wait player on a 1 streak here. Wasn't able to streak with Worth the Wait, which is some of the value of it, but will just be carrying this Caitlyn 3 for now.
Yeah, thinking about the Nova Vertical probably. There's another comp, the Caitlyn with the Aatrox. It's not tier S, but of course, having the free Caitlyn doesn't make sense that you look for the Aatrox as well. So just trying to tempo it out, as you mentioned, Jack. He was trying to go for the win streak, couldn't find it, but now he's strong, and he should be able to keep going from now on, Asa.
Yeah, Caitlyn 3, not the best 3-star 1 cost, but that is still a 3-star 1 cost, 9 gold unit. Not a lot of carries can match that on stage 3. Now we have another gold augment here. Not willing to give it up for the Cosmic Restart. Probably a good choice.
Wow. But Darth
more items here.
Darth Noob was willing to do that, and so he did go for the full reset here. Stargazer and Rogue being the ones that come through for him. Across the lobby, though, Dish Soap also taking Spreading Roots, which is another high variance one. Soju waiting his turn and waiting to see what happens, where Dank Memes just going for more gold, for more units with that booster pack.
Yeah, assembling a board, very difficult. This is one of the more difficult spots of this augment. You need to get a decent board in, and just try to hold up as much as you can. Finds the Ilawi that is premium. Disho finds a Morgana that is also so good. Double Time Breaker. This is Disho's special. He loves the Time Breaker. Having 2 means he has so many additional power for the comp.
Yeah, this looks pretty good for Dish Soap in a Space Group line. You can just play normally Riven and potentially play 4 Time Breaker, although Riven a little bit weaker without the Space Group emblem, but we'll have the Rogue and Time Breaker to support her. It'll be really interesting to see where Dish Soap takes this spot and is able to take out Dank Meme's 100 HP win streak.
This gives 65% attack speed to Time Breakers. Anyone with this emblem will have an incredible amount of attack speed, and you can play this so many different ways now that you have the +2. We think about the specific board that plays 2 Time Breaker, and you're thinking about Nami Riven, and specifically the way that can turn into an absolute crazy board when you have this much attack speed on the Riven as a secondary carry, and then anyone that you put this emblem on will be attacking like crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful. We know the emblems are the cap-out possibilities, and game just give us so many gold elements to go with this. Give us the trade quest. This is exactly what they're going for. They risk it with the Reforger just to have an additional possibilities, and now it's in their hands to just execute regarding of what the game is giving exactly. That means finding an early Nami and trying to pop off a little and trying to preserve HP during stage 3.
Yeah, that early Nami is going to be a little unfortunate for all our players who are looking for Nami. We saw this happen, I believe, in our final game last weekend, where there's just so many players looking for Nami, and at the end of the day, only 1 or 2 of them can hit the 2-star.
We did get that from Booster Pack, so that will be a shiny Nami. It's really pretty. We do have our next God choices coming through. Thresh giving that random boon. We see so many of our players already going that direction, except for Darth Nub so far, and Soju yet to make its decision.
Yeah, looking for options here. We see the HP. So, I mean, half the lobby, Soju, Disho, BCLF, and that means in a good spot, and Darth Noob more taking a little of the risk. 6 lose streak for Konda. Will be stepping it up now, just trying to stabilize the composition. And this is the moment. I mean, you need to be strong throughout stage 3, but on stage 4, everyone is looking for that out. And I feel with the economy that we have in so far, it will be a little difficult to go to the stage 9. So level 8 will be the name of the battleground now.
Yeah, I think so, with the exception of Dank Memes, right? I don't think anyone else is really looking for that Fast 9 board. If Dank Memes is able to hit his units and get his grave scaling, that might be the ticket to the regional finals winner.
Well, good news for Dank Memes. His random boon was quite good for him because he got 12 gold and can't buy champions for the next 2 rounds. So he gets the extra econ he needs to be able to go 9 while already having a strong board. This is a winning recipe for him. We see Soju on the other side already has that Nami as well. So this line is incredibly contested. Somebody like Dish Soap, who's really searching for that line, has the perfect setup with Timebreaker, but if we can't find Nami 2, it is not going to be a winning recipe.
Yeah, and for Bishop, he hasn't played much of Nami precisely because it's very contested. Has to play it because of the emblem, and now going up against the wall because of the rest of the unit. He has priority. Normally, the player that has the better emblems should be the one with the priority, but of course, the rest know this and needs to get the additional out just to get additional chance here. Soju, 34, preserving HP. Great win for now, 3 win, just getting healthier for the ramp up. And it will be interesting to see Asa, does he roll in 4-1 with little goal, the NA special if you will, or does he hold knowing that he's contested?
I think there's no way you can roll a 4-1 here unless you get like a prismatic orb in this spot, because I mean there's just not enough gold. When you level to 8 and you roll down and you're trying to hit a 2-star 4-cost frontline and a 2-star 4-cost backline, I feel like you really want at bare minimum like 50 gold. Sometimes it's not always possible, but yeah, Soju's quite far off, not even making 50 here.
Preserving HP though, we know there's multiple different resources in this game, and HP is the only one that decides when the game ends. So that will be at least a good part for him there. Dank Memes did take a big loss there. Well, VCLF turned this Caitlyn 3 into a 6-win streak. So good for him to be able to now take the the gold augment that maybe wasn't ideal and start to make it into something usable.
Yeah, now popping off here. I mean, that means trying to find the kindred that is so important to get the 5 Nova in and get that additional damage, get the modifier to get a unit stronger also, and get the power, right, that this composition has. One of the comps that has popped off. Trying to find also the Fiora maybe in the later stages of the game to get additional damage. And for BCLF, a difficult position. The Caitlyn, as you mentioned, Asa, will not be strong enough for stage 4, so he needs the additional carries to pop off. There's the Kindred.
Oh, yeah, you called it. He's Kindred right in the shop. BCLF, yeah, he really needs to have a good stage, because his first augment is at the end of the day basically just econ, because the Caitlyn 3 is not going to be as strong as what people are able to get even on stage 4. And then his second augment is also a tempo augment. It's giving him items, right? So he is going to fall off late game compared to some of these players, as we saw with bodyguard training or these really, really strong late game augments. So VCLF is really going to need a good stage here.
Dank Memes, level 8, 40 gold still. Has this Nami in a solid front line to go with it. He will be able to go 9 this game with the amount of HP he has, and so he will be getting full value from this gold augment. We know there is one more gold augment to come for all of our players because it is Golden Gala on 4-2, but each of these players knowing their win conditions this game, and Dank Memes is clear.
Yeah. Going for that angle, so important. Soju takes a win, takes a breather here, and now 4-2. This is the moment, the most important, probably for the whole game. Everyone trying to roll, trying to find the Nami, trying to find the upgrade, and preserve HP. Meanwhile, we saw Darnup there with a Space Groot emblem, and already having also that angle as the great possibility and the win out spot.
Yeah, Darnup down to 12 HP already. I mean, he's really going to have to win every single round from now. I mean, he's got the Space Groot, but there's so many Namis gone already, and he just doesn't have enough gold. He had 3 free rerolls, but even with that 3 free rerolls, only 30 gold total, which is not nearly enough to hit any upgrades unless I don't know, unless you just hit.
We have
only Nami 1.
4 players trying to play for this Nami. It is an insane amount of people contesting this line, and so anyone hitting this 2-star will be a huge surprise and will probably propel them into being in favor. Upset Max took Gilded Steel here and got this Vex, which is exactly what his items would have called for.
Yeah. Has the Vex, has the Darkstar +1 just to get the additional. Finds already the rest, so just trying to find the Jhin just to get additional damage here. And for him, not finding a premium tank could be a differential, but of course the Ilau is good enough for the early stages of level 4, round 4.
Yeah, there's a really low econ lobby. A lot of players feeling the pressure to level to 8, and like we said, you do have to get lucky if you're playing for exactly first here. So a lot of players just choosing to be like, hey, even though I don't quite have enough gold to hit my board, I'm just gonna hope I get lucky enough to hit it anyway. We see everyone staying on level 8, except for, of course, Dank Memes, who will be sacrificing the stage, getting econ with 3 Timebreaker, and then going 9.
Nami is here. We have Timebreaker and Rogue on this Blitzcrank, plus Void Staff to help provide some of this magic shred. This board looks very good. The problem is, how are we going to upgrade the rest of our units with this being so incredibly contested?
Yeah, the loop of Space Groove is already infinite. You mentioned this, Jack. We already have like 45% attack speed within the Space Groove because of the Timebreaker. So they will be on the groove every time. That means more power for both units, both for Blitzcrank to disposition the units, and of course for Dami to do the additional damage and try to pop up. But yeah, no 2-star means the damage could not be strong enough, and maybe someone like BCLF could make a differential, but no. Looks like only 1-star is strong enough because of the power of the emblems.
Yeah, we see why everyone wants to play this comp. 4 players with Nami on their board just is so powerful that, like, if you do high roll and you end up actually hitting those 2 stars, it sets you up in a great chance to win the lobby.
Ooh, interestingly, many of our players are going to be forced into Thresh here because they're not planning on rolling that much as far as their god choice will go. So the generic power or even items that can come from this Brilliant Soul, if you're patient enough, is definitely a win condition. I believe Dank Memes is one of our only players to be able to lock that in.
Yeah. Will be very interesting to see everyone going for the Thresh. and the additional outs. 76, 72 gold now for Dang Memes. Thinking about level 9, not rolling still, 6 rolls still to catch out. You were mentioning this, Exa. This is the only one with a spot to the fast 9, and he doesn't want to go for the Nami conditioning. Nami 2 for Darthnu.
And an extra Nami in shop if he wants to grief. No, he chooses to skip it in order to try to upgrade his front line. Still taking an Ornn 1-star, but does find a Blitzcrank, which is huge.
He just hit everything he was looking for and has great emblems as well. Him and Dishsoap have set up perfectly, and Dishsoap's going to look on the other side and be like, what the world? How did this guy hit all of these Namis on level 8?
Yeah,
this is me. I'm jealous.
Access to a backline for the Riven. This could be a differential. He has the Deathblade. Nami very, very low here. And Darthnu is low in HP, only 12. Bishop winning by 5 units or more. No, looks like it's just 3 units here. So maybe 1 life steal for Darthnu after this fight. Blitzcrank still popping off here.
Yeah, it's a brutal loss for Darthnu. His board is way stronger, but you can see his main tank was the last unit dead, just fighting by itself for like 15 seconds. Darthnu should have won that fight, but the Riven just somehow got onto his Nami too.
Darthnub's shops are blessed. He just saw 2 more upgrades in that shop. Dank Memes playing patient. I really like this play from him. He knows he still has at least 2 lives left after this fight, and so he'll wait to go level 9, wait to get that upgrade, and then wait to roll down with as much gold as possible.
Yeah, Dank Memes, if he's able to stabilize here and get that Graves 2 scaling, he will be the only player with access to that Graves 2, Vex 2, Shen 2, Fiora 2. No one else is going to be able to contest him on these units. So he might be able to run away with the lobby if so. He does have no combat augments, whereas like Darthnu, we can see, was able to make it to 2-star frontline and 2-star backline with the bodyguard training. So despite not being level 9, the extra combat augment might be the difference there as well.
Yeah, 2 life for Dank Memes. Will pop off here on 5-1. Find a level 9, find the Vex that is so important in his comp. Flexing, as you were saying, gets the Fiora, but the units looks a little more like an AP line, maybe because of the June Gauntlet. Of course, he can also flex it there on the... Find the Blitzcrank. This is so important. Griefing the Blitzcrank for the rest of the Space Group lobby, and now trying to find the additional upgrades, going fully on the AD line, misses the Zona, so going for Vex, Fiora, and Graves as his comp.
No more shiny Nami, but the rest of this board is going to be insane if we can get it fully online. We saw Dishsoap in a very similar position in the previous game with this very same board. Did go out in a bot too, but this one looks different because of how low cap the rest of the lobby is. Dank Memes is the only one in the lobby level 9 and has a very, very strong board.
The level 9 odds being a little double-edged thorn here. Dishsoap is unable to find Aatrox, the really important unit that gives Bastion with Shen, as well as 8 physical and magic shred. So hopefully for his sake he'll be able to find that Aatrox, which is such an important synergy on this board.
Yeah, pair of Graves here for Dank Memes. Needs to put it in, waiting for the last second. He doesn't put the Graves in. Very interesting. So the Graves will not be a priority for him, and just trying to be as strong as possible now.
Yeah. I like that play from Dank Memes. He doesn't really have that many items anyway. Already gonna put the next item on this Blitzcrank here, so good heads up play to recognize that he does not need the Graves in this situation.
And this fight looks a little bit close. This is a little bit of the worry of this board, is if we can't get fully online and the rest of our units upgraded, or even the positioning that happens in these big turns, it's very hard to win. But this Blitzcrank carries these fights here for Dank Memes. Everyone coming and scouting the fight because they know that this guy is going to be trouble for this lobby.
Chen 2 also so important. A unit that is normally not considered as a priority, but we know is a big carry and also has great utility into the game. Trying to find additional upgrades here. Frontline looking good, trying to find the Nunu, and of course the Fiora to get additional damage.
Yeah, he's still missing that 1-cost Aatrox. This is something that doesn't happen very often, but it can happen. And yeah, he just needs to find that 1-cost. It's just such an unusual situation. With so many rolls, you would expect to find at least 1.
Dishsoap on the other side does have 4 Rivens, so we'll keep an eye on that, but does not have 4 Namis. He only has 1 to his name. but we know that with 4 Timebreaker, the carry is a lot of your team. Anyone with Timebreaker in their trait tree will be a huge carry, so we'll keep an eye on Dishsoap's win conditions, but for now, Darth Nub trying to hang on here versus Kai Wang's LeBlanc board, and it is not going to be enough. That is a lot of Namis back in the pool.
Wow, for Darnov getting the first, making it to game 7 here for everyone. Now everyone on checkmate will not take the regional championship, but of course everyone here already advancing. That means finds the Fiora 2-star for additional damage, and Dishop just trying to find the Hail Mary here. Something to pop off. Nami 2 will be huge.
Yeah,
there it is.
Darknub just put 3 Namis and 3 Tom Kenches back into the pool, and Joseph is just giving those units a home now.
Oh, and Blitzcrank too. This board is now in a position where it could very possibly win this game. We do know that Dank Memes is one of the other competitors that has set up a very powerful board, and I'm very curious if we can scout across the lobby as we see our matchups come through, if anyone else can match this level of power.
I think Joseph's board has to be in such a better spot than Dank Memes. Dank Memes committed all his resources to the economy, whereas Dishsoap managed to have other resources in these emblems and then get here anyway.
Yeah, and Conda, we see it against BCLF. BCLF running out of gas here, only with the Kaelin 3-star, trying to find the rest of the archetype. We see a Graves also on the bench, probably try to ramp up with that in mind. And Upset Max, on the other hand, only LeBlanc 1. So also losing here, only 8 HP, doesn't have a premium tank, hasn't found the LeBlanc, and also in a difficult position. Level 8, 40 gold, finally decides to roll here because he doesn't have the time to go level 9, and he's just trying to find the LeBlanc, not even the pair now.
Does have 7 Shepherd in. And this is a very powerful trait once it's online, but without the primary carry, this board might just fall over.
Makes some work on 2 on the bench, but doesn't have enough time to decide what to put it in for.
And Disho is the boogeyman here. So strong. Double time breaker. Full attack speed together with the Nami and the Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank doing so much. This positioning the tanks here for Upset Max. This could be the end of the tournament for him. Access to a backline so strong for Disho. Upset Max is out.
I mean, a great tournament from Upset Max too, making it all the way from play-ins, but will not be your regional finals champion. But we will get to see more of him next weekend. Kai Wang versus Conda. Conda falls down as well. One of our Brazilian representatives now falls out. VCLF holds the hope of Brazil in his hands in this game.
Yeah, Conda and Upset Max both contesting each other on that Rage Blade LeBlanc, and Kai Wang also with a 2-star Rage Blade LeBlanc. So these 3 players were kind of contesting this 5 Shepherd, or in Upset Max's case, 7 Shepherd. Just really showing you the difficulty of when your units are contested and that you're stuck on a 1-star carry, that's oftentimes just the end of your game.
Yeah. Also, for Upset Max being true to his style, right? The loose streak, trying to go, then finding the additional. Conda, on the other hand, just playing flexible. Normally, he plays only reroll, and decided in this moment just to play around the LeBlanc. Didn't work, but obviously trying to find additional angles for him, right? Being prepared for what is to come in that round.
Ooh, Soju's board would be significantly stronger if we still had a remover. He's very known for not having one on his board, and that is the situation that will eventually knock him out of the tournament. Our Tacticians Crown representing 2-time TPC winner this set will not be a regional finals champion, but will have lots of momentum going into the Tacticians Crown.
Yeah, we see our other 5 Shepherd board. The only 1 out of 3 who's still alive does have the 2-star LeBlanc and the 2-star Nunu. A decent amount of gold already put towards level 9 through the Slammin augment. And another thing we didn't talk about earlier, but almost everyone in this lobby took the Thresh boon, which makes sense because it's the strongest boon in the late game. It's the weakest on stage 5, but it gives you scaling. Every single round it gets stronger. And when you play for first, you gotta play for the strongest board in the late game.
Yeah. Also important to note, we were talking about Disho being probably the strongest, but Kai Wang won in the last round against Disho. Having that bodyguard that you were mentioning is so strong in the scaling, and now having frontline, having so many units, use it as a possibility. Disho needs to find additional angle here, additional bump, additional gasoline, just to get enough power also to get through all that frontline that the rest of the tournament has.
an important item coming through for Dish Soap to put onto this Tom Kench 2 in the front line, and it will be Dank Memes versus Dish Soap. This will be a huge fight, but I don't think that either of them will fall out if they take a loss. Kai Wang in danger if he does take a bad one on our left side. Many of our players still healthy enough to start figuring it out. No desperate plays needed quite yet, but Kai Wang's board is the one that is so surprising right now, being able to take down some very powerful boards. On the right side, we're seeing that Vex dive through Dish Soap's board, take it down, and Kai Wang doing the same.
Honestly, pretty close fights on both sides. I wouldn't really count any player out at this point. VCLF looks like the weakest by a little bit, but
10.
maybe he can pull something out with some good positioning.
Has 6 Kindred, maybe looking that as an out, but yeah, stays at 6. So tough, especially in this lobby. Everyone's so attent on not letting you get away with any 3-star forecast. Dish Soap 0 goal, level 10. 5 roll down here to try to improve a little his board. Going up against a BCLF here, so one of the two will be eliminated.
Full left side for Dish Soap, trying to get this wrap onto the back line with this ribbon. We will have a good start, knocking out the left side of the board, hoping that we can get onto the back line. The ribbon now will dash through that target. The Blitzcrank also there. BCLF getting his carries taken down
in the back
by
line.
the time breakers. It will be
Also
Dish Soap
Blitzcrank.
taking him down. Kai Wang and Dank Memes are fighting on the other board. Who will come out on top? Which CTG member will face Dish Soap in the final showdown?
Looking like Kai Wang's bodyguard train, although his board is a lot less expensive. It's that risky choice on the 2-1, right? You take the bodyguard training, and if you are able to get to that level 9 board that Kai Wang has, even though it costs way less money than Dank Memes' board, that bodyguard train is making all the difference.
And still with possibility to
And Dank Memes finds the
improve
Aatrox.
karma.
It took him until 6-3, but he finally found the 1-star Aatrox.
Yeah, and that could for sure make the difference here, getting the shred, getting the additional chance to pop off against the rest of the lobby, tanks, and giving some out here against the bodyguard.
Dish Soap will be facing Kai Wang's board on the other side. The last time Dish Soap took a loss, it was to this board, and we see it now. Will it be these time breakers and the emblems versus Kai Wang and his bodyguard training level 9? We'll keep an eye on that on the right side, where Dank Memes on the left will face the ghost of Dish Soap. We'll see if this Vex is able to stand strong. On the right side, we continue to watch this LeBlanc ramp up throughout the fight. The Blitzcrank trying its best to take out the front line, will knock up the board. Kai Wang takes down Dish Soap, where Dank Memes stays alive. It will be a CTG 1-2. One of these players will be winning the regional finals.
CL is so happy right now. Oh my god, your boys made it. 2 legends, Kai Wang and Dank Memes, totally popping off throughout the tournament. That means finally returning to TPC and now in a great spot to be crowned here the champion of the regional finals. I can't wait. Such an amazing set once again. A player that hasn't had the pedigree maybe of other players, playing amazing humble board, fully stable here with the LeBlanc, finally finds the level 9 and now has a chance to take it all and take the championship.
Such a good game between these last two players. Dank Memes did not have the Aatrox last time they fight, but Kai Wang did not have the Sona too, so we'll see which one makes a bigger difference as they go into it for potentially one final fight. Could be one more if it's a good loss.
Knocks up the primary tank, sends the Morgana straight into the backline. The Edge of Night will proc, and the reset will come through. The LeBlanc is still ramping up. The Vex as well, the attack speed carry versus attack speed carry, but the front line for Kai Wang seems very, very strong. The Blitzcrank knockup will provide a very important CC in this late game fight. The Vex trying its best to take out the backline and will do it!
And he's alive.
Oh, we will see one more fight!
Base stage damage is 12, so he had to take exactly 1 unit loss to lose and survive with 14 HP.
Finds the karma for Kai Wang, no gold to buy it. Could be the differential here.
I gotta say, even though
We'll have to
Kai
wait.
Wang lost that fight, his LeBlanc died really early. I think Kai Wang, I would think, is kind of the huge favorite in this fight if the Morgana can actually tank this time. It got kind of pushed back by the Blitzcrank last time.
look at the TGs on the side of Dank Memes. We have great items for this Fiora. We have tank items on this Shen. The positioning will be the big difference in this fight. How long can these carries stay alive? Will the attack speed ramp up? Will this Blitzcrank displace the tanks on the side of Kaiwing? We see the Morgana fly. We don't see
Fiora
the new snowball onto the primary carries. The Fiora does fall down though. The LeBlanc able to take it out very quickly. The Morgana still alive while this Vex is continuing to ramp up. The reset coming through. LeBlanc is onto the Vex. The Vex will fall down. Kaiwing will be your regional finals champion. Comes out on top.
The expression,
Look at this
the
guy.
joy, so deserved. He doesn't believe it. Doing amazing with the green screen, showing the Mipsy, the meeples. So happy and so well deserved. Double CTG, 1-2 holding hands.
Wow.
Amazing
I mean,
play from Kai Wayne and really everyone here. I mean, look at this guy. He's so happy. I love the bodyguard training selection. Just capping out with that LeBlanc. He didn't need like the Vex 2. He just had the LeBlanc 2, but having that extra augment power made the difference.
wow. The Meeple Lord came out on top. This background's been cracking me up the whole time. We see the emotion here. What a fantastic ending. So proud of Kaiwing. This guy has fought for so long in tier 2. He promoted last set into tier 1, had a good set, made it back here, and now going back-to-back Tacticians crowns. We've underrated him a bunch of times. Now this guy is a regional finals champion, and I'm excited to see what he can do at the background stage.
Last Tactician crowd, we were like, okay, he got there, newcomer, maybe he does something. He didn't do well, 38th, and now winning regional finals. Being great also throughout DPC, showing what he's made of, playing so flexible and in comfortable zone against the best of the best. Huge representation and well-deserved winning of these regional finals.
It
Absolutely.
will be.
Kaiwin and Dankmane's both been rank 1 on the ladder for many sets now, but I'm not sure if Kaiwin had nerves performing in a tournament before, but he definitely showed today that he was able to overcome it if he did.
And it will be a CTG 1-2 at the top of the leaderboard as well. Dank Memes, a fantastic day. Our points leader, 39 points in this final lobby, will be another thing that he can write home about, but didn't quite get it done in that final fight. But good news is we have a desk to break down that action and have an interview with our regional finals winner. So don't go anywhere. You're going to want to hear from Kaiwing.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to Kaiwing, you're America's regional finals winner. Gangly, it was so cinematic to watch Citadel go 1-2 in that final lobby, and also for that final lobby to be the bookend of the event, the final game where the placements were going to determine who wins.
I mean, every part of it. Going down to Kaiwang, having 1 HP after taking the perfect loss, thinking that Dank Memes won the tournament, Dishsoap looking like the boogeyman with 4 Timebreaker, and the bodyguard training while he's still on the Karma 1, right? He won the game with a Karma 1. It was stuck in his shop. But Asa made a great point. Kaiwang was kind of focusing on this idea that if I can make it to 9, I'm going to invest in combat, right? I'm going to take this bodyguard training saying it might not work out, but if it does, I know I'll be set up for success. And it worked out for him. Sometimes you got to be lucky. Kaiwing got a little lucky today, but I think he put his money in the right place.
You have to be able to prepare yourself to have those high roll spots where that's going to be the thing that eventually wins out at the end of the day. Because in this situation, you know you're coming into this final lobby, you've been afforded a second life because you didn't have that many points coming into this final game. But one more chance to be able to show up, show out, get that first place. And Kaiwing knew this was going to be the way to do it.
And let's think about who Kaiwang is as a player, right? I mean, going into the last regionals, people were pretty vocal about how Kaiwang, despite being an absolute beast on the ladder, had failed to convert that ladder success into tournament for years, had lots of tournament performances, but never really broke out, made it all the way to the Tactician's crown seemingly out of nowhere in the Cinderella story, and here he is just 1 set later, taking it all the way to becoming the regional champion. We've seen it time and time again that it just takes 1 win for players to believe in themselves. And sometimes once those floodgates open, that's all they need. I love just seeing the raw emotion on his face there too.
I love that, especially with the dichotomy of the fact that Kaiwing this entire tournament has shown us nothing. In the face
true.
of loss, stone cold. Even winning a game, absolutely stone cold. But winning the tournament, I love that that is the reaction that we get. Let's take a look at our standings. 7 total games in this checkmate format. This is the longest that we have ever gone at a regional finals, but it is Kaiwing that stands out on top. Dank Memes does end up getting second place with that second place in the game, but I know it is tough. He's been scaling throughout these regional finals, 4th to 3rd to 2nd, so I think it's a set 18 regional finals win for Dank Memes.
I mean, it's a heartbreaker. We can be honest, right? That's the nature of checkmate. 39 points, a full 7 points above first, and a full 5 points above third. And yet, Dank Memes is going to be going home not as the regional champion. But he can still hold his head up high because, one, he made it not only to the TPC, but had a phenomenal run and went extremely far, played so well today, showcased that he's capable of doing it. But second, the road's not over. You still have the Tactician's crown up next for all 8 players that competed today.
But you know who is able to take it home? It's our regional finals winner who we have on the line with us, Kaiwing. Congratulations. Tell us, what was the raw emotion you were feeling after you had won that game? And when was the moment that you knew that you had done it? Because that second to last loss was so close.
Yeah, so I think as soon as the last fight loaded in and I saw that I finally got the 50-50 on his Vex, I knew that I won, and I got so scared when his Blitzcrank knocked my Morgana away and his Fura wrapped on my backline, but thank God my LeBlanc retargeted, or I for sure would have lost that fight. But yeah, I couldn't believe, like I was sort of in disbelief that I was actually gonna win that fight and 5-0 him and actually. Oh my God, sorry. I'm at like a loss for words right now. But yeah, I was like super ecstatic. Obviously, I'm like really, really happy. Yeah, I just feel really great because this is my first win in like any cup, any TPC, anything ever. So it feels amazing.
We were just talking about how 2 sets ago, despite how you were such a force on ladder, it did kind of feel like you were failing to perform in tournament to the same degree. Can you just talk about what that journey has been like over the last 2 sets, from going from being a ladder beast to now not only being that, being a TPC competitor, 2-time Worlds attendee, and now a regional champion?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's been a while now, but I feel like my playstyle has changed quite a bit. Ever since joining Boom Kitchen and like reviewing with a lot of people in Brownies, I feel like I for sure used to be a much more like top 4 oriented player, which was obviously really good for ladder, right? Because if you just top 4 every game, you don't lose any LP. It's really easy to climb for those ladder snapshots. But in practice, in tourney, it's a lot worse. So I feel like my open rate in tourneys has gone up probably like 5x compared to 2 sets ago. Like I used to never open a tourney. I will always play some garbage on my board on stage 2 and just hope that I can win streak and just be like a Temple Timmy. But I'm glad those days are long behind me, and I'm willing to play like willing to play from full open and win out from like 1 HP.
It does take a lot of courage to do that, though, because I know like it's easy for us to sit on the sidelines and watch these games and watch everybody actually take these last streaks and go, oh my gosh, are you going to have enough HP to finish the game? So I can't even imagine what it must feel like as a player to have to get comfortable with that idea. But I think, Kaiwing, watching your games this weekend, you had a tendency to play for those AP lines, a lot of LeBlanc, a lot of Nami. Was that always the plan coming into the weekend, or was that something that you were like, okay, I'm noticing this is just the strong part, so I just have to adapt to what is currently strong in the lobby?
Yeah, so coming into regionals, I didn't really start prepping until about a week before, and then I started playing a lot of scrimming every day. But I think our study group's read was that the only really viable AD comp you really want to play is Jinx, and then outside of that, you should really try to angle towards the 4-cost AP lines, which is Nami and LeBlanc, because those are the strongest on level 8, and they also, well, Nami caps pretty high, but LeBlanc usually you'll play for like a 2nd or 3rd. So whenever I have like a pretty weak opener, I'll tend to just click econ, open if I have to, and then try to play towards those comms. And sometimes it's scary because if you can't put a board together in stage 2, stage 3, you will be playing from 1 life. But you sort of have that security knowing that you're playing the strongest comp in stage 4. So usually you can still go like a fifth at worst or something. And then you just have to try to make sure that you just like scrap together whatever placements you can. But to be honest, I did high roll like the majority of my games this weekend.
That's how it goes, though. You do have to high roll to do well in TFT. You can't win a tournament while low rolling. I'd like to ask you about 2 concepts that we've seen be prevalent in TFT time and time again, which are confidence and momentum. When I think back to players like Dish Soap, who had gone winless until his win in set 10 when he won the regional finals, and the very next set, he won the world championship. We've seen it with so many players where sometimes it just takes one win to kind of get them started. And that's kind of how I feel about you and your story here of something changing where you make it into TPC, you make the deep run at regionals, and here you are again, almost out of nowhere. Of course, it's not actually the case, but do you feel a certain level of confidence or momentum, something that has changed for you in the last set?
Yeah, I do for sure. I think even at the start of regionals last night, I feel like I wasn't nearly as good as like the best players in NA. It definitely is sort of like an imposter syndrome there, like that I really deserve to be there. But I think like over the course of the tournament, whether it's like having a good meta read or just performing well, executing well, I do think my confidence has gone up quite a bit. And I think I said this before, but last Worlds, like going into Worlds, I was like really scared of all these like insane players from all these different regions. But I feel like this time around, I don't really have that sort of nervousness going into Worlds.
Even though, and let's set the stage for this a little bit, right? Because you are going to be going up against the players that you just played against here in the final lobby, but also taking a look at like the APAC Avengers that they're sending. You've got Tidal, Soul, YBY1. I mean, these are all, I think, legends in TFT. So you're still feeling pretty confident.
Well, of course, yeah. I mean, it'll all come down to prep at the end of the day. And I have been like VOD reviewing a lot with my study groups. So I will say, as long as I prep well, I feel like I wouldn't be really worried.
A quick follow-up to that is that when we think about the clashing of regions, we also think about differentiations and styles. And, you know, APAC, they really love to be able to play this very kind of first or eighth, go fast 9. So is that something that you feel like is going to be difficult to play against? Was that something that you had trouble with in the last Tactician's Crown? Did that come up at all?
Yeah, for sure. I think ever since like I'm like getting more used to this like full open lose streak until like went out, I think those players do it, but just like way better. Like their execution is better, the APM is a lot faster. I'm like pretty slow, so so sometimes like if I mess up a turn, a really critical turn, then that's the difference between going first or eighth, right? But I think I just need to make sure that I VOD reviewed them. Like I've been watching YB1 VODs on YouTube like every single day before turning, and that's like helped a lot. So you know, if you can't beat them yet, well, yeah, at least you can learn from them.
Hi, Weng. We have plenty of people watching. I know you're probably going to go on to a co-stream after and answer a bunch of questions there as well, but the nature of TFT is a lot of people who do watch it are usually already kind of ingrained in the game and in the scene. But I'm sure there are people who are watching right now who are just starting their journey in TFT. And as someone who is obviously, you've been a competitor for a while, but I think you've been most known as being a fantastic player on the North American ladder. What advice do you have for people who are seeing what you've done today and say, hey, one day I want to do something like that too?
I think you just have to stick to it, and then just know that whenever you're not having fun playing the game, it's okay to take a break for like a couple days, a week, and just like go do some other stuff. And then because if you're not enjoying the game, I feel like none of it really matters. You just won't have fun, and the more fun you have, I feel like the better you'll perform.
I have one last question for you before we let you go, and it's just about prep. We have just a handful of days, actually. It's such a short turnaround before the Tactician's crown is upon us. So just give us a little taste. What does this upcoming week look like for you as you get ready to maybe win your first Tactician's crown?
Well, I'm hoping that someone's probably gonna take the initiative to set up some global scrims or some NA scrims or whatever, and then I'll just try to participate in those as long as it's not too early in the day. But yeah, I'll also probably be watching the VODs from the other regions for the regional finals, and then just VOD reviewing with my study group. So shout out everyone in Boom Kitchen, Dank Memes, obviously, Upset Max, Brosiv, everyone, Cookie Brownies, Tomasian Raptor, Koinid, everyone there has like been like super helpful. Dasic, like I definitely wouldn't have made it this far without them.
Oh, well, Kaiwing, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us, and congratulations again on your championship. We are looking forward to seeing what happens next weekend, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
I love that. We are sending an amazing squad of competitors to represent the Americas here, and I think Kaiwing really does represent that hope, that drive, that passion for TFT, and I'm so excited to see this pay off for him in such a big way.
What really stood out to me from that interview was him reflecting on his last Tactician's crown run, which didn't go well, right? And he kind of admitted that the last time I went in there, and he said he was kind of intimidated by all the players that he saw there. But I love hearing the confidence he has after winning the regional finals, after showing that he obviously deserves to be here. He's earned his spot at the table. I have high hopes for Kaiwing at this upcoming Tactician's crown.
Me too. And I think you touched on something very beautiful there, which is that there are competitors that have taken momentum, strides. You get that one win, and then you realize that there's that confidence there to be able to continue to grow and surpass those expectations. And so we are so excited to be able to cheer on all of the competitors from the Americas as they get ready for the Tactician's crown next weekend. It is in 5 days. I cannot believe that I am saying it. We are going to crown the set champion of Space Gods in just a week's time, and we are looking forward to seeing you there. Please tune in with us from July 10th to 12th is when we are going to be having that Tactician's crown, so you can cheer on those competitors and also get those set 18 exclusive reveals. Gingley, it's going to be a tough one. I mean, like just a couple of tastes of those names that we will be seeing there from APAC, from EMEA. It's going to be a hard-fought battle.
Yeah, I mean, every TAC crown is a journey and a hard one to get through, but it's always a treat. And like you're saying, with the rosters that we're seeing this time around, everyone is talking about the APAC Avengers. It's going to be a banger.
Yeah, and so we can't forget CN either. Those players are beasts every time that they hit the server. So make sure that you tune in with us next weekend. Follow the socials to make sure that you stay up to date with all of the information for upcoming for TFT. And thank you so much for watching. Thank you to our players for giving us a great show, to our staff for putting all of this on. And we'll see you all next weekend for the conclusion of Space Gods at the Tactician's Crown.